All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Make sure to join us here at the front stage as we will be starting our next session very, very soon. So if you're in the hall, if you're just making your rounds, please do make sure to come in front here and join us as we have some very exciting insights about the market outlook that we want to share to you. And of course, if you're an avid investor, this is the great opportunity. This is the place where you want to be. Make sure to grab a seat, sit down, and listen to our speakers sharing. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I would now like to invite our speaker on stage, Mr. Joseph Chai. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Mr. Joseph a round of applause?
All right. Thank you, thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's start off with our market outlook. I'm Joseph here, and okay, let me share with you our view on the market. Now, as first and foremost, we think that the budget is expansionary in nature, right? And Malaysia's GDP is going to grow in 2023 and also in the year of 2024. Now, however, we think that the inflations will remain elevated, and especially on the second half of this year, we think that the CPI will be re-accelerated, and especially the oil price will stay at a high level. Okay, and so far for this year in 2023, right, we think that the Fed fund rate will stay in the range of 5.5 to 5.75. There will be one more December meeting for the Fed, and now we are a bit counter consensus. We think that the Fed rate is not going to stop right now, but it will be increased at a smaller pace into year of 2024, right? Now, in the back of the interest rate is still going up, we think that the dollar strength will be seen. Dollar will stay at a strong side. Of course, for the emerging currency like Malaysia, ringgit will stay a bit soft. But however, even though ringgit will be a bit soft, we think that maximum this year will be in the range of 4.7 to 4.8. And first half of next year, right, since the market expectation of US rate is peaking soon, our ringgit will have a strengthening in the first half of next year, right? Now, if ringgit gets strengthened, right, one good news to all of us in the market is that our stock market will see a lot of strength as well. Now, if you look at the market recently, in the second half of this year, you can feel that our market relatively stronger compared with the first half, right? One of the key reasons is really the marketing that the interest rate hike is coming to the end. And later on, I'll show some slide that how the market actually look at our market recently, and we do see some positivity in our market recently. Okay, so in terms of Malaysia, let's look at Malaysia. This year, our overall GDP is going to be at 4.3, and next year, right, our GDP growth rate is going to be 4.6. Now, if you look at the table, you can see that next year, we actually think that because of a lower base this year, right, next year, right, market should have a very strong recovery, right? And this recovery will be supported by the spending of government spending. And you can see that recently, we just have concluded our budget of 2024. And the government have actually ditched out a few big initiatives in the Madani economy. And we think that that will actually drive the economy for next year. And of course, stock market will get a bit of a lift off for next year as well. Okay. Now, the other thing is that coming back to the GDP, right, you can see, of course, in terms of fiscal policy, the government have come out with a plan to actually grow their revenue base and also to actually bring down the fiscal deficit. And for this year, right, 2023, our fiscal deficit about 5%. But in 2024, right, the fiscal deficit will go to 4.3, and then of course, the trend will slowly going down, right? Now, of course, this is actually one of the very good signs that government have this initiative, we see that as a positive, right? That should actually help to actually strengthen a bit of the ringgit as well, okay? And the other thing is about CPI. You can see our CPI for this year, 2023, right, is about 2.6. And next year, because of the oil price will stay higher, right, our Malaysia CPI will go to about 3.3. But we think that this is actually not a very critical thing. And eventually, we think that our bank interest rate, the OPR, will be quite fairly stable for this year and next year as well, right? So that's actually our forecast. And looking at the real GDP growth rate, right? Of course, this year, you look at the chart, right? One of the strongest is actually the US, right? Beginning of this year, market thought that US only can grow at 0.5%. But as of now, economists have revised upward the US growth rate to at least 2.5 this year. So beginning of the year was 0.5, now it's 2.5. The momentum, the changes is actually quite a lot, right, in the US. So that's actually why US has been very strong this year. Of course, the other thing is that US interest rates have been going up, dollar have been strengthening, that's where the market is actually heading for. But net, you still can see that our Malaysia, right, GDP, we are still growing at 4.6 next year, and some of our ASEAN peers also actually growing, right, like Indonesia 5%, and also Vietnam 6.4%. So all in, you look at some of the export number. Recently, our ASEAN country have actually export more products to the US as compared to actually China. So we actually piggyback on the growth of the US, and overall, right, the sentiment are still very positive on the ASEAN countries, right? So that's actually our forecast. From this table, you can see that our forecast for the GDP component, right? Firstly, on 2023, the consumptions is going to contribute about 5.1%. Now, investment 6.6% for this year. And you look at the breakdown, right? In terms of consumptions by the public sector, right? This year only 2.4%, and next year is going to have a 4%. So which means, in a nutshell, right, we think that next year, right, 2024, more contributions will be seen from the public, which is government spending, right? Now, of course, all in, the private consumption is still one of the main driver in the market, right? Consumer, right, is still fairly resilient in the market. And of course, this year in 2023, you look at the last three items, the export, import, right? On the export-wise, this year is not doing well, right? But next year, right, we think that the export will rebound to 6.5%. Now, talking about export, of course, now we are in November. We're going to have a lot of results, company results are coming out soon. Looking at the forecast of this year, we do not have very, I would say, high hope on the export counters, especially the tech sector, right? But if there is a chance of corrections, I would think that it's a good time to actually look at all these stocks again, because, right, the economist is actually looking at next year will be a better year for the exporters. So this is actually an opportunity and very timely that we are here today, right? Especially this month, November month, right, where all the company results are releasing soon. I believe that there will be trading opportunities, especially in all the export sectors. So if you see the export counters do give a bad results, do remember to log in the RHB Morning Kappa at 8. Look at what our analysts think, and look at our reports, right? After we interview the managements, what are the guidance on next year, right? So far, we think that next year will be a very strong rebound, okay? So I think that this month, November earnings will be very important, right? If you want to do some entry in the stock market, right, this is actually a very good time to look at the market again. Now, look at some of the data that we have by our economists. He thinks that there's early indicators that our E&E sectors is actually rebounding soon. Now, based on the data that actually published by the World Semiconductor Sales, they're actually forming what I call a rounding bottom, right? If you know technical, you can see that even this is the data by the fundamental guys. the E&E sector, the sales actually, the blue color is actually curving upwards. So it shows that the E&E sectors are hitting an interim bottom and moving upwards soon. So as long as the front end semiconductor people, they continue to spend on their capex, eventually all these capex will trickling down to back end, and the whole semiconductor will see a recovery. Right now, the thing is that we are not going to see a very big booming in the sector, but we do see that the sector should hit some bottom and coming back soon, right? So this is actually, of course, the data will be a bit lagging behind, but what I want to preempt you is that coming to this November earnings, technology sector's earnings will be quite interesting to look at, right? Especially, I think that their result, I don't expect the result to be Q on Q good, but I do expect after the Q on Q results are released, the sentiment will shift to a little bit on the positive side. Okay, and so this is some of the other component that showing that the private continue to lead our market. But important is that the government is going to play a bigger role, which means that next year, do look at some of the company that are GLC link. They actually do have making money from the spending of the government. Like government, we're going to dish out more projects. I think that will be some of the key theme for next year, right? And now, so far, the labor market are very, very strong right now. Look at our unemployment rate, the black color line. Our unemployment rate is actually trending lower. So we have a very strong labor market, right? Now, only when the sector are strong, they continue to employ people, then on the unemployment rate will go down. So this shows that although there are certain sectors are not doing well, but overall our economy is doing very well right now, right? It's actually hard to actually get staff at this market, right? So that's actually, you look at all these numbers, you know that things are actually getting better, right? So as for the CPI, right, we think that it will slowly taper off, especially to the next year, right? Of course, next year will be lower, but at this moment, we think that the CPI will be slightly higher for this year, 2023, but going into 2024, right, as long as the supply bottleneck be loosened, right, things will be better for next year. Now, if the CPI is really to come on the downtrend next year, then on, it will give the Fed more room to think, to pause their interest rate, or even to cut their interest rate for next year, right? So that's actually what we're looking at for next year. And as for the interest rate, right, US is going to be 5.5, 5.65 this year. Next year, you look at our forecast, right, it's going to be a 5 to 5.25, which means the market have a consensus thing that next year, there would be some rate cut towards end of the year next year, right? As for Malaysia, right, our this year OPR will be at 3%. Next year will stay at 3% as well, right? So if the US were to really have a rate cut or rate pause, I think the important effect is that it's going to strengthen our ringgit. So I think that next year, right, likelihood our ringgit will be strengthened. All right, you can see that this year on the ringgit side, MYR on the bottom table, right, fourth Q is 4.7 to 4.8, and then for next year, right, 2024F, the full year forecast is going to be 4.5 to 4.7. So not next year, we think that ringgit will get better, right, and then theoretically speaking, when the ringgit get better, our stock market will see a boost as well. All right, so this is actually look at the trend, right? We think that this month, as we moving to the next year, right, we should actually spend more time to actually look at our stock market, right? In fact, we have already seen some of the telltale signs that the foreigners are coming back to the market. Afterwards, I'll show you a chart where the foreign funds are actually coming into our market. Okay. As for the bond yield, right? Bond yield actually important if you are trading a bond. Some of you may be thinking, right, should I actually invest in stock market or bond? So actually 10-year is actually one of the benchmark. So for Malaysia, right, right now we are looking at a 4.1 for this year. Next year we are looking at about 3.85, right? So as the market sentiment become more fairly stable, right, especially the US going to cut their rate next year, right? You do see that the most sensitive one is the 10-year bond benchmark. You can see that the 10-year we have a more pullback on the next year, right? Now, if the 10-year yield actually pull back on next year, that in return will actually give more support to the stock market. This is what we call a risk-free rate, but in a stock market, it's a risk asset. So when the risk-free rate is actually coming down, right, funds will actually look for the risk asset on next year. Okay, so just talking about a little bit on the recent budget, right? You can see that the Malaysia, right, we have actually concluded our budget recently, and for RHB, right, we maintain our year-end target of 1,005, right? And right now, I think we are in the range of 1450 to 1460, right? So there's another 40 points to reach before we close the year at 1,005. And personally, I think this is actually should be able to reach. I hope, right? We can reach 1,005 at the end of this year. And when you look at the market, don't forget about look at some of the companies that actually benefit from the initiative by the government recently. Firstly, we have the NETR, right? The New Energy Transformation Roadmap, right? Where I think we have part 1 and part 2, right? We can see that recently, right, our utility sectors players have actually a lot of trading activities in the utilities side, right? I think everyone actually gear up for this thing, and the government have actually committed to actually invest, I think, to create additional 300,000 jobs before 2050, right? And the whole investment, right, could be involve about 25 billion from 2023 to 200 billion in 2050, right? So this is actually a very long-term plan, right? But you can see that this is actually a thing that will not change, right? So I think that a lot of investment opportunities were actually related to NETR, and this is just the beginning, because you can see that the roadmap is going to last until 2050, right? So definitely green energy, renewable energy, right, will be a main theme from now on, right, until 2050. Now you can see that in terms of sectors, the power sector have been a lot of trading activities. Even recently, some of the water sectors have also some kind of trading actions as well, right? So all in, right, these utility sectors will gain a lot of tractions. Now, not only the utility sectors, how about the contractor, the EPCC contractors, right? They will also be involved. How about the building material supplier? They're also in part of the value chain as well, right? So this is actually the whole NETR initiative, right? Then on, we have another initiative that we call it a new industrial master plan. It's going to from now until 2030, right? Of course, in the initial stage, government will do the lead, they will invest, right? But eventually, it will be a private and public partnership, right? The ultimate aim is to actually to have 3.3 million of person employed, right? And bring up the salary. And the key goals is actually to move up Malaysia value chain in the industrial, right? Especially going to the higher, more yielding kind of a sector. Right? I think that because of this, right, we can see more foreign investment next year as well, right? All these things, the effect, of course, are not going to be immediate, but of course, you can look at the market slowly. You can see the impact. I think likelihood start from next year. Okay. Right. Speaking, this is the economy budget, right? We have already talked about that, right? I think we can, everyone know about that, right? Next year, we're going to have recalculations on the fuel subsidies, right? I think the detail have not rolled out yet, but it's going to happen on next year as well. Now, coming to the crude oil, right? We think that the crude oil will stay at $92 per barrel this year, and next year, crude oil, right, likely to go to $85 per barrel. Okay, and okay, I think I have a very limited time. Okay, I just quickly to talk about all these things, right? Generally, we think that crude oil price will slowly to trend downwards, but it's going to stay at somewhere around 92 on this year. Okay. Now, the other thing that I want to actually show you quickly is this is the sectorial on the fund flow sectors. Now, important is that on this second half of the year, right, we see a very strong inflow by the foreign. Of course, net flow, you can see the net flow is negative, right? But very strong flow in the foreign fund into a few sectors. Firstly, the property sectors, then on the utility sectors. Property sectors, you can see all the property stock have actually moved up recently, and recently we can see that utility sectors have moved. And also the other sector that I want, of course, in the table is that the technology sector. You can see that the foreign starts to actually buying some of the technology stocks, and I think that eventually, right, as time goes by, when the sentiment become better, we can see that the probably the bullish movement in the technology sector. The other sectors right now is quite fairly bullish is the construction sector, right? Now, all in 2023, right, post-budget, right, local insti funds are very aggressive in accumulating our financial stocks, banks, and I think that after the budget, right, because of our local insti trading patterns, I think our index will slowly to move upwards in the next few months. So these are the few sectors that I would think that you should actually look at: utilities, technology, finance, and constructions. All right, and of course the property as well. All right, so things are moving. Of course, the currently, right, the local insti also are very busy accumulating the industrial sector. Okay. Now, one thing of this slide important is that you can see that the market sentiment on the EPS actually changed. Now, throughout this year, we actually revised downward the EPS quite substantially. But coming to November month, there's actually an uptick, especially after the budget. Hence, I would say that after the budget, the sentiment have changed. People have turned more positive to our local market. Okay, and so these are some of the weightings that we have on the FPM KLCI. And these are the key risks to the market. Of course, right, if the US dollar becomes stronger and stronger, ringgit get weaker, that will be a risk to our market. But so far, we think that the US dollar will come down because of the stop of the interest rate hike. And of course, if the foreign capital outflow from our market, we can see our market will be actually facing selling pressure as well. But so far, right, I think that in terms of our market, I would say that we are quite stable right now. Okay. Okay, this is our rating for different sector. So far, we are overweight on oil and gas, overweight on utilities, healthcare, basic material, property, constructions. But this year, we do downgrade one banking sector, right? The reason because we think that the net interest margin that banks earn are actually contracting, and that would be some. And banks have actually write backs their earnings for this year, right? So I think that next year there will be need to have a bit of catalyst for the banking stock to actually deliver more earnings. But of course, this is only for the earnings side. But if the bank stock actually came down in the next 2 months, if the value emerge, you can also look at the bank sector as well. But based on current moment, right, the overall sectors is fairly fully valued right now. That's why we downgrade the bank to a neutral call. But we still keep overweight on the oil and gas, utilities, healthcare, basic material, property, constructions. Okay, and there are a few reasons will actually impact our market. But basically, I think that US dollar and ringgit is one of the key determinants. And of course, our local politics has been more stable right now. Okay, and these are the market strategy for you, right, before I end. Firstly, right, we must be a bit defensive, right? These are the counters that I have very strong, the leaders in each different sector. Take an example for CTOS, right? CTOS is itself in its own sector. We can't find another second CTOS in Malaysia yet. So if you want to do a credit rating, you need to go to the CTOS, and their earnings are very, very resilient. And not only that, their earnings are in fact in a growing mode right now. Okay, so apart from CTOS, we still have a KBJ Health, Tenaga, QR Resources, which they have actually grown and become a leaders in their each respective sectors. Now, looking for a bit of higher yield, you want to look for a dividend in case the market actually come down to actually pick for some for dividends investment. We have the names like Gamuda, Taliworks, and Maybank, and Matrix Concept as well. Okay. Then on, you want to buy on the weakness. You want to the stocks to have a little bit of growth, right? And you can actually looking for a bit of higher beta. This is the trading stocks that we have. We have a CIMB. Now, looking at in among the bank, CIMB have the highest beta, which means every time when the bank want to move up, if you are traders, you want to actually buy low and sell high, I would think that CMB is one of the stocks that actually very good from in terms of fundamental and good for trading from the technical perspective. Of course, we still have a Dian Enterprise, which is the top EPCC, top contractor of the Petronas, right? And so this and IOI properties, right? Right now they're actually ventures to overseas as well. They not only have a Malaysia projects, they also have overseas projects, and IOI properties also launching a few projects at the Johor site, right? And of course, right now talking about properties, all eyes will be the HSR projects and the Johor properties opportunities, right? So IOI properties is one of the name that we have actually selected. Talking about small cap strategies, we have, these are the names that we have. We have CowPoint, right, Insen, right, Dayang, Kejaya, right? So all in FBM KLCI, I think the market are still very bullish. I think that since we have passed the 1450 mark, right, we should have a little bit of bullishness right now. And in terms of seasonal effect, I think that month of November is a bullish month, and December month, historically shown is the most bullish month in every year. For the past 10 years, only one time in 2014, December is negative, but 9 out of 10 times, December is positive. The message here is not to buy only in December, but start to position yourself in the month of November, right? And of course, profit taking is always happen in the month of January, right? So that's actually how we do in the market. Some season we buy, some season we sell, okay? So that's actually I want to show you. And last but not least, this is the watch list I share with you so that apart from fundamental, you can also look at the technical to trade of this stock. We have some of the technical stock. Among the technical stocks, my best preferred one is actually MFCB for right now. So there are still other names that I give it to you, okay? So I think our times have up. So if you have any questions, you can always welcome to email me or talk to my all these very helpful dealers and my colleague here. Right, our RHB booth is just right over here. Thank you, everyone.
All right, thank you, Joseph. Can you give Joseph a round of applause? Thank you so much, Joseph. Ladies and gentlemen, now we have a pop quiz session where you stand a chance to win 50 ringgit Aeon vouchers. The questions are based on Mr. Joseph sharing, okay? So any takers for this question? Number one, RHB research remains... Oh, yes, I haven't finished the question. What is the answer? B. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right, congratulations. It's a 50 ringgit Aeon voucher. All right, so next question.
I think we RHB also have a gift, right? So we have a gift to the lady as well. Right?
Oh,
we
okay,
prepared,
cool. Awesome. So this is a bonus from RHB as well.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
All right.
Okay, so second question. Okay, what is the answer? Any takers? Oh, you're from RHB though?
Okay,
Hi sir, what's your name? Mr. Ong. What is your answer here?
Bullish.
Bullish. Is bullish correct?
Yes.
All right, congratulations. And we also have a gift from RHB as well. Okay, RHB cannot raise up your hand. Don't raise up your hand. Okay? All right, we have one last question. Which ones are RHB top by? A, B, C, D. 50 ringgit Aeon voucher. Any takers? Yes, you have the quickest. Are you from RHB? You're seated with them, so I need to ask. Not, huh? Okay. What's your answer? All of the above, which is E, right? Okay, is E correct?
Yes.
All right, congratulations. This is for you as well. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Can we give Joseph a round of applause for his amazing sharing?
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Thank you so much, Joseph. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, now we have about 5 minutes left for our next session. Our next session is a little bit more special. Yesterday we had a sharing by our chairman, and today we have a sharing by Datin Azlina, our managing director. And of course, I would like to call upon the students. I would say the scholars from universities, various universities, UKM, I see UPNM here. Is that correct? So for UPNM, yeah, UITM. So make sure to come and take a seat as we will be starting our next session shortly. Thank you. All right, hello, fellow scholars, students from universities. Please feel free to come forward and have a seat. Yeah. And of course, not only students lah, whoever else can take a seat also. Don't worry, please be seated, especially the RHB people. Yeah, you guys just now sit there, one group just have a seat only. Don't need to stand up for us, okay? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, once again, all of the scholars, para mahasiswa, boleh datang ke depan, can fill up the seats we have for you. And of course, we have students from UKM, UITM, and UPNM. Yesterday they were here also, but yesterday it was a different batch, yeah? So today we're going to have a different batch as well. So make sure to sit down. This is a great opportunity for all of you students out there to listen to a sharing by our managing director, Datin Azlina. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you are one of the university scholars, please make sure to come in front and fill up the seats right now. Thank you. All right, once again, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Investsmart Fest 2023. Now, for all the scholars, the graduates from the universities, please do make your way to the front and take a seat, yeah? Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start our next sharing session very, very soon. So, if you are part of the university students on the field trip today, please make your way towards the stage as we will be starting our next session sharing by Tatin Azalina, our Managing Director of SC, very, very shortly. Okay, so come here, come in front. Hi, you can see, hi, students from UPNM. Correct, huh? Okay, hi, nice to meet you. So for others still walking around, make sure to come your way, make your way forward to the stage area, take a seat as we have plenty of seats remaining. And this session actually is specially arranged for you.
keghairahan anak-anak muda. Dan saya yakin anak-anak dapat menggunakan peluang ini. Hari ini kita kumpulkan mereka, dedahkan mereka dengan industri, dengan segala kecanggihan dan kemudahan yang ada. Saya minta anak-anak supaya menjadikan ini sebagai kesempatan terbaik untuk meningkat keupayaan kita, kemahiran kita, dan di samping itu berkhidmat kepada bangsa dan negara. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih Datuk Seri.
Persilakan Yang Berhormat. And group photo with our Prime Minister.
All right, once again, if you are one of the scholars, graduates, students, mahasiswa from the university.
Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decisions.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money. And ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right? I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one
Okay,
itself-
fellow scholars, a very good morning to all of you. Please fill up the seats, yeah. Come in front. Datang ke depan. Jangan segan-segan, huh? Don't be shy, okay? Because we have a good sharing for you.
labur hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara. Macam-macam skim yang ada, mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawapannya. Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decisions.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money. And ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro. It's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right? I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the one that you fell for, 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into personal bank account. Let me ask you this, that 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, alright? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Rajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course, you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media. jadi kaya? Tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan yang tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh menjumpai kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh menghubungi kami.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you. Welcome to the Investsmart Fest 2023. And of course, for those who are joining us here for the first time, as you can know, this Investsmart Fest is a yearly tradition. It's a yearly initiative brought to you by SC, Securities Commission Malaysia. And of course, this year we have over 30 exhibitors here today. As you can see, they're all around in this exhibition hall. So if you have the opportunity, if you have the time, please do visit once again our Fin Plan for You booth. It is actually a financial planning service desk in collaboration with FPAM and FPC. It is for free. So what you get is a free consultation, one-on-one financial consultation, okay? So for students, actually, if you are planning, if you're going to work already, if you are graduates, any graduates here, any final year students? Ada? Final year students? Tak ada? Oh, so all second years lah, second years, first years, huh? Okay, great. So, but also you can visit them. It's a free 1 hour financial consultation. You can tell them if you have any financial goals you want to achieve. Maybe you want to save for some gadgets, some electronics. They will help you. It is completely free of charge, one-on-one. By our licensed financial planners. Yeah, it is always good to start early, as they say. Yeah, all right. And of course, for other visitors, you can also go ahead if you have any plans, financial plans and goals you have. For example, you're saving up for a house, saving up for a car, saving for retirement. Make sure to visit them as well. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, please do make sure to come in front and join us, have a seat, as we are going to start our next sharing session very, very soon. Now, it is a very special sharing session, which is by our Managing Director of Securities Commission Malaysia, Datin Azalina. She will be sharing about her journey so far, as, of course, in the financial world, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we're going to start very, very soon. Thank you for joining us. And, of course, for those who are joining for the lucky draw, make sure to scan your QR codes. You'll be able to scan it by joining the next session, okay? All right, so ladies and gentlemen, once again, all of this is brought to you by the Investsmart Fest 2023, and we'll be back shortly. Thank you.
It's illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs, and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong, like the one that you fell for. 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into personal bank account. Let me ask you this, that 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, alright? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Rajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course, you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media. Tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan yang tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh menjumpai kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh menghubungi kami.
Bijak labur hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara, macam-macam skim yang ada mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawapannya. Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decisions.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money. And ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right, I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers...
Hey, all right, a very good morning to all of you. And of course, welcome to the Investsmart Fest 2023. Once again, thank you for your patience. We're going to start our next session very, very soon. Semua sedang makan? Ready eaten, yeah? Okay, sedang makan, biscuit sikit. Okay, awesome. Enjoy your food. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the Investsmart Fest 2023. And of course, today we have a lot of activities and sessions to highlight. For example, right after this, we have an investment game. Actually, it is a quiz. Yeah, we're going to administer it using the Mentimeter website. So, siapa yang dapat jawapan yang cepat, yang laju, boleh dapat hadiah. Apa hadiah? Up to RM200 worth of Aeon voucher. Aeon voucher nak beli apa? You tanya sendirilah. Okay? Ataupun bagi mak, dia nak beli sayur pun boleh. Okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, make sure to join us as this is the day 2 of the Investsmart Fest 2023. We have a lot of activities lined up for you. Of course, one of them is the fame plan for you. We have professional licensed financial planners giving away consultation, one-on-one consultation for free. Okay? This is, of course, in conjunction with FPM and MFPC. So if you can see right once you enter the hall on your left side, there's the invested booth, and then behind the invested booth is the film plan for you. Okay. Speaking of invested, so invested is for the students, scholars here today. It is to kickstart your career journey in the capital market. Okay. If you're interested, later you can go ahead to the invested booth right there. It's a blue color, green color. Boleh dapat maklumat tentang capital market punya job opportunities. Yeah, we have, as you can see here, we have 2 tracks for you. It is the foundation program and the management program. Okay, so elevate your career. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, thank you for your patience. We're going to start our next session very, very soon. So do stay tuned. And of course, next up we have is Datin Azalina. She is the managing director of Securities Commission Malaysia. Her sharing is very, very exclusive. Of course, this is a great opportunity for all of you. So make sure to join us. Come here, take a seat, and of course, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to start very, very soon. Thank you.
Tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan yang tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh menjumpai kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. You untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh menghubungi kami.
Bijak labur hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara, macam-macam skim yang ada mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawapannya. Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decisions.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money, and ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right, I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs, and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the one that you fell for, 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true. Right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into personal bank account. Let me ask you this. That 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank it into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, alright? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Rajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course, you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media. Anda ingin menjadi kaya, tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan yang tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh menjumpai kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya
Alright, a very good afternoon to all of you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Investsmart Fest 2023. Alright, so we have some graduates here holding sandwiches and popcorns. Hi. Which universities are you guys from? I see IIUM, correct? Okay, UPM? UPM not here yet, yeah? UPNM. Hi, alright. And USIM. I remember the 3 goals. How come become one only? Pergi tandas. Okay. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, it is with pleasure to, of course, proceed with our next session on the stage. It is a very special sharing session. Now, yesterday we had our chairman, and I remember quite distinctively there was a student that asked how was the female scene like, because they say it was a very male-dominated career in the financial market, right? So today, we have a very special sharing session by Datin Azalina, and of course, the Managing Director of Securities Commission Malaysia. But before we begin, there is a video I want to show you, which is about Invested. Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy.
Salah satu cabaran yang telah lama dihadapi oleh pasaran modal adalah kekurangan tenaga mahir untuk memenuhi pelbagai jawatan kritikal dalam pelbagai sektor. Dalam sesetengah industri, defisit tenaga mahir dianggarkan kurang lebih 30 hingga 40%, manakala terdapat ramai graduan yang masih mencari-cari pekerjaan. Pada masa yang sama pula terdapat kekurangan tenaga mahir yang getir dalam pasaran. Seolah-olah ada supply and demand mismatch. Adalah dirasakan penting bantuan last mile perlu diberikan kepada graduan untuk mengurangkan mismatch ini. Atas kesedaran inilah program CMGP diilhamkan. Semoga ianya boleh menjadi jambatan antara graduan dan pasaran modal.
Program graduan pasaran modal yang diluncurkan pada hari ini selari dengan aspirasi Madani. Peluang mengembangkan kemahiran dan pengetahuan dalam industri pasaran modal kepada graduan muda. Masa depan kita bergantung kepada keupayaan, kecekalan, disiplin, semangat, kegairahan anak-anak muda. Dan saya yakin anak-anak dapat menggunakan peluang ini. Hari ini kita kumpulkan mereka, dedahkan mereka dengan industri, dengan segala kecanggihan dan kemudahan yang ada. Saya minta anak-anak supaya menjadikan ini sebagai kesempatan terbaik untuk meningkat keupayaan kita, kemahiran kita, dan di samping itu berkhidmat kepada bangsa dan negara. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih, Datuk Seri. And group photo with our Prime Minister.
All right, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Invested program. As you can see, there's a booth behind you, yeah? So if you're interested to kickstart your career in the capital market, make sure to make your way over there, as we have two very special programs for you, the leadership program as well as the foundation program, okay? So now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for, I would now like to invite Datin Azalina, Managing Director, Securities Commission Malaysia, on stage to talk about a career in the capital market. Why not? Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Can you see if this? Okay, it works. Yeah. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Azalina. I am the Managing Director of Securities Commission, Suruhanjaya Security. And I've been with the SC for about 16 months. And before that, just to give you a little bit of background, maybe I have notes, so I have to make sure I remember what I want to say. So I have been with the SC for 16 months. Before that, I was with the stock exchange for 18 years, long time. So I was with the stock exchange for 18 years. I left the stock exchange as the Chief Operating Officer of the stock exchange. I took a 2-year break before I joined. I thought I was going to retire. And before joining the stock exchange, I was with an investment bank for 2 parts. I started my career in what is called banking, investment banking, fundraising, and then I went on to corporate finance, right? So all in all, I've been working for about 30 plus years, so quite old. I'm 55 years old. I have 3 sons. My oldest is 24, my second is 20, like you guys, and my youngest is 16. Family background, I'll tell you a little bit. So my parents are not tertiary educated. My father finished only Form 5, my mom as well. So there was very little guidance, so you guys are very, very privileged to have a whole country and the Prime Minister to give you all the guidance that you need, okay? So when I started, mom and dad, they don't know better lah, kan? So when you finish the Form 5, you apply to all the, there's no this UPU, you just apply to mana-mana university that you get. My dad, as in, I'm not sure about you guys, tapi my father had a very specific view. I got to be a doctor. And I didn't want to be a doctor. And he's like, no, 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 you have to do it. Sebab, you know, financial markets, he didn't know that, kan? So fathers and mothers, yang dia tahu, doctor, lawyer, accountant. So that was one of the 3 you have to pick. And I said, no, I don't want to do it. He says, no, 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 you have to do it. And I didn't know at that time was I going to go overseas, study. There was, because I was the oldest, all you know is you study, and I don't know, I figure it out lah nanti. you know. So I applied, I got into the matriculation at for medicine. And then I also got into UPM. Masa tu you can dapat a few offers tau. I don't know now, the system might be, I think you get only one kan. And I also got into agriculture management in UPM. Then I said, okay, this both, I don't really want to do this. And I was quite lucky because my dad had a good friend who was with JPA who said her results are good. Why don't you just apply for scholarship? Because you just see and, you know, see where she can end up going. And I did. I cannot remember how the application went because my mother was with me the whole time. I tak tahu apa yang I isi lah, interview lah. And I got the offer to be the scholarship program, the JPA scholar. So I'm a JPA scholar as well. So of course, all the three, my father was not very happy that I decided, I told him, you can keep the surat matrikulasi to but I'm not going to go and study medicine. And he said, you got to pick one of the other children who will try to do medicine. So none of my siblings are doctors. So my father, my arwah dad, has to just deal with that. So no doctors in the family. So when we went into, one thing though, in that whole process, I realized for me, I wanted to be financially independent because I wasn't the kind that was listening to my dad. So my father said, if you want me to find anything, you better listen to me. So I thought, okay, I really need to get financially independent, especially the girls, so that I can do what I want to do. And so the scholarship gave me a pathway out, right? So I actually went on to study, and it was in business and finance. So that was kind of exciting. So went through that journey, going through trying to understand degree yang mana, specialization was so confusing. And that was kind of the beginning of when I got the degree. After that, where you are now, so I called my 20-year-old called me this morning and said, you speaking today? I said, yeah, what do you think I should say? Because, you know, he said, first, please don't lecture. I said, okay. Please don't say all the, you know, whatever you all are there, macam everything is all cool, it's not cool. He said, I said, okay. He said, and you should say, and I'm going to say it to you. He said, Mommy, you should first say, it's okay if you don't know. It's all right. You don't know what you're going to do next. You haven't, there's so many decisions. I have a 20-year-old that calls me, so how, should I take this degree? Should I have to decide specialization? So many choices. I said, yeah, welcome to adulthood. It never ends. The choices never ends, right? It's tough. You kena buat pilihan and you will have to decide pilihan between subjects, pilihan between going out, playing football, going on your dates to study, so many choices. You have to live with the consequence. I said that's part of it. So that's kind of one segment. That choices never end. I think you need to make sure, even as you go through the journey, it never ends, even today, right? So that's a little bit of background. Now, work-wise, I wanted to say a little bit about the financial market, because, you know, what is invested about and what we were trying to do at the SC and the industry. Now, I thought that the financial, yesterday, those if you were here, Chairman talked about financial markets and capital markets is a very interesting start. So if you imagine that you don't really know what to do next, how many of you know exactly what you want to do? Nobody. My oldest knew. He was, entah, for some reason, he's like, no, this is exactly what I want to do. My second one has absolutely no idea. Until now, he's like, I don't know. I think every time I cakap kat dia, benda tu tukar. Like, you know, maybe I should do this. Maybe I said, you know what, now you're stressing me out because you keep asking me, right? So I think one thing, though, is the advice I gave him, which I will give you, is pick something that gives you the widest choice so that you can stay undecided for a long time. If you go deep in, you are committed to that discussion. Same thing as boyfriend and girlfriend also lah. I have a lot of friends and then decide later. But if you're just making that decision, then you nak move to susah. So I think an industry like the financial markets, the capital markets, allows you the maximum choices. So you have a choice of staying in the financial markets. There are specialists there. the bankers, the fund managers, the analysts. You can stay there. Meaning you write about other people and other sectors. And analysts will discuss the oil and gas sector now with sustainability, what is their view, they can research, they'll take a view, kan? You could also, so you could stay there. A banker will say, okay, if somebody wants to borrow, not a person, but a company wants to raise new highway, there's so much going on in Sarawak, there's a lot of discussions around projects there. Bankers will look to come in, how do I fund this project? So you can do any of these things, tapi you don't run the business, right? You're either the banker or the analyst. So you can stay there. But you can also go to the companies and say, okay, that's boring. I want to go and do the stuff. So you can actually go and join Petronas. You can join the actual, like say, Solavest companies to actually say, I don't want to be a banker, just an analyst. I want to get involved in the company. So that's where the CFO, the accountants, the lawyers who are inside there is helping the company itself. But again, these are all financial market punya background, because in the end, the companies all have to make money to pay everybody's salary. So the financials are important. How much revenue, how much income, how much taxes you're paying, what is your cost. So you have the choice of staying in financial market. You can go to corporates to say that, okay, like, I want to, kind of stay in this space. And then you can move on. In fact, even if to where you want to stay in government or policy, a lot of thought programs, selalunya, the base has to be someone that has financial understanding and capital market understanding. Kalau tak, you are building something, then somebody say, okay, so this is a great engineer. If you build something, and then what do you want to do with this? You got to figure out whether, okay, can this be used? Can it be sold? How much would I price it? How much would it cost to make it? Kan, orang nak ke tidak. So you need to be able to have this sense, right? So normally financial market, capital market. So I went to that career because dia paling wide to decide later on if I like it, I stay. If I don't like it, I can move to a corporate that I like, healthcare, I want to go to university punya groups like Sunway Group, or I can decide later. So I think financial and capital markets are a good place to start, for sure, I think. Now, but the challenge with financial market, I think, from a remuneration perspective, is quite competitive, pays quite well. But the challenge is it's also very demanding and very competitive. Very, very demanding. It demands, everybody, I give you a little bit of experience. So, the first 10 years, when I was in corporate finance, which is worse than banking, there is no life. If you have a boyfriend or girlfriend, you better quickly get married, because otherwise you sure break up one. Because you are there from the morning and till very late, because you're doing, and kalau you nak balik, the office is full. So you have to be competitive, and I'm so sorry, but you need to be a bit gritty if you want to do it in your first 5 to 10 years. That's where you are doing what I call mastery. You're trying to figure out what are you really good at. Later on, you'll have to talk about purpose, but what is it? Are you very good in corporate finance? Are you good in finance, accounting? What is it? So that 5 to 10 years, you really need, boring point, if that's what you want to do, you've got to be really good at it. Really good means fast, accurate, comprehensive. That means when you deliver your work, it's top-notch. You must master that. What you learn in the university and what is applied, dia lain tau. So you must go in there and say, no, I'm going to master that. So I call it's a mastery. It's the part where it's talk about knowledge to skill, okay? So 5 to 10 years you have to just, I think, my view, that's what I did. So when I did that I was with Amanah Merchant, it's now Alliance Group. My dad was, of course, I decided not to medicine. And then when I first started working, I would come back very late. I'll go off to work, and then macam 8 o'clock, I'm still just coming back. Dia kata, ni buat kerja apa ni? So I said, I'm with the bank. He's like, I don't understand. My father was in plantation now. He was a manager of a plantation because that was the only job he could get without a degree. All he had to do was learn to speak Tamil. So there was a Tamil test, he had to do it, take it, and he can be part of the, what is now Saimdabi. So in the plantation, dia punya work-life balance dia fantastic. They start at 9 or 10, they go and walk in the fields, then they come back for coffee at like 11 o'clock, 12 o'clock, dia makan balik rumah, because the house is at the plantation. So they will have coffee, tea in the house, and then they go out again, and then they see the fields again, then they come back again pukul 3, and then they go out again, then 5 o'clock they're done. So he's like, what are you doing sampai pukul 8 ni mesti tak cukup orang. Mesti, you know, so I said, Dad, please, can you just let me just do what I need to do? Because every time I balik, he's like, ni again balik ni. You better talk to your boss. I said, how am I supposed to tell my boss, you shouldn't be coming back at this time? You know, so, but I couldn't because all of my colleagues at work, everyone, so you are very competitive. What I mean is, when a deal comes through, investment banks, there's an acquisition exercise, katakan the most recent, say DG and DG and Axiata, say when they come together and mergers take place, Saimdabi merger. Everybody in the office wants to do that job. So you really need to make sure that you're really good so that the department head will say, okay, Yiti, I think I will assign this to you. Or you volunteer to say, okay, I can. Because that's what I mean by competitive. Kalau you segan and you're waiting there for someone to assign, you should volunteer. Say, actually, I'm free. Is there anything I can do? Do you need anything? That's kind of when you begin, right? The mastery. You really, really have to do that. So, first thing, it is not easy. Absolutely not. Your first day of work is normally going to be very uneventful because nobody is going to welcome you. Dia tidak ada yang macam red carpet. So my 24-year-old, when he did his first internship, he came back to the house very dejected. I said, what's the matter? He said, oh, like I didn't do anything. I said, okay. He said, Mom, because he did internship dekat Maybank. So he said, so first day I left it. Second day he still looked like that, like really like, okay, this is like very disappointing. I said, what were you expecting your first day to look like? He said, you know how good I am at my PowerPoint. I can do this. I said, wait, Maybank has 40,000 people working there. You are 40,001, and you are at the bottom. Then he said, so, but I'm really good, I can do this. They don't recognize. I said, first and foremost, why don't you make yourself useful? Yeah? So when you go to your first day of work, set your expectation. It is not going to be meraikan arrival. If you get that, that's great. But otherwise, don't worry about it. Keep yourself busy. So I told my son, okay, you pergilah tanya dia, would you like me to make you some coffee? Do you need me to photocopy anything? Then once they get to know you, it takes time, kan? Because you're dengan kawan-kawan pun macam tu. You need to break that barrier first. Because they cannot even, what's your name again? Which department? So you have to go out there and say, sorry, can I help? I can do this. Can I do that? So then you become useful for little things first. Photocopying lah. So he used to come to Bursa, because he was working in Maybank. I said, what are you doing here? I'm tapawing the nasi ayam kunyit for the department. I said, okay, that's good. At least they're using you to do something. But over time, he actually ran an event. He got to do a lot more things. So you must manage your expectation, okay, when you start. Because people are trying to get to know you. They don't know you. You know yourself, but they don't know you. So they have to first, and so that's why it's very important, your personal skills, talk to people. When you see people, introduce yourself. Say, this is who I am, this is what I've done. I'll be happy to help. And if it disappoints you a little bit, relax. So don't like, oh, patutnya I kan macam first class honours, whatever. Kenapa pula dia suruh I buat fotokopi pula kan? So don't worry about all that. So give yourself time, okay? That's number one. Be open. Be very, very open to anything. They ask you to try anything, do that. Can you do events, please? Can you do this? Yeah, boleh. Can you MC? When I started work in Maybank, back then, they used to make all the young recruits. So I would MC events lah, then you have to go for sukan lah. Because all this time, the one in the bottom of the food chain kena buat tau. Oh, kita ada event, sukan apa-apa ni, so I've played netball lah. It's like, what is this, you know? And then if there are performance, that's it. You will have to perform. So all these things, you cannot go in there and say, you know, my degree is this. Nah, I datang kerja buat macam ni ke? Yes. Until they get to know you, and then it just takes time, okay? That's key. The second, apart from being open, please don't be afraid to ask. So I'm expecting questions. The questions, there is no stupid questions. Don't worry about whether you've got it all formed. When I first went, I studied in the US. When I first went to the US, I had so much anxiousness bila nak tanya soalan. I used to write it down. Right? I don't know if you do it. I write first. Sebab I takut, I don't know how to say it. So I need to tulis my soalan so I can say my soalan. Okay? And Americans are very good. They're very easy. They can just speak like that. So and we Malaysians speak softly. So now in the office, I'm very loud. Because E.T., my colleague, will say, I'm very loud. They can hear me because the professors will say, sorry, I can't hear you. Because kita cakap soft. So over there, I have to write my question. And then when I speak, the professor asks me to repeat it again. So I'm like, oh, this is very, so you really, really need to get over it. You must. If you feel very nervous, if you have to write it, letak on your phone, I don't care, do it. So that you go in, you know that this is what I want to ask. And kadang-kadang you got to force yourself. Sebab kalau tak, you might say, tak apalah, kawan I suruh kawan I tanya. Be in a habit of asking. Say, I'm curious about something. Don't worry if the question is for you to know and for you to engage. So always don't be afraid to ask. Now, the other thing is that you must be prepared for everything that you're going in for. Okay? Interview. For example, till today, my colleague will tell you, we prepare for our meetings. So if we're going to meet somebody, we are going to get their CV, we're going to know where they are from, what is the discussion, what's been the latest conversation, what is the likely question. So you yourself, sama ada interview ke, work ke, you must be prepared. And it's not, and if you are friends, sometimes you have friends that are like, well, it's okay, man, relax. You know, no. You make sure you are prepared. Because if they ask you, suddenly we don't research enough. But the information is there. If you are going for an interview, you should know what is the organization about. For example, if RHB, you're going for an interview with RHB, do you know where their office is? Where's their headquarters? Who is the CEO of RHB? What is their current businesses that they have? You must Google and find out before you pergi. Janganlah you pergi macam, oh, okay. So you tahu ke? But by the way, that was what I was like, my first interview. I didn't prepare. Because I went with my mom. I went with my mom. This is why I said, relax, don't worry about it. We all learn as we go. I went with my mom. I got there. It was called a bank called ASEAN Bankers. Doesn't exist. It's Maybank Investment Bank today. Okay? And it was then called a merchant bank. So when I went into the room for interview, belum masuk tau. I was like, what's a merchant bank? Huh? I didn't even know what it was. So luckily, I had the annual report outside tau. So I started to read the annual report. I said, oh, okay. I kind of, so luckily I didn't fail it because, but really, when you go for your interviews, please prepare. Please prepare and know what you need to do. And not just interviews lah. Every time when you're trying to get your work done, you do that. The third thing is have a plan. Today, you better have a plan. What you're going to do lepas you habis. And your plans can change. But please do not have a plan. And say, it's very complicated lah, nanti I fikir. Tak apalah, you fikir sekarang. So what do you think you want to do? And if it's wrong and you try it, it doesn't feel right, change it. But do not walk into a space. And then the plan tak payahlah 50 years. Some people have the benefit tau. Dia tahu exactly what they want to do. If you guys were around with Chairman yesterday, I don't have that foresight. He knew he wanted to be in politics. He knew I don't. I was like, okay, what is next? I know I want to make money. I want to be able to get my holidays and make money. How much money also I don't know. So it's okay, right? But you must sit down and every time, being tenacious and being wanting to, kind of look and adjust that. Before I open to questions, the last thing I ask you guys is give everything a little bit of time, yeah? A bit of time. I think your generation terlalu laju and in a rush. Take a deep breath when you try something. Oh, this is not, I tak suka. I don't like this. This is not the right one. This is not. Give it a bit of bagi masa dia sikit to see whether, okay, kejap. Because for the invested program, we have a few, that the first cohort that we sent out. Within 2-3 days, they call up HR and say, I don't want to work here. And we're like, why? No, I tak nak. Sebab, and all the reasons is the comfort, dia tak selesa, and you got to give everything a bit of time, right? You got to give it to say, okay, maybe I'm just not comfortable. Let me see, right? So I think it is quite important. So give it a bit of time. And I think with time, after your technical mastery I talked about, many of you will think about purpose. So for me, my journey, so I moved from an investment bank to the stock exchange to the SC. I'll tell you the difference in the three organizations, all in financial market. So in the banks, both the first 10 years, it was very exciting, but it was very tiring because I was constantly fighting to win the deal with my colleagues and friends. And it was transactional. I got to make sure that my CV, I will be writing down, okay, dah berapa IPO dah buat, how much M&As have I done. And I found that it was really, some people love it. They love the energy, like Wolf on Wall Street kind of stuff, But I found after 10 years, I thought, okay, I don't know if I want to do this for the rest of my life at this kind of space. I have friends who are still doing it and loving it. But I found it very cumbersome. And then also at that time, I started my family. So it was like, okay, this is really tough because it was, and I almost considered, the ladies, I almost considered giving up my career then. And my gynae then said, no, take a break, come back. Just take a break because after they grow up, the kids, then you got nothing to do. So I'm glad I listened to him and went back. So in the investment bank, it was like that, very transactional. Tapi they pay really well. Huh? They pay very well, but they work you like a dog. You don't perform, that's a door. You perform, you're on a pedestal. So if you can, and it's very gritty. But to me, it's kind of cool to do the first couple of years. You test it. Because you're young, tau. Push the boundary. Janganlah pergi tempat yang safe. Because the safe is, you're going to be comfortable, right? You should, in your first years, pick the hardest stuff to do. Pick the most challenging stuff to do. Pick the thing that lets you ask questions that I don't know. Because as we get older, we become lagi segan to ask we don't know. So at this age, you get permission, to be able to say, sorry, I changed my mind. Sorry, can I ask? Sorry, can I understand? So you should use it. So investment bank was like that. But after 10 years, I thought, wow. Then I wanted to move to a bit of a regulator because I already understood. Then I thought, okay, I think I can make a bit of a difference here. So I joined the exchange. The exchange is also a little bit more transactional. Tapi dia macam hybrid tau. They're not fully like a bank. They're not fully macam SC. Tapi they handled, so they meet and interact with company, a lot more engagements, but not as fast-paced as the investment bank. So I stayed there. I actually overstayed. My plan was not to stay so long. I ended up at the exchange for 18 years. That's probably like 3/4 of your lifetime. But I stayed there and I left. I took very different roles in the exchange, from planning to investment to operations and all the different parts. So it was a very, very, very good experience for me. Then I took a time off to think about, so what do I want to do now? And SC gives me a different sense of fulfillment. It gives me a different sense of purpose. It's a really special organization. because it is one that shapes, it helps to shape, it can play a very instrumental part for the country. Then you've got Bank Negara that looks at the financial stability. The SC tries to look at how we can shape the capital market, how we can mobilize. So when orang nak money to raise funds for certain things, that's what the SC can try to prick the framework. Dia bukan the bank, They are putting up frameworks and policies to say, okay, this is to enable things to happen. So for me, at the stage of my life right now, is the most fulfilling. Because that's where you can make a difference. I mean, meeting people like you guys and be able to talk to you about it, to me, that's fulfilling. But at your stage, you should make sure that you're out there kind of discovering it like crazy. You should be on overdrive, right? Curious to, I mean, you should be visiting all these booths and figure, actually, you buat apa? Actually, you buat apa? You ask them. I have my colleagues here who is Rani in there, who is my colleague from Exchange before. She now decided to run her own shop after being a regulator for so long. Go ask her what it's like. Is it different? She said, oh, it's very hard. You know, so I think it's exciting. You know, you should kind of have the curiosity to do that. Okay? Now I'm going to stop right here to see if you have any questions. I don't know how am I doing on time, Intan? Maybe 10 minutes or so? Okay? Any questions? English, Malay also can, just no Chinese. I know I look Chinese, I'm 3/4 Chinese. I cannot speak Chinese, so English or Malay is okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name is Samin and I'm from UIA.
Okay.
I'm majoring in finance and I'm in my 3rd year. So I was just wondering, because you said that in the earlier days of your working, when you were in your investment banks, you said that we need to make our presence known.
Yep.
So yeah, what were the things that people appreciate the most? Because you said that you used to make coffee, you used to run events. Okay, so what were the things that made people appreciate you and made people want you?
Okay. Number one, you got to be good at what you do. So just making coffee, good coffee, but you cannot deliver, your work doesn't work. Okay? That one is icing. Sorry, I didn't get your name, my dear. Amin? Okay. So, making coffee is the icing over the cake. To make them like you a bit better. Because, you know, when they're deciding, technical work. If you are supposed to run an analysis, a financial analysis on a company, and then they give you the ratios to run, whether it's your current ratio or whatever, to look at how do you see this company, you make sure that calculation is correct. You make sure that you don't take a long time. They ask you, can you give it to me tomorrow? Yes, I'll give it to you first thing in the morning. And first thing in the morning, it's on the desk. Not the manager come and say, Amin, do you have it? Oh, wait, kejap, kejap. All that must be ticked first. Then the coffee makes it better. Okay? Cannot spend time making coffee and then people ask you for work. They say, can you deliver me the report in the morning? Malam pun tak siap lagi. The next day pun tak siap lagi. And they keep calling you to say, do you have it? Do you have it? No, no. That's one. Second, about how that overdrive I talk about. If the boss says, can you just run me last year's numbers? Can. When they show you, you show 3 years numbers. You say, sir, I ran you 3-year numbers. Is that workable? Then they'll be like, oh, okay, that's great. So it's always trying to think that, okay, how am I going to surprise and delight my boss from work? And their expectations normally is that you do as per the instructions. So if you do a little bit more, a little bit faster, a little bit wider, it is so delightful. Then you say, hey. Or simple things. When you present your work, of course, you can present it in your Excel sheet, just like that. Now you ask me for the ratio, can I bagi kat you? If you put it into a PowerPoint or you present it and say this is presented or prepared by Amin for Azalina requesting on company A financial analysis, it's pretty impressive, huh? The manager will say, oh, okay, the work is good, presentation looks pretty good, and he's on time, and he makes good coffee also. So, bila event, why do I say coffee event photocopying? Is agility. Because sometimes you get people who are very technically good, but they have an attitude. sorry, I don't do this work, this is all below me, ni bukan kerja I, ni kerja, that is also very problematic because then managers will say, I know they are good lah, but then, this is very high maintenance. Dia tak nak pilih, dia nak pilih certain work. Kalau dia give them jobs that or assignment yang macam tak ada glam kan, dia tak nak buat. That part is where the softer part. That means I'm willing to be part of the team, whatever you need me to do. But the first part is very important, Okay, so make sure that you know what that is. Or you offer up to say, did you just want this ratio? Can I give some others? So I think that will be very, very, that's how I see it. The managers and all that will find that really, really delightful. Okay? Any other questions? Hi there.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi.
I want to ask about the career, right? So,
what's your name? Sorry.
My name is Zarul. Sorry.
Zarul. Okay.
Yeah. I've been in investment bank like 3 years.
Okay.
Previously, I was in sales, a dealer, and now I'm going for operation back office. So, yeah.
Do you like being in the investment bank?
Yeah, very much. But
Okay.
as you said just now, it's very tiring.
Yeah.
Very, very tiring. So my question is like, if you want to jump or you want to enhance the career, in your opinion, when you feel like, okay, this is time for me to jump. I'm working for this for quite some times now. It's time for me. This is the best time for me to go to enhance my career, like go to other place, right? So in your opinion, when in your lifetime, when you're working, that point comes to your life?
Okay. So for me, it was not a specific time. When I went into, for example, in dealing, if you are in dealing, there are certain aspects of dealing that you need to know, right? The order, ke apa ke. What I normally, that's why I call it mastery. If you take 3 years to know everything there is to know about that particular function, you will realize that you can do it very fast and you're becoming complacent sikit tau, macam this I can close my eyes, I can do. And if you're young, you should know to tell yourself, okay, I think I'm not learning. I need to move. So if you're going to ops is also good because that helps you to understand. And then again, it's always mastery. So it is not, Zarul, it's not masa dia tau. You can tell, kadang-kadang it's very complicated, you need more time. Sometimes it's very fast, you can pick it up. But when you find that, okay, I already know this, then you can ask the inflection point to say, so is this what I want to do? Where's my career path? If you don't see it and you say, no, this is not, I mean, the reality is for you to become an MD of a company, jalan mana, bukan semua jalan get it there. So studylah the path, strategy and plan, right? You must know it's not all the same paths that get you there. Go study and see what kind of positions are normally chosen for CEO positions if that's your ultimate dream, right? So, and you can see, and they normally don't come from one space. Dia ada cabang-cabang dia tahu, different experiences. So I wouldn't put a time bar, but you should know. That means if you're saying, okay, I'm going to move from dealing to ops, which is good, but you're building out your career storyboard. So where do you want to go in the end? After you do this, you spend 2-3 years, then what's going to be? Are you looking to be chief operating officer somewhere? Are you looking to be, the other line spaces, right? So that's what I mean. And be free to adjust your plan also. Yeah. Okay. Are we good? Any other questions? Young ladies. No questions?
Hello. Assalamualaikum. I'm Kak Luani. I'm doing business and administration. My question is, how do you deal with misunderstanding between your colleague when doing assignments? For example, you are doing the wrong things, but then, of course, you will having a fight. So how to be professional to deal with the emotions?
Okay. So this is something, it never ends. Iwani, is that right, your name? Cempaka. Okay. This one, by the way, Cempaka never ends. So you better learn to deal with conflict. Mesti gaduh punya. Cumanya, I think the boys just beat each other up. The girls will gossip and backbite. In the corporate world and professional world, it still happens. But you do it. You still do it, right? But you got to figure it out. So, some things that will help. The best always is the beginning of the assignment, you agree. Do we agree who is the role and responsibility, what's supposed to be you do, who is supposed to do what, and we have a set of. Actually, this is becoming fast. I don't know about in the universities here, but one thing that's becoming very prevalent in a lot of, even in corporates, they do that. This thing called corporate value, they move to team value. So before you start a project together, you agree. You say, number one, we agree we will all be on time. We agree that we will all give each other time to speak. Dia macam dia ada persetujuan tau among team members. That's one. And second is the clear assignment and responsibility. This is to mitigate the fighting, Cempaka. Okay? That means since we all understand, you janganlah marah bila I tegur because you're supposed to deliver kan by tomorrow. So normally a lot of people, Malaysians in particular, rasa macam kita berkira tau. So I don't want nanti make mission start project nak berkira. No, you are saying sorry. Can we agree that it's not berkira? So we know. Okay, that's number one. But after you do that and there's still a conflict, what you'll need to do, normally in the work setting, there are 3 positions in a fight. Right? There is first position, second and third. I can't remember the actual order, Intan. I don't know. So I think the first and second is facing each other one. Yang tengah bergaduh ni. The way sometimes to address the issue you talk about is what they call to move into a neutral position in your mind. That means which is the third position. That means you don't talk like you're arguing with that friend. You go back to your project. You say, listen, bukannya I'm trying to say that you are not doing the right thing. We have to deliver. So you bawa balik pada the objective. It helps to do that because it's a bit more neutral. We are trying to get this done, right? So I'm just trying to let you know. Tapi you kena move. You tak boleh macam, I'm not saying that you tak tahu. Then you kata, no, you cakap, I tak tahu. No, then that's first and second position. If you move to the third position, you say, okay, let's forget it's 2 of us. We need to deliver this project. Right now, we are late. Benda ni dah, so what do you think? So it's a very macam neutral. That helps with what they call conflict resolution. I find that useful. Very hard to do, Cempaka. Mentally, you need to shift in your head because it's very easy to go back, especially you tengah bergaduh. It's very difficult to stop the blame game because you say, you yang cakap kat saya itu kan. No, I didn't say that. And then you keep going down this path. But the point is, we cannot finish our project. So you need to find a way to remember, to pivot and say, okay, I don't want to talk about that. So sekarang ni how? So what do we do? The moving forward makes it a bit easier. Yeah. But when you talk about conflict, conflict is important and that makes you grow. You all can handle conflict kan? Your generation handle conflict on social media only lah. Do you all talk to each other? No. Yes. No. Okay. Any last questions? Otherwise.
Hi.
Hi.
My name is Atira. I'm from UIA. I want to ask, when you was a student, what do you do to make yourself master in your study? For example, like maybe you try to answer all past year question or do a lot of exercise, or there are any other tips you want to share?
One thing I found useful for me was study groups. Not gossiping study groups lah. And then study group limited to macam 3 orang. Because you know for a fact, study group 5 orang becomes a party. So I actually have a really close friend of mine that we always laugh about it now. She runs a business, my schoolmate. We studied together. There's only 2 of us. To kind of go through, sebab bila dia ramai, you seronok tau. And then I don't know, if your best friend may not be your best study partner choice. Kau terlalu banyak commonality, asyik gossip lah, you know. Nak start study macam setengah jam, we'll be talking about, so yang hari tu then. So, Robin and I are not like the best of friends, but we're close friends. So, we don't know each other macam totally tau, but we are good friends. So, it was very weird. Because she'd be like, shall we just go study together? I said, yeah, okay. So, kita study. it's quite interesting because I had another best friend that I didn't study with. I had to handle with conflict, Chapaka, because it's like, why are you studying with her, not with me? It's like, okay, how do I tell you that? I think if we study, we're going to end up just talking. So if your best friend and you can agree to say, okay, we're not going to talk about the social activity lah, apalah, we will give ourselves schedule, I find study group is very useful. Sebab notes yang kita ada, yang kita write pun, sometimes you need to, I don't know, for me, because you know the different styles of learning, right? I'm not sure if some people learn from hearing, seeing, doing. So for me, I need to see and hear at the same time. So in a study group, I can discuss, then they'll be talking. So it's better pick up for me. Some people don't like. Some people like to be very quiet, just by themselves. So you have to know yourself and your style. Okay? But study group work for me. Okay? Nothing else, right?
Hello. Last question.
Yeah, last question,
Yeah.
okay.
Hello, my name is Hakimi. I'm currently working as an auditor. And my question is, how can an auditor like me venture into a career in capital market regulation, maybe specifically into security commissions or bursa?
The Chief Regulatory Officer, General Counsel, okay, jokes aside, you can, because one of the things that SC does, the function, so SC is not all like about police lah, but there's a big part of our job is like that, because conduct is very important in a market. So for accountants, one of the spaces that you can be, if you want to be like a natural fit, we have something called the Corporate Surveillance Unit that looks at the corporations, companies, their behavior. So it is quite natural to the same assessment as you do in audit. There's another group that is called the Audit Oversight Board that looks at the conduct of auditors. Kan sebab kalau yang dalam accounting dia banyak standards, right? So they will see the behavior of this. So what the SC tends to do is that it observes the behavior and the conduct of these companies as well as the accountants. So yeah, it's corporate surveillance on one side. Then you've also got the other called AOB. But I think that across the SC, depending on what you want to do, there are a lot of different opportunities there as well. Market surveillance, lawyers yang suka nak buat enforcement pun ada. Okay? All right? Okay, otherwise, thank you very much. Have a great day. Enjoy yourself. All the best.
All right, thank you to Datin Azalina for her very insightful sharing. Can we please take a picture together? You can be seated, yeah? We will be taking the picture from the stage, yeah? Okay, so for the students and the participants, please feel free to come nearer if you can, if you want to. And then the camera is on stage. All right, thank you all for joining us, and of course for everyone that's seated down, don't worry. Next up, we have what we call the investment game, where you can join a Mentimeter quiz. And of course, for that to happen, I would like to invite our very special friend, Sarah, on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give her a round of applause? There's a chance you can stand to win up to 200 ringgit worth of Aeon vouchers, okay? So, macam mana nak join? You can bring out your smartphone. You can scan the QR code, mentimeter.com, and enter the code. And then you will be able to answer the questions, right? So, Sarah, please.
Okay, thank you, YA. Okay, hello, hi everyone. Okay, so for you to participate in this very easy investment game, all you have to do is scan the QR code. I can see 19 people joining us already. So what you have to do is just answer 5 easy questions and make sure you answer fast. And you will, nanti dia akan ada leaderboard, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 until 10. We are looking for 10 winners and you will stand a chance to go home with Aeon vouchers up to 200 ringgit. Okay, can I see more people registering, please? I'm looking for about 80. We have 57 now. Just take out your phone, scan the QR code, answer 5 easy questions, and you will walk away with Aeon vouchers. Okay, saya akan tutup dalam masa lagi 5 minit. We are looking about, 100 now. Okay, 86. I'm looking for 100. Anybody else joining? Aeon vouchers for you to go and shop dekat Aeon. Okay, 95. Ada lagi 5 orang nak join Aeon vouchers up to RM200. Tempat pertama dapat 200, tempat kedua dapat 150, tempat ketiga dapat 100, tempat keempat dapat 50 dan tempat keenam sehingga tak boleh masuk. Ada lagi siapa-siapa yang ada masalah teknikal? Semua tak boleh masuk. Yang depan ni boleh masuk tak? Boleh? Yang belakang je tak boleh Okay, boleh try scan lagi sekali QR code? Okay, saya bagi lagi 2 minit. Siapa yang tak boleh masuk, log out, scan semula. Okay, siapa lagi ada masalah teknikal? Semua dah bersedia? 5 soalan senang. Jawab dengan pantas, yang terpantas dengan jawapan yang betul akan dapat nombor 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Dan 10 orang ni will go home with Aeon vouchers. Okay, kita cukupkan 130. Boleh tak? I'm looking for 5 more. 5 more. Just scan the QR code. Yang dekat belakang tu kalau nak join our investment game pun boleh. Come. Keluarkan phone, scan the QR code and you will walk away with Aeon vouchers. 5 soalan senang, saya akan tolong bagi jawapan. Okay, one more sebelum kita tutup. Seorang lagi. Okay, kita tutup and kita mulakan. Okay, soalan pertama. Okay, ini tadi hadiah yang saya dah cakap lah. 200, yang ke bawah RM20. Okay, soalan yang pertama. Where can I check if my unit trust consultant is authorized? Jawapan dia ada dekat belakang tu. Sebelah sana. FIM, CCM, SIDREC, PPA. Pandang belakang. Kalau daripada sini, pandang belah sini. Macam ni. Daripada belah sana, pandang belakang sikit lah. Okay. Yang 17, 9 orang ni tak pandang agaknya. Saya kata kat situ, jawapan dia FIM. So anything related to unit trust consultant or unit trust investment, boleh merujuk kepada FIM. Sekejap lagi boleh pergi dekat booth FIM. Ini yang orang-orang yang bakal memenangi lah Aeon vouchers. Love side. Mana love side? Saya nak tengok sikit love side. Okay. Okay, and that cake, Clippy. Okay, soalan kedua. Market operators for the following products fall under SC's purview kecuali digital asset, Bitcoin, ECF, P2P, Forex. Yang mana satu tidak? Okay, Forex adalah jawapannya. Forex bukan di bawah bidang kuasa SC. Jadi sekiranya anda ada sebarang aduan mengenai digital asset, Bitcoin, ECF, P2P, boleh datang kepada kami. Okay, jom kita tengok leaderboard. Adakah love side masih mendahului? Oh ya, Ted. Okay, Clippy. Magical Rhino. Mana angkat tangan sikit Magical Rhino? Okay. Hi. Okay, next question. Soalan ketiga. I can start contributing into a PRS from as low as 100. Ya atau tidak? Saya dah bagi clue dah. Siapa yang bagi jawapan salah lagi ni tak tahulah. Okay, 3 seconds. Okay, semua dah jawab. Yang 11 orang lagi ni sekejap lagi jumpa saya dekat belakang ni. Okay? Okay, you boleh melabur dalam private retirement scheme from as low as RM100. Okay, jom kita tengok leaderboard. Okay, masih lagi nama-nama yang sama Okay, next, the fourth question. Which of the following are characteristic of current illegal investment scheme? Okay, jawapan dia boleh tengok dekat booth yang sana tu. Ada clue-clue dia. Nah, yang mana? Yang mana agaknya? All of the above. Okay, yang lagi 42 orang, yang lagi 10 orang, yang lagi 4 orang. Kejap lagi kita punya pegawai SC akan ada session one-to-one lah dengan anda. Jadi sekiranya anda berjumpa dengan investment scheme yang menawarkan pelaburan, dia cakap, oh high return within a short period of time. Lepas tu dia claim to be licensed by regulators of other jurisdiction ataupun dia menggunakan sertifikat tipu daripada regulator lain, kebiasaannya itu adalah red flag of investment scam. Ya. Okey, kita tengok siapa yang dalam atas leaderboard. Oh, Magical Rhino. Oh, dah ada orang-orang baru lah ya. Okay, last question before you can walk away with our Aeon vouchers. All investment opportunities offered on WhatsApp and social media platform can be trusted. Boleh ke? Boleh ke tak boleh? Saya tengok ada yang angguk tu. Tak boleh, tak boleh. Betul ke? Okey. Okay, yang 7 orang ni kejap lagi personally please come and see our officers dekat our booth ya. Kita akan go through sikitlah beberapa red flag investment, what you should do and what you should not do before you invest. Okay, ni pemenang-pemenangnya, 10 pemenang yang dicari-cari. Okay, saya jemput Magical Rhino. Sila snapshot you punya ni you punya position tu sebelum you naik. Kita perlukan bukti lah mengatakan you Magical Rhino. Okay, Magical Rhino. Next, Daisy, RM200 Aeon vouchers. Congratulations, sir. Okay, next one, Daisy. Okay, the third one, Ted. Mana Ted? Ted. Oh, hi. Okay. RM100 Aeon vouchers untuk Ted. Okay, the next one, Lola. Lola. Okay, Lola akan membawa pulang RM50 Aeon vouchers. Okay, yang seterusnya ke bawah, Twitu akan membawa pulang RM20 dan seterusnya lah. Twitu, tahniah Twitu. Katie, mana Katie? Katie? Katie 1, Katie 2. Kalau tak saya terpaksa bawa pulang lah Aeon vouchers anda ya. Katie. Okay, vote good. Katie tak ada ya? Vote good? Vote good pun tak ada? Oh ada, okay. Vote good, okay. Okay, The Hustler. The Hustler. Okay, Sebastian dan KK. Tadi Katie kalau tak sempat naik kejap lagi boleh cari saya atau boleh cari kawan saya di depan ni ya untuk claim your voucher. Okay, congratulations to all the winner. The rest of you can join us later at what is our next session? At 4 to win more Aeon vouchers and to join the investment game. Okay, selepas ni kita ada session. Kejap. Sebelum anda bergerak, kejap. Kita ada satu sesi menarik. untuk daripada kawan saya yang akan bagi tahu you. Yang tadi ada 7 orang, 14 orang yang jawapan salah tu kan. Saya galakkan anda untuk menyertai kita punya sesi selepas ini yang akan menceritakan tentang scam. Dan ada sesi quiz juga. Boleh menang Aeon vouchers lagi. Okey, saya jemput Wayib, kawan saya. Thank you.
Alright, thank you Sarah for conducting the Mentimeter quiz and of course giving out a lot of prizes. Alright, so ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite Mr. Hafiz on stage. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give you a round of applause? Mr. Hafiz will be talking about silap labur, duit lebur. Pelabur yang dilindungi adalah pelabur yang bermaklumat. Knowledge is power. Ladies and gentlemen, please.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh dan selamat tengah hari. Okey, terima kasih. Jangan gerak dulu, jangan risau, kita ada lagi voucher. Kalau yang tadi kalah tadi boleh menang lagi selepas ni. Tapi kena dengar dululah. Sebab kuis yang kita bagi ni, nak bagi yang voucher ni jawapan dia ada dalam saya punya presentation. Jadi kalau tak fokus, tak dapatlah. Memang kalau dengar, baru boleh dapat jawab. Okey. Pertamanya saya punya slot ni berkenaan dengan pelaburan yang tidak wujud dan juga pelaburan yang tidak berdaftar dan berlesen. Okey, kalau kita tengok dekat sini, kita boleh tengok macam akhbar, kereta akhbar macam ni kan. Biasa kita tengok dalam Facebook, dalam Twitter dan sebagainya, termasuklah surat akhbar dan sebagainya. Jadinya scam ni ataupun pelaburan tidak wujud, pelaburan yang tidak berdaftar ni, sama ada kalau bukan kita pernah terkena, kawan-kawan kita, ahli keluarga kita tu mesti pernah terjumpa. Dan sekarang ni saya yakin banyak yang pernah tengok. Siapa ada Telegram kat sini? Pernah tak masuk tiba-tiba grup, kata masuk 100, dapat 1000 dan sebagainya? Ada tak yang dah masuk? Betul Ini yang tidak pernah kena tipu lah Okey, tak apa. Okey, jadinya kita ni sebelum nak melabur apa pun kita kena ada maklumat yang cukup. Kita tak boleh melabur dulu baru nak cari maklumat. Jadi kita kena bermaklumat dulu sebelum melabur supaya kita nak pastikan duit kita yang kita cari dengan penat lelah tu tidak melebur macam tu je. Okey, dan macam inilah kita tengok akhbar banyak orang duit pencen habis macam tu je kena scam dan sebagainya kan. Jadi benda ni memang banyak. Kalau kita tak terkena, kawan-kawan kita kena, dan kalau boleh apa yang kita dapat maklumat hari ini kita boleh sampaikan dekat kawan kita, dekat ahli keluarga kita yang terdekat supaya tidak terkena. Okey. Jadi kita selamatkanlah duit kita dan duit kawan-kawan kita dan adik-beradik kita, keluarga kita. Okey, dan juga macam inilah maklumat berita-berita macam ni, laman web disekat, ada yang kena tipu, pesara kerajaan, duit habis dan sebagainya. Ini memang biasa kita tengok kan. Jadi kita nak elakkan benda-benda macam ni supaya duit kita selamat. Baiklah, jadinya macam saya sebut tadi, kalau kita tersilap labur, duit kita lebur, dan untuk memastikan duit kita tidak lebur, kita kena ada maklumat yang cukup. Okay. Apa pun sebelum tu, mungkin kadang-kadang yang kat sini, terutama mahasiswa ataupun orang awam yang datang pada hari ini, saya kena terangkan sikit lah. Kita pameran hari ini bernama Investsmart Fest, tetapi diwawakan khas oleh Suruhanjaya Security, dan kita ini adalah kita melapor terus kepada Kementerian Kewangan dan merupakan badan berkanun. Okay? Dan apa yang kita kawal selia, macam tadi siapa dah jawab Mentimeter dan sebagainya, inilah produk-produk yang kita kawal selia. Sebab kadang-kadang banyak orang keliru. Apa yang melibatkan duit je, pelaburan semua dia pergi Bank Negara Malaysia. Sebenarnya ada perbezaan. Kalau produk-produk macam ni, kripto, saham, unit trust ataupun yang kita tengok produk-produk yang ada dalam yang buat booth hari ini adalah di bawah Kawaselaya Suruhanjaya Security. Kalau mungkin yang muda-muda ni dah pernah tengok kripto dan sebagainya, lebih aware, ini adalah di bawah Kawaselaya Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia. Okey, sebelum tu saya nak pergi lebih jauh. Boleh tak semua ada phone kan? Scan je dekat sini, follow semua kita punya YouTube, subscribe kan, Facebook follow, Instagram, kita punya TikTok follow. Nanti boleh dapat maklumat lanjut berkenaan pasaran modal. Boleh tahulah perkembangan-perkembangan terkini dan dapat belajar daripada situ. Menjadi pelabur yang bermaklumat. Okey. Dapat ke tadi? Sempat scan ke? Sempat follow Okey, sebelum tu lah dah follow tu, saya sajalah nak bagi tahu. Kalau nampak kat TikTok ni saya tau. Mungkin kat sini lebih kurus, kat sini lebih berisi sikit. Tak sure lah Okey. Ini contoh saya nak bagi tahu tentang tadi saya sebut tentang kripto. So kat sini kita dalam melabur ni, kita kena tengok sama ada dia berdaftar ataupun tidak, berlesen ataupun tidak dengan Suruhanjaya Security. Supaya kalau dia berdaftar dengan kita, kita boleh melindungi pelabur. Tapi kalau dia tidak berdaftar, andai kata apa-apa berlaku, kita susah nak tolong. Okey, ini saya bagi contoh je lah. Kita dalam Suruhanjaya Security, kita ada satu list. Kita panggil Senarai Peringatan Pelabur. Ingat nama ni sebab kemungkinan ada dalam kuis nanti. Saya dah bagi tahu siap-siap. Baik, kita dah letak dalam list tu entiti ataupun syarikat yang tidak berdaftar dan berlesen dengan Suruhanjaya Security. Ini contoh-contoh lah. Ada Binance, Yomai dan sebagainya. Yang ni dia tidak berdaftar. Kita dah tulis kat situ contohnya. Operating a digital asset exchange without registration. Maksudnya dia tidak berdaftar. Jadi andai kata nak melabur juga, apa-apa berlaku, report dekat Suruhanjaya Security, kita tetap ambil laporan anda. Tetapi untuk kita siasat dan sebagainya tu mungkin ambil masa dan susah sedikit lah. Tapi sekiranya contohlah ada isu dengan yang berdaftar, senang sebab di bawah kawal sila kita. Okay. Contoh kalau nak tengok sebenarnya dekat laman web Suruhanjaya Security tu dah banyak maklumat-maklumat ada siapa yang berdaftar, siapa yang tidak berdaftar. Okey, tapi apa yang saya nak tekankan kat sini, sebab sekarang ni banyak yang nak invest kripto misalnya kan. Kat sini sebenarnya dekat Malaysia hanya ada 5 yang boleh menawarkan platform melabur cryptocurrency macam Luno, Hatta, MX Global, Synergy, Tokenize, dan kebanyakan yang berdaftar ni ada dalam kita punya booth ni. Boleh lawat mereka punya booth. Okey. Dan juga dekat laman web Suruhanjaya Security, kalau pergi ni sc.com.my public register, contohlah dia kata saya menawarkan pelaburan ataupun syarikat tu kata kita ada menawarkan pelaburan, tak kisahlah saham ke unit futures dan sebagainya, kita just boleh type nama individu tu kalau dia betul-betul berdaftar ataupun berlesen. Kita type dia akan keluar. Ada nombor lesen dia berdaftar bila, dia punya lesen tamat bila. Ataupun nama company. Contohlah, apa yang paling terdekat. Okey, contoh RHB. Boleh je type dekat sini RHB. Betul tak dia berlesen dengan Suruhanjaya Security? Tapi contohnya kita letak nama lain, tengok dekat situ dia tulis tak ada. No result. Maksudnya dia tidak berdaftar dan berlesen dengan Suruhanjaya Security. Jadinya apa pun semak dulu sebelum kita melabur. Okey, ni yang saya sebut tadi lah. Sentiasa rujuk senarai amaran pelabur SC untuk maklumat mengenai entiti, individu dan skim pelaburan yang tidak sah. Jadi kalau nak tengok dekat ni, banyak benda ni. Setiap hari kita update tau. Maksudnya punyalah banyak scam, pelaburan yang tidak berdaftar yang wujud. Maknanya sebelum nak melabur, selain semak yang sebelum tadi tu, public register tu, pergi dekat laman web ni cari. Ada tak? Tersenarai tak? Pelaburan ataupun individu yang tidak sah ni. Okey, selepas tu, tadi kita dah cerita tentang dia berdaftar ataupun tidak berdaftar. Jadi sekarang saya nak cerita tentang scam. Okey, dan ada banyak jenis scam. Banyak ada kot. Saya rasa scam ni terlampau banyak sekarang. Ada yang selain daripada yang saya sebut ni, scam parcel lah kan. Kalau kata ada barang JNT dan sebagainya lah kan. Yang tu biasa kita dengar. Dan antara yang famous pernah tengok tak yang peluang pekerjaan online yang ditawarkan melalui platform media sosial? Contohnya dia kata, kalau like page ni dia bayar RM5. Siapa pernah dapat? Siapa pernah dapat duit tu kan? Untunglah free money kan? Okay. Lepas tu dia kata, buat kali kedua, like lagi ataupun subscribe, kita pun dapat lagi RM5. Lepas tu, selepas beberapa ketika, beberapa job dia dah bagi, dia kata, okay, nak teruskan job ni, dia kata kena buat prepaid. Maksudnya, bayar dulu 100 contoh, kalau dah siap job, dia bagi 150. Tadi mula-mula kita dapat free je RM5, RM10 kan. Tapi dia kata bayar dulu. Job dah siap, dia bagi lebih lah. Kita pun masih untung. Bayar 100, job siap dapat 150. So kita untung RM50 lah. Tetapi makin lama, bila kita makin bayar, job dia kata makin susah dan sebagainya. Dia kata tak boleh nak refund lah, tak boleh nak dia kata job kita buat tak sempurna lah. Tapi kita dah bayar dah. Job tak diselesaikan, keuntungan pun tak dapat. Ini antara yang biasa kita tengok lah. Dan yang seterusnya love scam. So love scam ni mungkin dia kata jumpa biasa dekat media sosial lah. Dia kata jomlah kita kahwin dan sebagainya kan. Lepas tu lalas dia kata, tapi saya ni duduk luar negara, saya nak balik menetap di Malaysia dengan awak contoh kan, nak kahwin kan. Mungkin kat sini mungkin yang student ni banyak belum kahwin kan. Jangan terjebak dengan macam ni. Mungkin dia akan kata, bagi saya RM5,000, saya akan tolong invest kan. Nanti dapat keuntungan saya akan datang ke Malaysia dan kita hidup mewah. Betul? Jadi kalau yang macam ni jumpa, hati-hatilah. Dan saya sebagai pesanan kalau boleh nak kahwin tu, nak cari pasangan, jumpa. Jangan semata-mata dekat media sosial. Kita tak tahu, mungkin dekat Facebook ke tu, muka cantik tapi bila dah jumpa lain. Muka jumpa handsome dekat Facebook tapi sebenarnya tak wujud entah siapa-siapa. Dan seterusnya ini yang paling common. Okay? Kalau tengok dekat keliling ni, Rais, Funding Society, Investment, RHB, semua kebanyakan ni kebiasaannya dah pernah diklonkan. Maksudnya dia guna logo, dia guna nama tapi nampak macam dia tapi bukan dia. Jadinya dia orang ni banyak klon lah. Dia tiru entiti yang sah, yang berdaftar dan berlesen dengan Suruhanjaya Security, dia buat scam. Jadi sebenarnya kita boleh semak. Tapi apa yang biasa dia buat, dia guna logo, lepas tu dia tawarkan pulangan yang tinggi dan tidak munasabah dalam jangka masa yang singkat. Lepas tu biasanya dia melalui platform WhatsApp dengan media sosial lah. Biasa WhatsApp dengan Telegram lah. Okay. Lepas tu, ini paling red flag lah. Apa-apa pelaburan pun, jangan sesekali masukkan duit ke dalam akaun individu. Contoh, dia kata daripada Rais Malaysia, contoh, Rais Malaysia. Tapi, bila time nak masukkan duit, dia kata masuk 1,000, dapat 50,000 dalam tempoh 3 hingga 6 jam. Kita tanya, macam mana nak masukkan duit? Saya nak melabur. Masukkan duit ke dalam akaun Hafiz Hafifi, contoh kan. Dia kata, kita tengok, pelaburan Rais Malaysia, tapi kenapa masuk akaun Hafiz Hafifi? Mesti maksudnya, dia kata ini akaun trader, akaun ejen sebagainya. Sebenarnya, benda tu tidak boleh berlaku. Kalau nak masukkan duit untuk pelaburan, mesti akaun yang sama dengan nama yang berdaftar. Contoh kalau Rais Malaysia, maksudnya akaun pun Rais Malaysia juga. Dia takkan dalam akaun individu. Lepas tu dia akan guna sijil pelaburan patuh syariah lah, berlesen dengan AC lah. Dia akan bagi macam-macam. Jadi kalau anda kata nampak macam betul ni, tak pasti, pergi balik website yang saya sebut tadi, tengok public register, tengok senarai peringatan pelabur. Kat situ dah boleh semak sama ada dia betul-betul scam, tak wujud ataupun berdaftar. Okey, ni macam saya sebut lah, banyak yang melalui Telegram, melalui WhatsApp. Okay? Dia punya modus operandi dia. Okey, ni biasalah, saya rasa semua orang pernah ni, termasuk dalam grup Telegram kan, nampak macam ni, 500 dapat 10,000. Kalau betul lah ada macam ni, saya rasa semua orang dah melancong dah. Tak ada datang hari ni kat sini kan, betul tak? Tak ada yang macam, aku nak voucher yang RM30 ni. Betul tak? Kita semua dah banyak duit. Okey, ni biasalah kan, nampak dekat Telegram, nama kan, nama Pelaburan Mara, ASNB, BSN. Kalau betul lah kan, contoh lah anda kata terlupa lama YSC, terlupa nak cek kat mana, terlupa senarai peringatan pelabur, so kurang-kurangnya call balik bank tu, atau contohnya dia kata HSBC. Call HSBC, betul ke ada pelaburan macam ni? Semak dahulu. Alamak, benda ni scam saya, tak boleh tekan. Okey, tapi saya nak bagi tahu ada 7 langkah. Kalau ingat 7 langkah ni, sekurang-kurangnya mengelakkan diri kita daripada ditipu. Okey, yang pertama, tengok dekat media sosial ni kita kena waspada sikitlah, berhati-hati. Yang berlesen pun kat sini semua ada, Facebook dan media sosial lah, dia orang ada yang official. Tetapi kita kena tengok takut-takut ada yang clone. Okey, yang kedua macam saya sebut tadi, jangan sesekali deposit wang anda ke dalam akaun individu. Sebab kita di Suruhanjaya Security ni banyak kali terima aduan. Bila kita tanya, macam mana boleh melabur? Masuk duit dekat mana? Tengok nama Ahmad bin Abu, nama Wong Ahjang dan sebagainya. Tapi nama pelaburan encik apa ni? Pelaburan HSBC, pelaburan di Bursa Malaysia, pelaburan di RHB. Tapi masukkan akaun ke dalam akaun individu. Ini red flag lah. Jangan sesekali buat. Okay, yang seterusnya, macam saya sebut tadi, buat pembayaran tu ke akaun bank entiti yang berdaftar. Mungkin ada kata, tengok nama dia syarikat ABC Sdn Bhd. Akaun pun sama, ABC Sdn Bhd. Kita kata, nama sama dah ni. Tetapi, kalau dia tidak berlesen dan berdaftar dengan Suruhanjaya Security, jangan sesekali masukkan duit. Kalau dia semata-mata ada SSM, tak semestinya berdaftar dengan Suruhanjaya Security. Yang tu kena semak juga. Dan yang seterusnya, yang saya sebut, ingat nama ni, Senarai Peringatan Pelabur AC. Tengok, cek website ni, ataupun nak scan pun tak apa. Kalau tak dapat, tak sempat scan dekat sini, pergi belakang, kita boleh tunjuk kat mana Senarai Peringatan Pelabur AC. Ini memang entry ni dekat 2,000-3,000 lebih dah, banyak. Boleh semak setiap satu. Sebab kadang-kadang tu kita dengar orang awam bagi tahu, saya dah terlabur dah dalam ni. Rupanya benda tu kita dah letak dalam kita punya senarai peringatan pelabur dah lama. Dah setahun, 2 tahun dah ada kat situ. Cuma tidak disemak. Okey, pastikan anda hanya berurusan dengan individu atau entiti yang dilesenkan atau berdaftar dengan SC. Macam saya sebut tadi, tengok dekat kita punya public register dan juga senarai pengendali. Tengok dekat sini macam tadi nak melabur dalam kripto lah, nak masuk ECF lah dan sebagainya, semak dekat. Semua ni ada nama-nama yang berdaftar dan boleh ni ada di laman web kita. Dan yang keenam, siapa pernah guna ni? Smart Mule. Ada yang pernah guna? Okey, Smart Mule ni kalau kita type dekat Google, dia akan keluar satu portal lah. So ini disediakan oleh PDRM. Kita boleh tengok berapa banyak orang pernah cari nombor telefon ataupun nombor akaun tu dan juga berapa kali dia telah direport polis. Jadi sekarang ada kan phone kan? Scan ni tengok, cuba cek nombor telefon kawan-kawan. Entah-entah scammer ni. Kan? Dan juga nombor akaun dia orang. Ada berapa kali carian dan berapa kali telah direport polis. Kadang-kadang tu kita tengok, macam legit. Kita cek nombor telefon dia dah 14 kali dicari di Smart Mule. Telah pun 3 kali direport polis. Maksudnya tu red flag lah. Boleh scan. Okey. Dan macam inilah laman web Smart Mule tu. Kita masukkan nombor akaun ataupun masukkan nombor telefon, dia akan bagi tahu berapa dah carian telah dibuat dan juga berapa banyak report polis ke atas nombor akaun dan nombor telefon tersebut. Jadi apa pun, saya rasa benda ni kan tak semestinya untuk pelaburan lah. Kalau ada beli barang COD online ke dan sebagainya, boleh guna. Benda ni sangat-sangat berguna. Semak dulu individu yang kita nak berurusan tu, scammer ataupun tidak. Okey. Dan yang terakhir, apa pun lah kan, contoh semua sekali ni, 5 ni tak ingat, call kita ataupun email dekat Suruhanjaya Security. Jangan risau, kita akan sentiasa membantu, cuba membantu sebaik mungkin supaya anda tidak ditipu. Okey. Dan macam tadi ada 7 langkah. Yang ni saya rasa ini eloklah tuan-tuan puan-puan boleh bagi tahu dekat adik kakak, kawan-kawan. Ini sifat asas lah. Kalau tak nak pastikan macam dia tu scam ataupun tidak kan. Sekurang-kurangnya kalau kita amalkan ni, kita boleh elak daripada kita ditipu. Pertama, kalau dia kata pelaburan tu tidak akan rugi, mesti scam. Mana ada pelaburan yang tidak akan rugi? Mesti ada risiko. Indah khabar jadi rupa. Kalau dia kata masuk 3 jam, 6 jam boleh dapat 40,000, 50,000, itu tak masuk akal lah. Dan yang seterusnya, peluang hanya sekali. Ini saya cuma nak cerita. Peluang hanya sekali ni maksudnya dia kata, kalau tak invest sekarang, lepas ni tak dapat dah. Macam dulu kita pernah dapat, dia kata, pelaburan ni hanya wujud untuk dapat 3 hingga 6 jam, 10,000 ni, kalau melabur dalam tempoh antara maghrib isyak je. Kalau selepas maghrib isyak, habis waktu isyak tu dah tak dapat dah peluang ni. Kena invest sekarang. Maksudnya dah lepas masuk isyak tu, harga normal dia kata. Ataupun dia kata, pagi raya sahaja. Raya kedua dah tak dapat dah. So kalau dia kata sebab pelaburan yang sebenar, mesti dia akan bagi ruang untuk kita untuk fikir, untuk kita buat analisa kita punya risiko dan sebagainya. Dan yang terakhir, untung besar. Memang kalau boleh pelaburan ni kita nak untung besar. Tetapi kalau dia untung besar sampai tak masuk akal, masuk RM100 dalam tempoh 3 hingga 6 jam boleh dapat 40,000, 50,000 tu tak masuk akal. Jadi kita kena berpada-pada. Dan andai katalah yang tadi tu tip-tip semua tu kita tak amalkan, terkena scam juga. Nak buat apa? Yang pertama, jangan panik. Tenang dulu, relax. Jangan tiba-tiba buat perkara-perkara yang di luar jangkaan. Tenang, jangan panik. Yang seterusnya, jangan buat bayaran lain dah. Mana dia kata, kena tambah duit, nanti kita hadapkan ke mahkamah, report polis sebagainya. Jangan risau, benda itu takkan berlaku. Scammer ni dia akan ugut kita. Dan seterusnya, simpan semua rekod transaction seperti itu, screenshot dan simpan. Dan yang terakhir, buat laporan polis dan kemukakan aduan kepada pihak berkuasa yang berkaitan. Okey, tadi kod lah. Siapa yang tak sempat follow tu, boleh follow sekarang. Kalau follow biasanya senang nak menang kuis kejap lagi. Sebab jawapan ada dekat sana dan juga dalam slide ni tadi. Okey? Okey, soalan yang pertama. Dah ready Dah baca Apakah contoh produk pasaran modal yang dikawal selia oleh AC? A, B, C, D. Ingat kan? Okey, bang baju hijau. Apa jawapan dia? Boleh ke sini bang? Sebab kalau betul, kita terus bagi hadiah. Abang ni dah datang hari kedua kan? Kena betul ni.
Jawapannya B, unit amanah dan saham syarikat tersenarai.
Okey, kita tengok. Ada yang tak setuju ke jawapan dia? Sesalah ke betul? Okey, kita tengok. Ya, betul. Okey bang, boleh ambil hadiah di sini. Okey, kita ada 2 lagi soalan. Yang ni nilai dia dirahsiakan sebab kita ada 3 je. Maksudnya nilai dia besar. Tadi ada 10 kan? Makin kecil, makin kecil, makin kecil. Ini semua besar. Okey. Apakah langkah yang betul untuk melabur? A, semak dulu sebelum melabur. B, labur dulu, semak kemudian. Labur dulu sikit, kalau untung baru tambah. Semua yang di atas. Okey, turun dulu nanti. Saya kira 1, 2, 3. Okey, yang depan ni. Saya pandang semua. Saya nampak sisi ni.
Jawapan saya A. Semak dulu sebelum melabur.
Bukan C. Betul Sebab kalau salah ni malu kena turun balik. Confident Okay. Betul. Semak sebelum labur. Labur dulu semak. Okey. Betul. Semak dulu sebelum melabur. Apa pun semak dulu. Jangan risau. Okey, yang terakhir. Voucher yang terakhir. Ingat sebab kita slot saya ni ada 3 je. Maksudnya nilai besar. Apakah formula tipu? Sabar. Baca dulu, kesian orang lain tak baca lagi. Sekejap Sabar sir. Relax. Relax dulu. Dah 1, 2, 3. Yang belakang tu. Ya.
Jawapan dia A.
Boleh baca A?
Tidak akan rugi, indah khabar dari rupa, peluang hanya sekali, untung besar.
Ni teka ke? Memang ingat lah. Oh, okey. Nice. Kita tengok betul ke tak? Ya, betul. Okey, tanya. Terima kasih. Boleh terus ambil hadiah dekat sini. Okey, jangan risau. Lepas ni ada slot lain. Kalau nak tahu dia banyak tak banyak hadiah tu, kalau hadiah dia sikit. Kalau ada banyak, nilai dia sikit. So, stay tune Okey. Itu saja daripada saya. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Alright, thank you to Mr. Hafiz for the sharing session on to the, of course, the ways and tactics to take note of scams, especially investment scams. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, right next we have another sharing session. So for those who are seated here, make sure to come closer, because after this, we will also have pop quiz to give out some Aeon vouchers as well, all right? So for that to happen, the next topic we're going to have on stage is a very hot topic recently. It's talking about ESG, and of course, titled Sustainable and Responsible Investing. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please give a warm applause to Crystal Wong. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Hello, everyone. My name is Crystal. I'm from the Sustainability Department of the Securities Commission. So I'm really excited to share some insights about sustainable and responsible investing. So can I have a show of hands here? Has anyone heard about sustainable investing here before? That's the reason why you guys are here, right? Okay. So make sure that you pay attention, stay tuned. Towards the end, because we have a couple of questions, really easy questions, and you guys get Aeon vouchers as well. All right, it's basically a given. And also, towards the end of this panel session, right after this, we're gonna have a lucky draw, right? So without further ado, let's just begin. What is sustainable investing? Right, so think of sustainable investing like choosing your friends. Okay, you want to be hanging out with friends who share your values, who don't want to be doing bad things, right? To get yourself into trouble. You basically just want to find a group of good friends with you. So sustainable investing is something like this, but you add that layer of financial factors, right? So sustainable investing means that you take into consideration of ESG factors alongside financial factors when you're assessing your investments. All right? Now, I have briefly touched upon ESG just now. May that guy over there, do you know what is ESG? No? You know, what is ESG? Yes, that's right. Okay, so ESG means environmental, social, and governance. There are 3 pillars under ESG, and I'm sure that you guys have heard about this word ESG in the radio stations, in newspapers. It seems like everyone is talking about it these days, right? It is like the buzzword, it is the talk of the town. But it seems like nobody really knows what ESG is, right? Okay, so under environmental pillars, you're looking at climate change. This is something that is directly impacting us as well. The flood, the rise in temperature, the fact that your office is reducing, is capping that temperature to a certain degree because climate change is real. And then you also have a biodiversity, natural resources, where there's deforestation happening, species getting extinct, and also air and water pollution, I mean the haze, right? So under social pillar, there is health and safety, human rights, labor standards, privacy and data security, which means that you don't want to be actually selling your data to other people, all right? Or labor standards. You don't want to be supporting human trafficking or forced labor. And lastly, under governance, you have diversity and inclusion, meaning you want to ensure that there is adequate women representation at the board level. There's transparency, there's ownership, there's executive compensation. What does that mean? You don't want to be paying the board too much. You don't want the CEO to be overpaying. You want to have check and balance, right? So all of these considerations that I've just explained, this is called ESG factors. Now, why do we want to invest in sustainable funds? Given all of these issues that we are facing around the world, which is directly impacting yourself, you can't help but to take into consideration of ESG factors. It seems like if you actually throw a dart on this presentation deck right now, you might be indirectly or directly impacted by any of these issues, right? So the fact that sustainable funds, they take into consideration of ESG factors when they're doing the investment decision-making process. So let's look at a different angle. Let's look at risks, right? Starting from risks. So companies that embrace robust ESG practices, they are prepared to navigate to all these challenges and risks that I've just mentioned. Climate change, social unrest, poor governance. Those with strong environmental practices, they face fewer financial risks. And why is that so? All these risks are linked to climate change regulations, extreme weather events, supply chain disruptions. So socially responsible companies, they promote through mismanagement or regulatory penalties. So why do we invest in sustainable funds? With all these risks, it always comes with opportunities. Right? I've scared you guys enough with all of the risks, all the bad things that are happening around the world. But when there's bad things happening around the world, it means that there is solutions, there are opportunities to address these challenges. So sustainable funds have shown that there is strong potential, right, to have an investment performance over the long term. When COVID-19 happened, sustainable funds were overperforming the traditional funds because they took into account of ESG. They actually look at the longer horizon. This also can help ESG-oriented companies that can help the environment and mitigate climate change. And like I said just now, it reduces overall risk because they are considered to be better run from a governance perspective. They have better business ethics. They don't want to be investing in, hanky-panky company, bad things, right? They are selecting good friends for themselves. And they make make positive social impact. Beyond financial returns, they place high priority on social benefits. And lastly, companies with sustainability plans, they are better prepared to meet long-term goals. So what I've been sharing here is sustainable funds itself, right? They focus on value creation. They steer clear of risky practices and they come up with innovative solutions. So they look at new ways to generate renewable energy, reduce waste, tackle pollutions. So let's look at what's driving the growth of sustainable funds globally, right? Sustainable funds are gaining popularity thanks to global policies like this. So when you guys were taking the lift just now, anyone took the lift just now to come here? Yeah? You would have seen that the SDG goals are plastered in the lift itself. So what is SDGs? You always see all these colorful things and then you wonder, what are these actually? So SDG stands for Sustainable Development Goals. There are 17 of them. And it is by the United Nations. And what they intend to do is to provide this framework for United Nations member states to tackle challenges that I've just mentioned in a very comprehensive way. So another reason of driving sustainable funds is climate change and the push for net zero goals. So as a retail investor yourself, you might be wondering, what is net zero? Everyone's talking about net zero, but what does that actually mean? So net zero, very simply put, is finding a balance on greenhouse gas emissions, the GHG emissions that we are releasing into the atmosphere, and we're finding ways to balance that, to reduce it from the atmosphere. And also, why are more investors leaning more towards sustainable funds? So, because they want to future-proof their investments, they know that there is ESG risk that they want to manage, and they're becoming more aware of ESG factors. So this is actually some statistics, it is done by Standard Chartered, that shows that sustainable investing, it is at a tipping point, right? 82% they know about sustainable investing, and I hope that you guys are part of the 82% here. They are interested in sustainable investment options. They want to ask more questions about it. 61% are already investing in sustainable investments, and we really want to ramp up these numbers because this is the future, right? We really need to be heading towards the ESG considerations in our investment decision making. And 72%, they think that expert advice will help them make better investment decisions. So how big is the global sustainable fund industry? So just now that I have explained what are the factors driving towards this demand in global sustainable funds. So let's just look at this slide over here, right? This is quite an impressive number. We are seeing 6 folds of increase of number of sustainable funds since 2010 till now. And the size of AUM sustainable funds has reached $2.5 trillion as of now. So there is global demand driving sustainable funds, but let's just zoom in and bring it closer to home, Malaysia. Are there any sustainable funds in Malaysia? So the Securities Commission, which is where I work, all right, we are actively trying to work and create an environment where sustainable investments can grow, can thrive. So we have revised the guidelines on SRI funds this year. So what is the point of guidelines of SRI funds, right, on SRI funds? Basically, it's a guideline where we laid down all these requirements for fund managers to look at, and then we will assess the fund, and then we will say, okay, this is a qualified SRI fund. So what we did this year is that we revised and enhanced the disclosure and reporting requirements. So what it means for you as a retail investor, it means that there's clearer transparency. It's easier for you to assess and also for you to get all this information about SRI funds. Okay, so this is very just simply put. It's going to make sustainable investing easier for you as a retail investor. So some of these sustainability strategies that can be adopted in qualifying as an SRI fund is, for example, ESG integration. Right? What it means is that you integrate ESG considerations when you are making that investment decision-making process. Right? You look at all these 3 pillars, E, S, and G. Making sure that your money goes into companies that are socially responsible, environmentally friendly, and well-governed. For negative screening, this is like being picky right? That's just now the analogy that I started in the beginning. You're picky with your friends. So you look at the companies that do not align with your sustainability policies or strategies. You don't think that they deserve to be in your asset allocation itself because you think that they pose risk. They do not match the fund's sustainability policy. So you exclude them. With poor environmental track record, questionable labor practices, or weak corporate governance. That's negative screening. You exclude them out. So for positive screening, that's the opposite of negative screening, which means that you include, right, companies which are doing well in ESG practices, where it aligns with what the fund's sustainability policies and strategies. So there are a lot more other sustainability strategies here, such as ethical and faith-based investing, impact investment, thematic investment, which I wouldn't delve in too much into the details because it could be a bit technical, but feel free to just visit our booth right there to ask us any questions about sustainability or all of these SRI funds as well. So currently, there are 58 launched SRI funds in Malaysia. There are 31 unit trust funds, and there are 27 wholesale funds. So 31 unit trust funds means that it is available for you and Nala as retail investors to invest in. And these are the list of unit trust funds available in Malaysia. So what you can do is just hop onto the SC website. If you want to verify if those are actual qualified SRI funds by the Securities Commission, you can see this list over here, as well as the wholesale funds in Malaysia as well. So now comes to the important question, how can you invest in SRI funds, right? There are 3 ways that you can invest in. Firstly, unit trust consultants. So if you guys have, anyone of here has invested in unit trust funds before? Raise of hands. Yeah? So this is actually pretty easy for you because SRI funds is a type of unit trust fund. Right? So you can always go to a unit trust consultant, ask them more about SRI funds, how's the performance, what is it like, and alternatively, you can go to a licensed financial planner, which is right at that corner over there, right? You can head on to the financial planners, ask them about SRI funds as well. But if you are feeling a little bit shy, you don't want to talk to people, you can always do your own research online, which is all these online trading platforms such as FSM1 or eUnit Trust. Now, before investing, right, buyers beware. There's this thing called ESG washing, right, or greenwashing. So what it means is when some fund managers, they signal their commitments towards ESG criteria without making tangible actions. So very simply put, it means when you order something online and then it arrives at your doorstep completely different from what you expected. Because these people, they don't walk the talk. They don't put their words into action. So this is what ESG washing is, right? When they put unsubstantiated or misleading claims about their own ESG commitments. They say until they're so green, but actually, are they actually green? Right? So these are some of the ways to spot ESG washing, and this is a really pertinent issue, a real issue that we are facing right now, because everyone wants to jump on the bandwagon and say that they are green, but are they truly green or not? Right? So these are some of the ways that you can spot ESG washing. Right? Firstly, you can check that if their ESG ratings are from a trusted source. Okay, you can also look through the perspective, the product highlight sheet, read through them and look at the strategies. Look at what the SRI funds is trying to achieve. What are their strategies and policies to achieve that? All right, and also look at their ESG ratings as well. And know what is in your ESG fund. If you think that this is too overwhelming for you, you can always ask a unit trust consultant or a financial planner so that they can better explain to you what is the SRI fund strategies and policies, what is the sustainability strategies that I've just mentioned on how they intend to achieve their goals. Okay, look past buzzwords and trends. A lot of people are using ESG like nobody's business, but think properly, think through it, look at the prospectus and product highlight sheet before you actually invest. And lastly, be responsive to new discoveries and changes. Like I said just now, there are just so many issues that the world is grappling right now. You need to be flexible. You need to be always to be responsive to changes. And in terms of ESG, it is a very evolving industry. You need to make your own research. You need to also understand that with all of these issues that are happening, there would be risks, but also there would be opportunities. And this would be the end of my presentation slide. I am going to hand it over to Wayib. Yes, who will be asking us a couple of simple ESG questions related to my presentation to see who's the attentive one. Thank you very much.
All right. Can you give Crystal a round of applause for that amazing? Yes, awesome. You have supporters, yeah, Crystal? All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, now is the time for a pop quiz session based on Crystal's presentation about sustainable investing. Let's have the questions on the screen. Now, whoever raises up their hands first and you answer correctly, you will be getting a 50 ringgit Aeon vouchers, okay? All right, let's go with the questions. Okay, I think we're gonna need some time for that. So if that's the case, let me show the first question that we have is, of course, what does ESG stand for? I have, okay, there are actually options. Huh? Can we please put down our hands first? And let's see. Crystal, you want to help me pick the fastest hand? You see? Okay, so she's the one who's going to pick the winner. I think this one should be very easy, huh? All right, you can stand here. And 3, 2, 1. Do you have a winner, or do you want to go one more round? One more round, okay? Just put down the hands first. Okay, please only raise your hand when I say one. Huh? If you say it earlier, then doesn't count, okay? All right, 3, 2. Kena already. Okay, let's do it one more time. Okay, 3, 2, 1. All right. The guy in the sunglasses? All right. Hi, sir. What's your name? Shu. Okay, what is your answer? B. Environmental, social, and governance. Is he correct, Crystal? All right, awesome. Congratulations. Okay, let's have the next slide. Next question. Question number 2. What does SRI stand for? No, yes, madam? Hi, what is your answer?
It's B, sustainable and responsible investment.
It's B, sustainable and responsible investment. That is absolutely correct. Congratulations. You are listening very attentively. Huh? She was the fastest one. Okay, so next question. Once the question is on the screen, you can raise up your hand already. Okay, see who's the fastest one, right? Let's have the next question. Why should a person... Yes, I think you were the fastest.
To make a positive social impact.
So the answer is B. What about C?
More than and to help the environment.
Okay, all right. Congratulations. This is for you. Thank you. And of course, thank you. Can we give Crystal a round of applause for her sharing on sustainable investing? All right. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us here. This is all, of course, brought to you once again by the Investsmart Fest 2023. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have our next session, our first lucky draw session of the day, which will be happening very, very soon. We'll be giving out amazing prizes. But before that could happen, let us set up for you. Let us get the prizes on the stage for you, and let us get the VIP to draw the lucky draw for you. And of course, for those who have not joined in yet, feel free to join in now. All you have to do is just go to the Securities Commission's booth, scan the QR code, complete the rounds, complete the required steps, and you will be in the running for the lucky draw. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned, and we will be back soon. Right, ladies and gentlemen, very good afternoon to all of you. While we're still waiting for the lucky draw, I would like to take this opportunity to remind with our first round of lucky draw. For that to happen, I would like to invite Mr. Jawahar, General Manager of SC. Please, this way, sir. This year will be a bit more special. Instead of drawing from a lucky draw box, we will be drawing electronically. They call it digitally. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at the prizes we have. The first prize is, I assume, is the Panasonic multi-grill BBQ. So this one you can bring home. If you want to cook yourself, you can do it. Korean barbecue is the thing right now. Okay, so are you guys ready? Are you guys ready? Oh, yesterday HSBC booth a lot of energy, but today lacking a bit, huh? Sorry, RHB. Where is the hen? Hen is not here. Went for lunch already. Okay, so we have a total of 5 prizes to give away. And of course, once your name shows on the screen, I would like to kindly request you to show that your name is the one that's on the screen. It's on your profile. So once you register already, it's on your profile. Okay, Mr. Jawahar, are you ready? Let's go. Let's do the first winner of the day. The first winner goes to Khairul Amizan. Okay, I hear some applause, but I don't see the winner. Encik Khairul, are you here? All right, ladies and gentlemen, can we give you a round of applause? From our exhibitor booth, is it? Yes, from which? From Bursa. Oh, okay. Congratulations, sir. Can I verify your name? That is absolutely correct. Congratulations. All right, come to the middle a little bit so we can take a picture. Okay, look at our photographers. A lot of cameras here. Thank you. Congratulations, Encik Khairul. Congratulations. And next up, we have the Kind Air Fryer. All right, so once I announce the prize, our boys, our models will come out and show you what the prizes are. So this is the Kind Air Fryer. Mr. Jawahar, the next winner goes to Ishma Musfira. Ishma, are you here? Oh, hi, congratulations. The winner of the Kind Air Fryer. Wow, you have a lot of eco bags already, huh? But this one, okay, let me just verify. That is absolutely correct. Congratulations. It's quite heavy, huh? Okay. Careful, careful. All right, congratulations. And next we have the Samsung sound bar. This one I can hear some voices, huh? Samsung sound bar. Okay. And the winner is Afzar Nor Bahia. Oh, a lot of applause there, huh? Hi, do you have a winner? Yes, all right, congratulations. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give you a round of applause? This one quite heavy, huh? Can we get some help for her to bring this? Yes, that's correct. Boleh tak minta tolong kelik dia? Ada kelik ah? Okay, ambil gambar dulu ah. Okay. Also from our exhibitor booth, huh? Can ah? All right, quite heavy, huh? Careful with the stamps. Okay, congratulations. And for the next prize is the Philips pressure cooker. All right, and the winner, Mr. Jawahar, yes? With your lucky fingers. The winner is Tan Chai Lee. Oh, it's all for RHB, huh? Cheer for your colleague. Yay! All right, congratulations. The winner of the air fryer, pressure cooker. Congratulations. Can I just verify? Okay, now find the email already. Never mind, I just look at your name tag. Do you have a name tag? Tan Chai Lee, that's correct. Congratulations. Yes, I also saw the join already. All right, let's take a picture. Smile. All right, congratulations. This time it's quite heavy, yeah. Be careful. All right, okay. 这样都猛男来帮一下。So many 大隻佬, but no come here to help. Okay, all right. Next, we have, ladies and gentlemen, the prize, the grand prize. It's a little bit small, but as you can see, it is the Apple 10.9-inch, what? iPad. That's correct. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Jawha, we're all ready. Let's pick the lucky winner. And the lucky winner is Kui Boon Xiang. Wait, who? I see some fingers. Mr. Hi, congratulations. Congratulations. Just want to verify. That is absolutely correct. Congratulations, the winner of the Apple iPad. Thank you, Mr. Jawaha, for drawing the lucky winners as well. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us. Now, for those who have missed the lucky draw, we have one more session, which is happening tonight, where we'll be giving away an Apple iPhone 14. Yeah? So make sure to join. Make sure to go and register yourself at the QR code at the SC booth. And of course, for those who are just joining us for day 2, make sure to make your way to the FinPlan for You booth as well, where we have a free one-on-one financial consultant just for you. Okay? So ladies and gentlemen, thank you, and I'll see you soon. visiting our booths, exhibitors, and of course playing lots of games, getting lots of prizes. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, for the sharing session, next up we have on stage is talking about the strategies to navigate the current market dynamics. And of course, for that to happen, I have with me is Paul Yongrajan, FSM1 Assistant Portfolio Manager, iFast Capital, Sandran Berhan. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Mr. Paul a round of applause to invite him on stage?
Hello. Hi guys. A very good afternoon, everyone. So thanks for coming. And I guess everybody is looking at the market and think about the market. Last year was a bad year, and this year actually has been selectively quite good if you know where to put your money. So I guess this session is more on investment strategies. I'm going to go through something that is very important and something also very basic that can help you to enhance your long-term returns. So there's only a very few big points. Of course, the one very big thing that I guess everyone or every investor should know is the big picture. Because if you get the big picture right, actually it helps you to elevate a lot of burden from looking at the market. Because there's just too many noise in the market, and you want to be clear about what is going on, right? So I do have a couple of slides here to go through with you some of the perspective that and big pictures that we are seeing in the market. So this chart shows you the global equity market performance, and it's a price performance chart of the global equity since the start of last year. So you can see a V shape here. So which means it has been a V-shaped recovery, even though it's taken a longer time, 2 years, almost 2 years. And last year, it was a down market. Clearly, why is it a down market? Because I think everybody knows inflation has been going higher, and central bank over the world has been increasing interest rate. And what that means is that definitely it impacts the economy, and of course, it reflects in the stock market as well. And last year was a bad year, but this year is totally a different year. So I always tell investors that it's very important that we live in current moment in 2023, not living in 2022, because last year and this year is totally different market. As you can see, this year it has been an uptrend market, and the uptrend actually started since October of last year. So I think one very big point that I want to show here is that even on an uptrend, you can actually see a couple of pullbacks on the uptrend. It doesn't mean that uptrend, it goes straight up, right? So you can see that the first pullback actually happened December of last year. And the second pullback was actually a much larger one, which was in March. So the second pullback was about 7 to 8% down. And the more recent pullback was a much greater impact, which was recently, September and October. So as you can see, after every significant pullback, the market actually went up higher. And the uptrend is pretty much very intact since October low. And throughout this period, so I was just talking about the line, right? But fundamentally, what is going on is that also this uptrend actually comes with a lot of negative development as well. So if you remember, in October last year, there was actually a UK bond market meltdown, and it actually resulted in the resignation of UK Prime Minister, the previous one. And fast forward to March early this year, there was actually US banking crisis, resulted in 3 mid-sized US banks that went bankrupt. And in Europe, we also had Credit Suisse that gone out of business, right? Got bought over by UBS. And on top of all this, there's actually a war that's going on, which is Ukraine and Russia war. It has been ongoing for the past almost 2 years. So despite all these negative developments, all this news, we still see an uptrend. So why is that? Right? So it's very important that investors get this right in terms of big picture. And why is that? Is because inflation has been coming down. right? So last year, inflation was very high, it was going higher, and central banks increasing interest rate. And the peak of inflation actually was last year already. And inflation has been coming down, and actually the only thing that I think in investor mind, we keep thinking about is the market crashing, or when is the market is going to crash? But I can tell you one thing is that the only thing that is crashing is inflation. And because of crashing inflation coming down, and that actually helped markets a lot this year. So it's a reversal. It's very easy. It's very simple, right? Inflation was going higher last year and impact economy and businesses and market. And it's totally a reversal now. So it's very simple, right? So this chart shows you the inflation data, inflation indicators. So we have US core PCE, US CPI data, we have US rental, US wages, all has been coming down. So I guess if anyone wants to ask me, if anyone is going to ask a question that, Paul, I'm worried about the market. So I'm going to tell you what to worry about, because inflation is coming down. I will only be worried if inflation start going up, right, which was last year. So it's very important we live in this year, not last year. So it's very important as an investor, even as a human, we live with a very forward-looking mindset, right? So the next few slides, I'm going to show you more inflation indicators. So this is raw material prices, commodity prices. This one line comprises of a few key of the commodity segments. So one is energy. Energy means your oil and gas. Agricultural product means your corn, your wheat, or other edible food. And industrial metals means your steel, your aluminum, your zinc, all those are used to, like home builders, those raw materials input. And lastly is your precious metals, your gold and silver. So this one line combined of all these segments. So it actually shows you that the peak of these prices actually was last year. And as mentioned, there's only one thing that's crashing, which is the prices of raw materials and inflation, all these raw material prices, right? So I will only be worried if the line keep going up, right? So it's not the case. And next slide, I'm going to show you the shipping rates. Shipping rates has also peaked 1 to 2 years ago. So the only thing that's crashing is the rates, right? So things are getting more cheaper, and input prices for businesses are getting cheaper. So shipping rates. And next, I'm going to show you crude oil prices. And this is very interesting. And it's because of, in the news, you always read that Russia is cutting oil supply, Saudi is cutting oil supply, and there's a war going. So by right, oil price should go up, right? But the fact is that, the truth is that oil prices has been crashing as well, right? And oil price has peaked last year. And from the peak of last year until now, oil prices, this is WTI crude oil price. It has actually crashed more than 30%. And then you might be worried about the reason, the second war that broke out in Middle East, right? And you might think that oil prices would be going up and higher. And the truth is that when the war broke out in October, in that month itself, oil price actually crashed or down 10%. So what to be worried about in terms of inflation, I do not understand. What I understand is that things are turning more positive from inflation perspective. So why am I talking about inflation so much? So if you are someone who is born before 1970s, you might know about the inflationary period back in 1970s. The reason I pull out this, we look back into 1970s, is because that is one very huge inflationary period that we can actually understand better to apply to current environment. So this chart shows you, the blue line shows you the S&P 500 index, the equity price performance. You can see that it bottom, you can see the bottom there, right? Actually crashed there. It actually coincides with the peak of the CPI inflation numbers, the orange line. So it means that it actually shows you that at the peak of inflation, it marks the bottom for S&P 500 equity index. So assuming 2 years ago or 1 year ago, you have this knowledge, you'll be very well equipped to, you'll be very well understand of the global market and very well equipped of how you want to position your portfolios. So now I'm showing you this is because as you can see, inflation, the orange line, as it keeps going down, it actually coincides with the equity market line, the blue line keeps going up. So that's pretty important and super duper important for an investor, right? And so then I asked another question, what are you worrying about? War, higher oil price, higher inflation is not the case. Because I think as investors, we need to look at data, evidence, to invest, not just reading not to be too biased in terms of reading negative news. We need to be looking at all this data. And lastly, on even the central bank, this is the US interest rates. So US has raised a very significant interest rate last year. So they raised about more than 400 basis points. So their interest rate was close to 0%, and by the end of last year, it was more than 4%. So imagine that magnitude. That is very, very significant, right? So that is highlighted on the orange box. And this year, which is highlighted in the blue box, and you can see that it's actually much lesser rate hike. And this year, in total, as of now, the central banks of US Federal Reserve have only raised 100 basis points, which is so much lesser than last year. So why is that, right? So the point here is that because inflation is coming down, why would the central banks keep on raising rates? It doesn't make sense, right? And the last rate hike was actually back in July, and it has been more than 3 months already, there's no rate hike. So what it tells you, are we at the end of this rate hike? If we are at the end of this rate hike, it's very positive for the market. It's very positive for businesses and everyone. Because if you know that July was the last, for this cycle will be the last time that the central banks, US Federal Reserve raised rate, that will be very positive. And also previously I showed you that inflation numbers are all coming down, right? So what are you worrying about? And of course, when we look at companies, we look at fundamentals, valuation as well. So this chart will show you the valuation of the global equity market. And as you can see, as of now, where we are now is actually well below the 10-year average price to equity ratios. And we are actually far lower than where we were 1 to 2 years back. Can you see the peak 1 to 2 years back? So I'm not here today to share with you that the equity is very attractive at the peak. I'm sharing with you that the global equities are very attractive is because we are below 10-year average as well. On top of inflation numbers coming down, and things are actually turning very, very positive on inflation side, right? And that's all the big pictures that I'm sharing. It's a very quick one, so because of time constraints, so I just picked the most important one and share with everyone. And if you do think that I've added some very valuable value to you guys in terms of perspective, everything, so you can go to our website, our FSM1 website. We do publish our quarterly commentaries. So it's every 3 months. So the more recent one was the 3Q 2023 commentaries. So the commentary will tell you, we will lay out what happened in third quarter of this year. And also we'll give you some of our views and outlook current views, so that you have better pictures of what is going on around the world, what you should expect, what are we looking at, right? So on top of that, actually, if you do want to look for us, we do, FSM1, we do have our own major events. So we have at least twice major events. So you can look for us. And even today, we have a booth there that you can come and get in touch with us. So assume that you have decided to invest after understanding the big picture that I've shared just now. So what next, right? What next? Of course, where to invest. So after I share all the big pictures, okay, so one thing is that where to invest is very tough as well, because there are just too many things to invest in the world, or even in Malaysia, right? So if you look at unit trusts, we actually have like hundreds of unit trusts. And if you look at ETF, we have thousands of ETF in the world, and we have thousands of companies in the world. And if investing is not your full-time job, that is super duper tough. Because even me as a full-time investment professional, it's pretty tough for me, right? So this brings us to the next point, which is risk management. Because you don't want to simply invest in any companies. You want to invest in somewhere that you feel safe, somewhere that you feel comfortable, somewhere that you understand very well. So the risk management, so there's a lot of risk management tools. So the one risk management tool that I'm going to share today is actually a diversification idea. So FSM1, we do have a diversification solution, which is our FSM1 managed portfolios. So it's a fund of funds, which means that when you invest, you are investing in a portfolio, but the portfolio has a lot of investments inside. I'll share later on what is inside. So we have our conventional and Islamic portfolios. So we do think that we have enough differentiation in terms of products to cater to any risk appetite that you have, right? Either you are conservative investors or aggressive investors, we do have this kind of solution for you. And what is inside of all this portfolio is that these are the funds. So just now I mentioned that there are hundreds of unit trust funds, thousands of ETF. So what we do here is that we go through all the filters and we analyze all the funds, and then we come up with a list of funds that we want to invest in. So these are the list of funds that if you invest today in the conventional portfolios, these are the funds that you'll be investing in. So on top of that, we also have ETF inside. So because this is a semicon ETF, I think everyone here would know that the semiconductor sector has done very well. So at least for this year and even recently for the past 1 month. So our fund definitely benefited a lot because we do have semicon ETF, and we are very positive on semicons in the short term, mid term, and long term, right? So and if you look at Islamic portfolio, of course we don't have the ETF because Islamic, we need to follow Islamic principle. But we do have, even though we don't have ETF, but we do have fund. So we do have funds that is a Nomura Global Sharia Semicon Equity Fund. So it also benefited a lot from the semiconductor rally, even recently or since start of the year. So that's one point. I think the other point is that very important is that we help you to diversify. So when you invest in our portfolio, you know that you're not very concentrated in one fund, right? So even one fund does badly, it doesn't affect the overall portfolio. So that's the beauty of diversification. And the next point, just now I was talking about fund selection. And this next point is on the allocation. So we help you to allocate across the globe, right? Not just Malaysia, not just Asia, but all over the world, because we does have the resources and capabilities to analyze every single major countries. So you can see here that we actually break out between bond and equity portion. And in equity portion, you can see we have US, Europe, Japan, China, Malaysia, Asia, Japan, emerging market, and technology segment. So that's how we diversify in terms of across the world, not just funds. So as you can see, like our China exposure is only 3.5%. As you know, one of the major markets that did very badly this year is actually for a few years already, which is China. So having so little in China also is intentional direction of our investment team. So, with so low exposure in China, definitely our performance have benefited a lot. Our portfolio have benefited a lot in terms of performance. So I'll show you the performance as well, right? And I think most important thing on risk management is that this is the last point on risk management, is to show you that you want to invest in a portfolios or something that you know very well and you're comfortable. So we do have track record in terms of managing the downside. Downside means this is the max drawdown. Means during market correction, what is the maximum correction for each individual markets and our funds. So you can see here is that I'm showing you 2018, 2020, and 2021 performance. So here is our balanced strategy, our aggressive strategy as compared to all the key markets in the whole world. So you can see that our positioning actually on top during our market correction. So you know very well that investors will feel very comfortable that knowing that even though in a down market, but we are not down as significant as most of the key markets here. So that's very important. Because very important, why? It's because when it's down, you have the confidence to average down, right? So the problem is that most investors, when market is down, they are clueless, they are scared. So we want to instill the confidence, sharing with investors that during a market downturn, we give you the confidence that the place that we invest and also the area that we invest, when it rebounds, it will rebound. Not like China, right? When global equities rebound, China just keep going down, right? So that's very bad, right? So if you have been China investors or your performance has not been doing too well lately, maybe our solutions will be something that is very useful for you. So once you have understand the big picture and you have locked down which investment you want to go into, then what is next, right? The next is to enhance your long-term returns, right? How to enhance your long-term returns? So one thing here is to evaluate your risk appetite. So let's say for myself, from my age, from my risk profile, from my risk appetite, I'm more towards like balanced to aggressive kind of investor. So as of now, because of my understanding of the big picture that I like it a lot, and I know that the investment that I've already selected, then I will go more aggressive because I want to ride through this market recovery. How are you going to make money if you're not going to ride through market recovery, right? If you always keep buying at the peak, you're not going to make money, right? That's very simple and common sense. So once market valuations get too high, very expensive, and if I don't like the market, the big pictures, and a lot of indicators showing me that a lot of bad signs, of course, I will turn less aggressive, right? I want to defend my profit. Yeah, so one thing is we have the solutions for you to do it, and to make you very comfortably invest and have the confidence to invest again, right? So not to be too fearful of what happened last year, right? And missing out the rally this year and what has to come. And the next few slides is going to show you the performance. So this is the historical performance of our conventional portfolios. So every single year since inception of 2017. So the first point I want to share is that we actually had, since inception, we had more up years than down years. So what is more important here is that during the down years, like last year, 2022, in a market correction, you should be actually doing more averaging in and investing more to take advantage of the opportunities in the market, right? And of course, you need to select the right market and the right products, right solution. So I've definitely done that. Our clients have done that. And then we ride through this recovery that we had this year, right? So, and as for this year, so you invest during market correction and you also want to invest during market recovery. You do not want to invest when market is very expensive and things are looking, so expensive, right? So that is also common sense. And the next point here is our Islamic portfolio performance. So our every single year performance since inception of in 2019. And of course, similarly, we have more up years than down years. And we very much urge investors to top up, invest more during market downturns because it's where prices get cheap, right? You want to buy when it's cheap and you ride through the recovery. And now we are going through the recovery. So our aggressive portfolio year to date is up more than 10%. So this is about a week ago kind of performance. So it has not captured the more recent days, right? Even our conservative portfolio year to date is up over 5%. So it's much more than what you put in, what FD can offer you. So so basically, I'm not here to push any products. We are here to help investors, help you to navigate the market. And if you find us useful, please come to our booth. It's over there, FSM1. And thank you so much. If you have any questions, please ask.
All right, thank you, Paul. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Paul a round of applause? As you've mentioned, if you guys would like to know more about FSM1, make sure to go to their booth. Paul, where is FSM1 booth? Over there, yeah? Okay, so just behind here, right? So now, ladies and gentlemen, we do have a pop quiz for you. All right, so the questions are up on the screen. Whoever is the first one to answer will get 50 ringgit Aeon vouchers, okay? So, yes, how investors can manage investment risks? A, B, C. Yes. B. Is your answer is B correct, Paul? B is correct. Invest in a well-diverse and actively managed portfolio like FSM1 managed portfolio. All right, congratulations. Let's do question number 2. How can investors make a more informed investment decision? Yes, sir. Hi. What's the answer? C. Read FSM1 Managed Portfolio Quarterly Commentary. Yes, that's correct. Congratulations. And we have last one question. So just raise up your hand, yeah? Okay, let's see. The next question is, how can an investor enhance long-term investment returns? I think you were the fastest, right? Yeah. Right. C. Is C correct, Paul? All right, awesome. Congratulations. Thank you. Thank you all for joining us here today. And of course, we will have more sessions like this coming on. So next, as you can see, is an investment game at 4 p.m. where you will stand a chance to win up to 200 ringgit worth of Aeon vouchers. Yeah. So for that to happen, we would need to wait until 4 p.m. So meanwhile, make sure you visit for our theme plan for you booth. It is actually a free one-on-one consultation where we will help you financially consulted by our licensed financial planners. So if you have time, it is completely free of charge. Just make your way over there. And of course, we will have another session later, investment game. We will also have more sharing on stage. And of course, we will wrap up the day with a lucky draw session. So make sure to join that as well. Ladies and gentlemen, all of this is brought to you by Investsmart Fest 2023. And I'll see you soon. Thank you.
Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decision.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money. And ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro. It's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right? I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs, and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the one that you fell for, 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into personal bank account. Let me ask you this, that 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank it into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, all right? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Rajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course, you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media. menjumpai kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh menghubungi kami.
Labur hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara, macam-macam skim yang ada mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawabannya. Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decision. You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money, and ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right? I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs, and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the one that you fell for, 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into a personal bank account. Let me ask you this, that 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company, and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, all right? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Prashan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course, you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media. Tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan yang tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh menjumpai kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh menghubungi kami.
Bijak labur hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara. Macam-macam skim yang ada, mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawapannya.
Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decision.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money, and ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right, I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs, and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the one that you fell for, 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into personal bank account. Let me ask you this, that 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank it into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, alright? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Rajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course, you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media. menjadi kaya, tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan yang tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh menjumpai kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh menghubungi kami.
Bijak labur hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara, macam-macam skim yang ada mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawabannya.
Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decision.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money, and ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right, I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs, and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the one that you fell for, 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into personal bank account. Let me ask you this, that 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank it into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, all right? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Rajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media. Anda ingin menjadi kaya? Tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan yang tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh menjumpai kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh menghubungi kami.
Bijak labur hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara. Macam-macam skim yang ada, mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawapannya.
Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decision.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money, and ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro. It's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right? I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the one that you fell for, 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into personal bank account. Let me ask you this, that 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, alright? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Rajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course, you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media. menjadi kaya, tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan yang tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh menjumpai kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh menghubungi kami.
macam skim yang ada mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawapannya.
Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decision.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money, and ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right, I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs, and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the one that you fell for, 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into personal bank account. Let me ask you this, that 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank it into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, all right? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Rajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course, you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh menghubungi kami.
Bijak labur hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara. Macam-macam skim yang ada, mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawabannya.
Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decision.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money, and ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right, I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs, and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the one that you fell for, 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into personal bank account. Let me ask you this, that 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, all right? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator, is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Kashin. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course, you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media. Menjadi kaya, tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan yang tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh menjumpai kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh menghubungi kami.
Labur hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara, macam-macam skim yang ada mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawapannya.
Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decision.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money. And ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro. It's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right? I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs, and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the
All
third
right, a
most
very good
common one
afternoon,
is
so the
clone
ladies
firm
and
scams.
gentlemen out there.
This is
Welcome
where
to the
scammers
Investsmart
will
Fest
mimic an
2023.
actual company
So once
in
again,
terms
we
of
are
address,
going to
in terms
have
of the
an
name, and
investment
for all you
quiz
know, the
game
user's
on the
money
stage
and
at about
personal
4
data are
p.m.
all
where you
gone.
stand a chance to
Wow,
win
I really
some
didn't know all
Aeon
that.
vouchers. Okay, so
So
up to
how do I
200 ringgit worth of
identify
Aeon
investment
vouchers
scams
for those
upfront?
who wants to join us.
Listen, I
Make sure to come
really
back at 4
want to
p.m.
avoid making
And of
the
course,
same
right
mistake
after
for the
that, we
fourth
are
time.
going to
Okay,
have
Chong,
a
I'm going to make it
panel
very simple for
discussion
you.
session
Just
on
three
the
indicators
stage
of an
on the
investment scam,
title
okay?
A
The
Career
first one,
in the Capital
guaranteed
Market,
high
how
returns
you
with
can
low
make
risk in a short
a
period of time.
difference.
This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the
Ladies and
one that
gentlemen,
you
if you
fell
would
for,
like to join,
50,000,
of course,
and
for
then
the
100%
4:30 session,
returns in
we
2
will
months.
also have some
Come on, man, that is too
refreshments
good to be true.
prepared for
Right?
you.
In the world of
And make
investment,
sure to
there is
join us
always
if you're
risk.
interested
My
in the
mother
topic
invested in me
of
to be
a
an
career
engineer.
in the capital
Today, I'm a
market.
stand-up
If you're one of the
comedian.
students of the
There is always
participating
risk, Chong.
universities here today,
Now, the
make
second
sure to
indicator
come and
is
join us.
request of
And of course,
deposits
once
into
again,
personal
refreshments
bank
is
account.
provided
Let me
so
ask
you
you
can
this.
kick back,
The
relax,
50,000, did
eat
you
some
bank it
sandwiches,
into his
drink
personal
some
bank account?
Yeah, he
soft
actually
drinks that
banked
we
it
have
into his
prepared for
personal
you.
account,
And of course,
then
ladies and
he
gentlemen,
linked
all of
the
this
account
is
to
brought to
investment
you by the
company,
Investsmart Fest
and transferred the
2023.
money.
Thank you, and I'll see
Okay,
you
Chong,
soon.
that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account. All right. Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Rajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course, you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media. Anda ingin menjadi kaya? Tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan yang tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh menjumpai kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh menghubungi kami.
Bijak labur hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara. Macam-macam skim yang ada mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawapannya.
Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decision.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money, and ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right, I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs, and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the one that you fell for, 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into personal bank account. Let me ask you this. That 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, all right? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Kajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course, you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media. Anda ingin menjadi kaya, tetapi awas, terdapat banyak skim-skim pelaburan yang tidak sah di pasaran. Jika ragu-ragu, anda boleh menjumpai kami untuk memahami formula TIPU. Apa itu TIPU? T. Tidak akan rugi. I. Indah kabar dari rupa. P. Peluang hanya sekali. U. Untung besar. Ingat dan berwaspada dengan formula TIPU ini. Untuk sebarang pertanyaan mengenai pasaran modal, anda boleh menghubungi kami.
Bijak labur hidup makmur. Semua mahu kaya, tapi jangan salah langkahnya. Jika terpedaya hidup sengsara, macam-macam skim yang ada mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawapannya.
Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decision.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money, and ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right, I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs, and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick.
All right, a very good afternoon to all of the ladies and gentlemen out there. Welcome once again to the Investsmart Fest 2023. I see some new faces joining us here today. Welcome, welcome. This is the day 2 of the event. And of course, today we are featuring a lot of exhibitors here. Make sure all of you go visit our booths. We do have a lot of exhibitors here, the key players in the financial markets for all the information you will need to succeed. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, now we do have an investment game happening. And of course, this is an opportunity for all of you to win up to 200 ringgit worth of Aeon vouchers. Now, all you have to do is just pick up your phone, scan the QR code or enter the Mentimeter code, answer the question fast and accurate, and you will win the prizes, okay? So, ladies and gentlemen, for that to happen, I would now like to invite Roshani from SC onto the stage. Can we give her a round of applause? Awesome.
Thank you, thank you. Hi everyone, so we are back for our second session of Mentimeter for the day. Alright, so there will be a QR code available on the screen. Okay, give me a minute. Okay, so what you have to do is just that take out your phone, scan the QR code. In case your phone tak boleh pakai ataupun kamera rosak ke apa-apa ke, just go to the mentimeter.com and then enter the code for you to log in and participate in our game today. Okay, so once you're in, just give me a thumbs up, click the like button, and then I can know how many participants are there today. All right? Let's target 60 to 70 participants for today. Let's make it a bit more competitive. Okay, so how the game works. So we have 5 questions, very simple and general questions. Basic ABC questions saja. So all you have to do is just that look around you, there's clues everywhere, and if you have visited all the booths here, you would have known all the answers by now. Alright, so all you have to do is just 2 things. First, jawab dengan betul. Okay, kalau you jawab dengan salah, memang tak ada chance lah. Second thing, you have to be very, very fast. Okay, even if you jawab dengan betul, but you are slow in clicking the correct answer, you won't qualify to be the top 10 winner today. So what do we give away to all the top 10 winners? Anyone knows? Very good. How much, Aeon Watcher? Yes, from a minimum of 20 ringgit to 200 ringgit for 10 lucky winners. So boleh lah, go after this, go to Aeon, go grocery shopping a bit. A bit more. We only have 59 people in. Can I push it to 670 maybe? Just take a QR code. Mana tahu if you feel very unlucky, maybe, this may change your day today. Can go back with 200 ringgit happily. Okay, for those who have scanned, just take a look around. The first question, I'll give you a hint. Your clue is around you. I give you a hint. It's not even a hint, it's an answer already. The clue is around you. It's on the screen, it might be at the back of you, it might be at the side or that side, but it's around you. Another 2 people, please. One more person. Okay, I think we can start now. So these are the prizes to be won today. We have 10 prizes to give away. We start from 20 ringgit, going up to 200 ringgit to one lucky person, all right? Okay, next. Okay, we have 65. Okay, 65 players now. Oh, more. All right. Okay, remember, answer fast and answer accurately. Which is the Securities Commission Malaysia's platform to create informed investors who are confident and self-reliant to make investment decisions? Like I told you just now, the first answer is around you. Jangan jawab dengan salah. Rugi. Very good. So it is Investsmart, not Smart Invest, not Affinity SC or SC by SC, all right? It is Investsmart. So who can tell me what is Investsmart? Can anyone tell me what is Investsmart? No one? Huh?
It's a Securities Commission initiative affair.
Okay, correct. So it is an initiative by the SC to create an informed and protected investors. So we always come up with a lot of talk or event or even roadshow to educate the public on the latest investment scam and to create a more vigilant investors lah. We even come up with a new formula. I think it's not even new, it's an old formula. We call it TIPU. So what does TIPU stand for? Anyone knows? The first one, tipu, T-I-P-U, tidak akan rugi. For T, indah khabar dari rupa, peluang hanya sekali, and untung besar. So if you come across any of these signs when you are investing or trying, or people approach you to invest, remember, it might be a scam. Okay, so let's see the scoreboard. Okay, looks like Dragon Knight is leading, followed by Menang dan Kaca. And Eng, you're still at the top 10. Let's see where you move up. Okay, question 2, please. Okay, be ready, huh? Okay, companies registered with the SSM, Companies Commission Malaysia, can they offer any investment scheme to the public without any license or registration? Can anyone or any company even offer any investment to the public without registration or license? Jangan salah. Yes, they cannot. You have to, if the investment product involves capital market product, you have to get license or registration from the SC, all right? So the answer is no. Let's look at the scoreboard. Okay. Menang dan Kaca, you are on top. Hold on. Can I just ask you, anyone know what falls under the purview of SSM? Tahu tak? Kalau ada pelaburan macam interest scheme yang mengaitkan macam durian, those kind of things, it falls under SSM. Even if you are joining Kutu, you're playing Kutu with your friends and family, it falls under SSM as well. Alright? Okay, let's go to the third question, please. Okay, which of the Sharia-based product is under the SC Malaysia? Our purview, what falls under the SC Malaysia's purview? Takaful or sukuk? Takaful or sukuk? Both are Sharia compliant product, but which one falls under the SC's purview? Correct, sukuk. Sukuk is actually a version of Sharia compliant bond, while takaful actually falls under the purview of BNM because it's a Sharia compliance insurance scheme lah. All right. Okay, let's look at the scoreboard. Okay. Looks like Menang dan Kaca is leading. Can I see who's Menang dan Kaca? Nak tengok handsome tak handsome? Siapa dia Menang dan Kaca? Tak nampak pun. Tak nampak, tak boleh menang nanti. I bring back home the 200 ringgit. No one mengaku menang dan Kaca. Okay, tak apalah. We don't judge you based if you're not kacau, so it's okay. Alright, next one, next question. Where would one go to settle disputes between investor and capital market intermediary? especially if they want to claim monetary losses. Okay, is it SIDRAC, Securities Industry Dispute Resolution Center, or Bursa Malaysia, or the Ombudsman for Financial Services? A, B, or C? Correct, A. So if you have any problem with any investment banks that's registered or licensed with SC, you can come and go lodge a complaint with SIDRAC. Okay, for Bursa Malaysia, if it's a listed company, listed on Bursa, you have any complaint, you can go to Bursa. For the Ombudsman of Financial Services, okay, if you have any problem with normal bank, okay, the bank where you go open your fixed deposit account, your savings account, you can go there lah. All right. The next, let's look at the scoreboard, please. You see, I told menang dan kacak, show yourself. You don't want to show, you go to second place already. Who's Maverick? Okay. The next question. The last one. Be very careful. The SC's Investor Alert List contains information on unauthorized website, investment product, companies, and individuals. I think you should know this very well. Alert list, what does it mean? Okay, it means to alert the public to not deal with this kind of platform or individuals. Okay, let's see. Correct. So, 44 people, the balance 6, you have to go to our booth at the back here. We will give you a coaching session. All right? Let's see the scoreboard, please. Okay, we have our winner here, Maverick. Come. Verify first. Okay, the second one. Is it menang dan kaca? You still don't want to come forward? 150 ringgit. Mana menang dan kaca ni? Menang dan kaca. Nak PM tepi ke? Okay, tak apalah. We let it go. Okay. Cantik. Ni menang dan cantik. Can go there and verify? Okay. Johanna. A guy, okay. Can go there. Okay, the fourth place goes to Vroom. Who's the Vroom here? Okay. Can go there, verify first. Heartstorm. Heartstorm, where are you? No Heartstorm also? I think everyone wants to give away their vouchers to me today. All right, Tiger Baby. Okay. One Ipang. Cake. I wish I can eat the cake now. Cake. Okay, go. Liu Yuk Lu. Last one, 20 ringgit voucher for Min. Okay, thank you very much. We will have 2 other sessions tomorrow. You can join and participate, and maybe you go home with another 200 ringgit tomorrow. And we will have a lucky draw session this evening. So don't miss out. Please go to our booth and register, and then you can visit all other booths that's available here to take your passport picture. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Roshani. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for participating in the pop quiz, the Mentimeters. So now, ladies and gentlemen, next up, we do have a very special and interesting moderating session, panel discussion, where we will talk about a career in the capital market. But before that could happen, of course, let me talk a little bit about Investsmart Fest 2023. We also do have some lucky draw happening at 7:15 p.m. Yeah, so tonight's lucky draw, actually the grand prize will be an iPhone 14. I'm sure all of you are anticipating and looking forward to it. But before that, of course, ladies and gentlemen, for our next session, please do come and fill up the seats. We will be also giving away some refreshments for all of you to enjoy while we listen to our panel, of course, talk about a career in the capital market, right? So ladies and gentlemen, we will be back at 4:30 p.m. So make sure to stay tuned. And of course, all of this is brought to you by the Investsmart Fest 2023. Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome back to the Investsmart Fest 2023. Now, for those who are still standing around, please make sure to come to the stage area and take a seat as we will be handing out refreshments as well for our next session. And of course, next session, we will be talking a little bit about a career in the capital market on how you can make a difference. So, of course, we do have our panel lists on the stage very soon. That will be happening at about 4:30 p.m. So make sure to, if you're interested, make sure to make your way forward to the stage area, take a seat, and we'll hand out refreshments. We'll hand out some sandwiches. We'll hand out some water for you to refresh yourself while you listen to our sharing on the stage. All right. So perhaps, ladies and gentlemen, for those behind, can come in front. Can come in front. Hello, hi. Can come in front to join us. So of course we will be giving away some prizes as well tonight. Lucky draw session at 7:15 p.m. We're gonna end the night with giving away an iPhone 14. So the next session will be, of course, included in the lucky draw as well. Now it is part of the QR code scanning. So make sure to come in front here to join us. All of this is brought to you by Investsmart Fest 2023. All right. Once again, a very good afternoon to all of you ladies and gentlemen. Now, for the next session, we're going to have a panel discussion here on stage, talking about a career in the capital market on how you can make a difference. So, ladies and gentlemen, but before that can happen, of course, we do have some refreshments we want to give away. So, we will now give away the refreshments. Yeah. So, for those who are joining us here, please do have a seat. If you're still standing around, do have a seat. We'll be giving out our refreshments here, some sandwiches and some drinks for you. So, ladies and gentlemen, of course, this is brought to you by the Investsmart Fest 2023. Now, for those who have already been here since day one, I welcome you back. For those who are first time here on day 2, please do make sure to visit our exhibition booth with 30 over key players in the finance industry for all your investment needs, information, and knowledges. We also have, of course, what we call the Fin Plan for you. It is actually a free one-on-one consultation service provided by licensed financial planners. Now, this is completely free of charge, okay? So if you would like for a free consultation one-on-one on the house, please do make it to the Fin Plan for you booth. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, not forgetting that we have a lucky draw as well to end the night. Tonight, we're giving out an iPhone 14. I believe a lot of people are very excited for that. But of course, I would also like to highlight our key sessions here on the stage where we will have some discussions. And now, I believe we are handing out some refreshments. So if you want some refreshments, you can raise up your hand. We're going to give it to you. But you have to take a seat here. Yeah, please do come forward and take a seat. I see the people from FIM raising up their hands. Yes, hi. But you can take a seat here if you want the refreshment, okay? So this will be happening. The refreshments will be given away for the next session, which is a panel discussion. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back shortly. So make sure to make your way towards the stage area. Fill up the seats, take a seat, and we will be back shortly. Thank you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Investsmart Fest 2023. Once again, we are going to start our next session very, very soon, which will be a panel discussion here on the stage, talking about a career in the capital market. All right. So we are also handing out refreshments for those who want some refreshments, some sandwiches, some drinks, some soft drinks. Make sure to make your way to the front of the stage, fill up the seats, especially the front row seats. This is VIP seats for a very exclusive, a very good opportunity to listen to our panelists as well as our moderator talk about a career in the capital market. Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, do stay tuned. We're going to start very, very soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. Welcome back to the Investsmart Fest 2023. We are now very excited to start our next session. I hope you're all enjoying your refreshments. For those who haven't gotten any, please do come forward, have a seat. We'll hand it over to you, okay? And of course, before we start our next session on the stage, we do have one video we would like for you to enjoy. Ladies and gentlemen, please, at the screen.
Satu cabaran yang telah lama dihadapi oleh pasaran modal adalah kekurangan tenaga mahir untuk memenuhi pelbagai jawatan kritikal dalam pelbagai sektor. Dalam sesetengah industri, defisit tenaga mahir dianggarkan kurang lebih 30 hingga 40%, manakala terdapat ramai graduan yang masih mencari-cari pekerjaan. Pada masa yang sama pula terdapat kekurangan tenaga mahir yang getir dalam pasaran. Seolah-olah ada supply and demand mismatch. Adalah dirasakan penting bantuan last mile perlu diberikan kepada graduan untuk mengurangkan mismatch ini. Atas kesedaran inilah program CMGP diilhamkan. Semoga ianya boleh menjadi jambatan antara graduan dan pasaran modal.
Program graduan pasaran modal yang diluncurkan pada hari ini selari dengan aspirasi Madani. Peluang mengembangkan kemahiran dan pengetahuan dalam industri pasaran modal kepada graduan muda Masa depan kita bergantung kepada keupayaan, kecekalan, disiplin, semangat, kegairahan anak-anak muda. Dan saya yakin anak-anak dapat menggunakan peluang ini. Hari ini kita kumpulkan mereka, dedahkan mereka dengan industri, dengan segala kecanggihan dan kemudahan yang ada. Saya minta anak-anak supaya menjadikan ini sebagai kesempatan terbaik untuk meningkat keupayaan kita, kemahiran kita, dan di samping itu berkhidmat kepada bangsa dan negara. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih, Datuk Seri.
And group photo with our Prime Minister.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for joining us. And of course, right now we have a panel discussion on stage on the title, A Career in the Capital Market, How You Can Make a Difference. And for that to happen, I would like to invite our moderator, Temina Kausji, independent broadcast journalist from the Big Picture Communications. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause.
Testing, testing. Thank you. Thank you very much for that warm introduction, MC.Y Yip. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. Before I begin, of course, it's now time to invite on stage my very esteemed panelists to join us, beginning with Anouk Hanafia, CEO with Eastspring Al-Wara Investments Berhad. Yes, fine. And we are also joined by, and the panel is rounded off with, last but certainly not least, Nick Azman, CEO for Sustainable Finance Institute Asia. All right, a very good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tamina, as mentioned just now, and it is an absolute pleasure to be leading us all through this very exciting afternoon discussion on a bright and wonderful Saturday about a career in the capital markets. Now, before we begin, I think it is timely for me to give us a quick introduction to our very esteemed panelists' brief profile. I won't go through all of it. There is so much more to discuss, and these ladies come with a wealth of experience. So, firstly, I have right next to me Anouk. Anouk is the Chief Executive Officer of Eastspring Al-Wara Investments Berhad. She brings with her over 23 years of industry experience within the conventional and Sharia space. Anouk was formerly with Penjana Capital, where she was involved in the deployment of the Dana Penjana Nasional Fund of Funds program. Aside from that, education-wise, Anouk graduated with a Bachelor of Arts in Economics from the University of Missouri, Kansas City. Yasmin, meanwhile, is the Chief Operating Officer at SFIA, Sustainable Finance Institute Asia, overseeing the overall operations of the institute, including partnerships, funding, as well as initiatives around data and disclosure, as well as capacity building. She supports the institute's ambitions in enabling the flow of sustainable finance through its 3 pillars of taxonomy, transition, and disclosures towards making real systemic change. Yasmin is a finance practitioner by training, having experience in assurance, corporate finance, Islamic finance, and investment banking. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Economics from the London School of Economics in the UK and has a keen interest in nation building and graduate development. Ladies, all of that said and done. Now it's time to get to the meat and bones, as we say. So I want to get started off with, when we talk about a career in the capital markets, right, there might be a lot of misconceptions and myths. And I actually think it's great that we have quite a lot of lovely families with us here today. Who knows, maybe some of these kids are going to grow up into capital market professionals. Anoop, could you start by telling us a little bit about what kind of myths were there regarding a career in the capital market when you started out as a professional?
Thank you, Termina. Good afternoon, everyone. So in terms of myths in the capital market, I would say the perception is you have to have a accounting or a finance degree, something everyone seems to think you should have. I'd say that's not true. What you need really in the industry is a mindset. You must be willing to always learn. You must be able to analyze and be analytical in thought. I can give you some examples of colleagues or ex-colleagues who started off in engineering, had about a 5-year career there, decided to switch jobs. He is now, I think, the head of research at PNB, if I'm not mistaken. So, your degree doesn't dictate your ability to either succeed or fail in the capital market industry. It's a mindset, it's how you think, it's how you engage with people is, I think, something I'd like to, is a myth that I like to dispel.
Okay, amazing. So it's so interesting to think of the fact that you could actually end up as a capital market and financial professional, but you don't necessarily need to start with a degree proper within finance, right? Yasmin, do you agree with that, or what was your path, if you don't mind sharing a little bit about your origins in this industry? We may have a small issue with the mic for Yasmin. Could we please have that checked?
Thanks, Tamina. Thanks for the mic. I started off a little bit, I would say, yes, technically on paper, I am from the correct degree. But I definitely didn't have the pedigree for what people think capital market participants should be like. I think coming back to the question about myths, right? I think there is this perception that for you to participate in the capital market, you have to be smart. You have to be at the top, you come from the top universities, have the best degrees, then only you can be successful in capital markets. I started from, I would say, the most bottom of bottoms in terms of participating in the capital markets. I started as an auditor. My first year involved counting $2,000 ledgers, squatting in a storeroom somewhere and just counting things. And my point is, if you can count, you can become an auditor. So I wanted to encourage people to think about it as a capital market that it's not just for smart people. There's this perception, right? It's for ultra smart people who like maths. But I don't like maths, and I still managed to get a good career out of it. So, yeah.
Okay. I love the fact that you said that, you don't necessarily like maths, but you're able to succeed at that. Maybe I have some hope of, a side-time, part-time career in the capital markets. Anouk, so what were some of your perhaps interesting learning experience during your first few years? May I ask, what was your first job within the entire landscape of the capital markets, if you don't mind sharing?
Okay, so I'm going to take a wide net and sort of define capital markets very broadly. So when I first graduated, I actually worked as a debt collector in the US. I mean, if you've watched, it's capital markets, it's collecting money. And so it was interesting. I was the only Asian among a group of very, I would say, American, sort of, the word is Midwest Americans is the word I would use. So yes, so that was a very interesting job. It was really just calling, I think, 100 calls a day of trying to collect money from people. If you have ever had the unfortunate experience with a debt collector, you know that they can be quite pushy. One of the things I've learned from that is to be persistent and to never give up. And I've used that, I think, in terms of moving on to other areas under research, under fund management, as well as in the startup space. So, yeah.
That is super interesting. So, debt collector, i.e. Along lah. All right, but it's a very, very different sort of formalized industry when it comes to different countries. Yasmin, let me throw a similar question to you, where I ask you about how was your head start in the industry, and is there anything like an ideal head start in capital markets, especially as the industry has evolved so much in the past 2 or 3 decades?
So I'm going to start with my background. As I mentioned, I started my career as an auditor. What I learned, which I think has been very useful, is not actually the financial skills, it's the people management skills. I think similarly as a debt collector, you learn how to work on your interpersonal skills, because people don't like debt collectors and they don't like auditors. I can confirm to you, nobody likes auditors, okay? So I used to go into my client's office, I'll see a room full of clients, and I put my laptop back down, and I come back and they're all out for their tea break, because they don't want to talk to me, okay? But I think that really helped me in understanding how to make people work with you. I think that's been a very valuable skill. If you ask me about traditional starts, yes, of course, you've got your, as we mentioned earlier, your high-flying, correct university, well-qualified people who go in and do that. But what people need to understand about capital markets is that actually anyone can participate. And as the landscape changes so much, you're seeing non-traditional people coming in. I shared earlier that, so my colleague who looks after one of our most technical projects is actually a movie producer. She makes movies for a living. Dia buat movie, and you'll see her movies on Astro. She makes movies, but now she's doing capital finance work. So it's possible, it's definitely possible.
So interesting, right? That even a little bit later on in life, you could choose to perhaps have a career in the capital markets, not necessarily as a fresh graduate. From there, Anouk, what interests me is something which Yasmin said about character traits. According to your working experience, or perhaps what you've noticed amongst your younger colleagues especially, what kind of character traits help to be successful or to be able to find your path for a career in this industry?
I think one of the main determinants in terms of being successful is your ability to have humility. That, to me, tops everything else. Because if you're humble, you're able to understand that there will always be someone smarter in the room with you. You're never the smartest, no matter what. You can go and graduate from the top.
If you're the smartest, you're in the wrong room.
Yes, that's right. So number one is, if you're humble, you're able to acknowledge that you're not the smartest in the room. Number two, from then you're able to learn from someone else. And the ability to always learn and adapt, is, I think, a key character that will determine if you succeed in any industry, not just in capital market. Because once you stop learning, it means it's time for you to leave the industry. It's time for you to leave the market, yeah.
Humility, yep, definitely. So humility and being able to also learn while you're on the go. But once again, along the same vein, because I mentioned technology and the fact that so much has changed in the past 2 to 3 decades, Yasmin, what would you say has been some of the biggest changes when it comes to the work you do day to day because of how tech is a big part of our daily work day?
That's a really good question. So, as I mentioned earlier, we're starting to see people coming in from non-financial backgrounds, coming in with their own expertise, like your programmers, your data people, coming in and applying that technical knowledge into the financial system. So for example, the work that I do now, one of it is about making data available, right? So dulu, when we were younger, data was all pen and paper, right? Now data is in very complex databases that need to be maintained. You need people who have programming skills who can come in and interpret that data for you. So what we're seeing is versus, instead of, I suppose, finance practitioners learning tech, you're seeing tech practitioners learn finance. So they're coming in and changing that landscape. And as I mentioned, because this knowledge is accessible to everyone, as long as you're willing to learn, you have humility, it's really, really changing how we do work, because data is becoming such a big part of what we do.
Maybe I can
Sure,
add
Anu,
to that as
absolutely.
well. So yeah, it's true. With the onset of technology taking over everything, I mean, ChatGPT is probably your best friend, for all you college students who are not supposed to be using it, but I'm sure you do. That area of either sort of numbers, crunching, everything can be outsourced. One area where it will still be determined on the human area is creativity. which is probably why someone who was a movie producer is doing so well in your industry, because they have the ability to think not just out of the box, but to ideate and create something new. So I think that is something that technology will never be able to take over.
I think adding on, just adding on to that, I think
course.
people underestimate your basic skills that become very valuable. Like the movie producer, she's very good at managing projects. So regardless of whether it's a finance project or a data project, those skills are transferable, which is why I want to encourage everyone who has any type of skill to see how they can transpose that into the financial system.
So what I'm really hearing is that when it comes to the future of work, what kind of changes or developments do you predict, Anouk, because you're a specialist in the asset management arena, within the next 5 to 10 years, will there still be jobs for freshies coming into the industry, and what might they look like, considering that by that time, 5 to 10 years, so much more of the day-to-day numbers crunching, etc., report reading will actually be done or aided completely by AI?
So there's going to be a huge shift really in the, so I'll speak on the asset management side. I would say in 10 years time, what we understand is the asset management industry will be gone. You will have, you know, a segment where everything is outsourced, everything is automated. So the analysts will be few and far between. They will be working on quantitative analysis. They will be using programming for a lot of the areas where you'd have a team of people currently. It will also see people doing multiple jobs at one time. So, you know, the thought of you coming into industry and spending the next 15 years in industry is gone. You will probably have 3 to 4 different careers in your lifespan.
I actually can add to that. Research has shown it's 8 careers now.
8 careers
per lifetime.
Wow. So this is definitely going to be a field whereby people who have a passion really for learning new things all the time might thrive, right, Yasmin?
Transferable skills. I think that's the key. When I talk to young people nowadays, they're like, oh, what skill do we need? Do we need to have data programming skills, or do we need to have this and that? And I said, you need the skill of learning, you need the skill of flexibility, you need good comm skills, and you need the constant, as you said, hunger to do better. I think those, whatever you go, wherever you go, whatever you do, you will be able to translate that. I mean, I know it's slightly off topic, but I myself have already had 6 careers in my life. I've done completely different things. I've done healthcare, I've done talent management, done investment banking, corporate finance. Tried to do a cooking career, but that didn't work. Can't cook. But yeah, so it's really that translating of all these different skills. I mean, everyone here knows Gordon Ramsay, right? You guys know Gordon Ramsay. He is actually a footballer who then became an excellent Michelin-starred chef. The same dedication that he put to football, he put to cooking. So it comes down to that, really.
Wanting to be the best and working towards it, regardless of what you do. Yeah. And having pride, I think, is also very important.
Yeah, hearing a lot of that from both of you ladies. All right, so from speaking about big data, let's move into workplace culture, which is also a very interesting thing when it comes to the finance industry. Anouk, if I could start with you. Now, there is this notion that finance, banking, etc., especially is a quote-unquote old boys club. How much is this phrase still ring true to you, especially looking at the journey you've made in your career from the beginning all the way to today in 2023?
I'd just like everyone to take a look at the panelists here to sort of slightly dispel that myth. So my contacts or my experience really is within the asset management space. And I have to say, in terms of the asset management space, I've been fortunate. It's been fairly female-centric. I think the representation for females is very large. If you look, for example, today, you've got the CEO of QAP, who is female. You have the CIO of EPF, who is female. You have the CIO of Tabung Haji, who is also female. And I would say there was about a 30% representation of female CEOs in the private asset management space who were all female. So I've been fortunate, and I think coming into the industry, there's been a network of females who have been very supportive. That being said, on an entry level, you will see a lot of females, and I think we had a conversation like this. The areas at which you see them drop off is when they go to start families. So we've had some people, very talented people who've dropped off, who've not been able to come back into the industry. But going forward, I think with the future of work, with work flexibility, with being able to have integrating work with your family life, I do believe that we will see a lot more female representation going forward. And so we've been fortunate that post-COVID, we've had in East Spring, you know, families who are able to still be and work with us, even though they've had sort of lost their mates, they've had to, I think we were talking about having to go back and forth, I think from Kajang to pick up their kids and still be able to be a great fund manager. I think my top performing manager manages the ability to sort of F1 drive back to Kajang, pick up the kids and still come back and deliver on performance. So I think going forward, the industry is poised and ready for a lot more flexibility as well as integration, not just for females, but I think for anybody who is looking to sort of fall out of the standard mores that people perceive as, yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Anouk. And I especially appreciate the insights about how you said asset management actually has a lot more women. Just to pick your brain a little on that, could that be a gendered advantage? Are women really, do they have that much more advantage when it comes to being able to pick out what would make a good investment?
I believe so. Don't quote me on this. But when I first started in the industry, you'd be surprised that the representation of female fund managers in EPF is very, very high. And they've been able to deliver, I think, stellar performances through the times. So I think females generally, I don't want to pigeonhole because I think it's not fair, but females generally have a lot more patience in that sense. So I think it's the ability to put in the work. But that being said, it's not fair for me to generalize. I got to put a caveat to it.
Sure. And actually, research and data does in fact support that men, on one hand, make fantastic investments when it comes to fast-moving, and women in general when it comes to slower-moving investments, longer term. Yasmin, of course, you just mentioned that you've had the pleasure of working across 6 various sectors, in differing industries as well. I really wanted to ask you about the gender dynamics. What have you seen change, and what do you see as the near future, especially considering that the Madani government right now, we're also very much focused on increasing women's labor force participation rate. We want to go from about 55-ish% to 60% and soon.
I agree with Anouk that at the end of the day, a lot of women start, across all the industries, women start at the same pace as men, sometimes with a higher participation rate. But because there is societal pressure to have a family, to focus on your children in their formative years, a lot of women end up dropping off and then struggle to come back. What I do think is quite good, and specifically I think capital markets, but generally as well, is there is this growing consciousness that women have to be supported back into the workforce. I think even the SC has programs that try and encourage women to come back. I know that Talent Corp has a lot of programs about women returning to the workforce. And I think COVID has been a blessing in the sense that it's shown that there are other ways to do things other than the traditional ways. The reality is, though, it takes a village to get things done, right? Women are faced with, I think, a lot of guilt, having to choose between work and family. And I think this is where the support system becomes very important. One of my ex-bosses used to say that behind a successful woman is a supportive husband. So that, I think, the mindset that has to change as well. But the reality is I'm all for women coming back into the workforce. I think not having enough participation from women means that we're really losing good quality talent. And we already have difficulties in finding talent. I think we're talking about how hard it is to hire people. It's so difficult.
Yeah, to add on to that as well, since Malaysia is officially an aging nation, I think we need to optimize on the talent that we have and also be able to bring in all the females who had left the industry to come back in and contribute productively.
Yeah, definitely hearing so much of opportunity for, working with what we have rather than lamenting, we don't have it. But we do have people. We just need to ensure, especially the women, are supported to be sort of upskill and retrain because these are highly technical fields as well, right?
And in fact, in sustainability, okay, a bit of a dangerous comment. As you said, men make good flash decisions, but women take a wider look. And in sustainability, you'll find that the participation of women has been very important because they, above all, understand that it's not just about the quick buck. It's about understanding that we've got to take this in the long term. And the reality is that we don't get this right. And I had this conversation with a lot of people. If we don't get sustainability right, we don't have a planet to live on, literally. And so I think women understand that concept of the bigger game quite well. I'm not going to comment on what men think, but I think women have that immediate understanding about, yes, this is a long-term game that we have to look at.
Clearly, and definitely we're having the monsoon right now, but let's not forget this was definitely the hottest year on record for us as Malaysians. We've all been sweltering in our offices.
Our monsoon started a month early this year.
There you go. Thank you. Take it from a sustainability professional, yes? All right. So I wanted to diverge for a little bit and speak about the interests of young people these days, which are very primarily centered around everything within this little box here, right? And Anouk, perhaps any insights around how we can actually encourage young people into careers in the capital market, since so many of them are already fantastic at social media, they're online pretty much all the time, that's how they understand how to network, but transferring that skill set perhaps for an interest in the many diverse fields that you can start up in capital markets.
I think, activities like this, sort of educating the young people, is very important. A lot of times, having your phone and doing everything digitally, being an influencer is immediate gratification. I think there's a lack of understanding in terms of what it is the capital market scope is. It's huge. Pretty much throw a stone, chances are you will hit someone in capital markets. It can go from someone in asset management like me to someone in sustainable investments or sustainable oversight, policy. Have an understanding that it is something that you can give back to society. It can change the world. But I would suggest the best thing really is for them to reach out. There are lots of programs. I'm going to give a plug for InvestEd and for people to come to ask questions. There are lots of programs for interns for you to explore and to find out more, because I think this is more kalau tak kenal tak cinta kind of it's very hard to explain sort of in a one-line sentence of what it is that we do, but there's so many different pillars and so many different opportunities for you to learn. So I would say to every one of you who's interested, ask around, come to activities or engagements like this, go to the InvestEd website or even to eSpring's website where we do bring in interns and sort of give them a whole view of what it is an asset manager does for a living.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Anouk. And Yasmin, in your perspective, everybody wants to be an influencer. I would argue even people our age, all right?
Even my
Content
16-year-old
is
wants
king.
to be
Yes,
an influencer.
we all have our Instagrams, we all have our social media platforms. So what is your advice to young people especially, or even those around our age group who use their social media, but how could you actually use that to find out more about industries that capital markets do impact, sustainability, etc.?
So I'm going to be a bit cheeky, okay? And I will say this to everyone in the hall, whether you're working a booth or whatever. At the end of the day, the best way to attract young people is to tell them what they can make from working in anything. The reason why a lot of young people want to be influencers is because they see it as easy money coming in, right? Capital markets actually offers a really lucrative career. Yes, you want to be happy, but it's easy to be happy when you have money. I'll be very honest about that, right? So I always talk to young people and explain to them that these career paths offer you a pathway to be able to earn a good living at the end of the day. And like you said, there is diverse opportunities. You can be an influencer in the capital markets. That's a possibility, yeah. I always talk about my sister. She was one of those young people who was not interested in anything except to just live her life and be cool, right? Um, she's not the smartest person. She's smart. She's not the smartest person either. So not a typical capital market character. But she had very good soft skills. We talked about how she communicates, how she's able to read a room, you know, these skills. And I always tell people, she knows that I tell this to everyone. If my sister, who's not super smart, got a second upper degree, can have a starting salary of 8,000 ringgit with no masters, no work experience.
Wait. Let me just ask you to repeat that. Starting salary of how
Starting
much?
salary 8,000 ringgit. Tak ada
Where?
masters.
Where? Yes, I'm echoing.
Di
Anoop.
Malaysia. Di Malaysia. Okay,
Okay,
I'm
di
going to tell which
Malaysia.
company. Starting salary, tak ada masters, tak ada work experience, 8,000 ringgit. Right? Even if you tak kenal, you akan kenal supaya you boleh cinta. Right? So now my sister, she's, how old is she this year? Ooh, she's 34 this year, already working abroad. Not that we want that to happen, but she's working abroad, earning US dollars, driving her Jaguar, wearing her Chanel. Is she happy? She's really happy. Dia sangat bahagia, I can tell you that. Okay? And yes, she's in part of the capital market, you know. She's part of building that base. So this is really open. Like I said, she's not the smartest person. Young people right now are looking at being influencers because it's a lot of money quickly. But it's so high risk. And we know from all the information, high risk things don't always pay off, right? A career in capital markets can make you very rich, okay, quite comfortable, rich or very rich, and it's low risk. You just have to work very hard, correct? So I'm being a bit cheeky, okay? I'm not giving the proper answer. I'm giving the real answer because when my sister was young, I asked her, what do you want to be when you besar? I nak kaya. Itu jawapan dia. I nak kaya. I want to be rich. So, yeah.
Well, that's a good answer for a question like that, right? Thank you so much for being candid, Yasmin. Okay, so we are coming towards the close of the discussion. If there are questions from the floor, we'll be happy to take them right after we're done here in a couple more minutes. Anouk, I wanted to ask you about finding one's niche in the capital markets. Is it necessary for those who are starting off or those who are interested to join to try out different sectors? Or how do you actually go about finding what you would be really good at?
I'd say no, there's no, don't say no to anything. Always say yes, is my advice, because the area is so big, and my best advice is to try everything. If anyone offers you an opportunity, take it. I mean, that was the reason why I actually went through in my career from, debt collection is one. I was in Sharia and ETF before it was even a big thing. I was participating in the launching of the ESG index in the initial stages because I didn't say no. So my advice is, in order for you to find your niche, you need to try everything. Speed dating is the way to go. Explore and try it out. And when you're young, you can do as many things as you want to. But it's all predicated on being hungry and wanting to learn. And from there, you'll sort of find which areas are probably most natural to you, which areas you think you are able to also excel in, and then move in that direction. But my personal view is there is no niche that you need to sort of pigeonhole yourself in. Just go for everything, explore, and never say no. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks for that, Anouk. Such great insights there, right? Because there's nothing more perhaps staid or monotonous when it comes to careers for young people than the thought of doing the same thing for the next 10 to even 30 years. Yasmin, you currently work in sustainability. Tell us a little bit about your journey into sustainability from a wide landscape, all the way from healthcare to you were also in oil and gas, acquisitions, etc., to now sustainability. Why sustainability, and what really convinced you to steer your ship on this path?
Okay, so if you don't mind, I'm going to take it back a little bit more. So unlike a lot of people who are in capital markets, I am not your blue chip person. I shared with you earlier, when I graduated, I took 5 years to get my degree, not very smart. 5 years to get a degree. And when I graduated, my parents said, maybe we should just give her money to sell char kway teow. Okay, because she's not very smart. So maybe she should just sell char kway teow. So I started from the bottom. But my mindset was always about, regardless of whether I like the job or I don't like the job, what do I get to learn from that job? That was the most important thing to me. So when I joined a new job, I always looked at it as A, what is the skill I will learn, and B, how do I make a difference? So every time I have changed jobs, is because either I stopped learning or I can stop making a difference. So I started my career, I said, in finance. I made a lot of people very rich. And then I realized actually they're not very nice people, right? And so because they're not very nice people, I had a bit of a, people have midlife crisis, I had a 29-year-old crisis. And I'm like, why am I spending my life making not nice people very, very rich? So then I decided, you know what, I need to come back and serve the country. That's when I joined talent management for the country. Then I moved on to healthcare for the country, right? And then at the end of the day, I said, well, with all the talent management and all the healthcare, if we don't have a planet, there's no point. So for me, it's always about purpose and learning. Sustainability, I can tell you, is really, really not easy because the landscape is changing every single day. So I have to study every single. So I tell people, you see the picture, I got black hair, now I got white hair. This is sustainability hair, okay? Because it's quite stressful, but every time we had a win, it's the win for the planet. It's a big, big thing, right? And of course, sustainability pay is also quite good. So that's also why I'm in it, right? But the reality is, at the end of the day, you must have purpose in what you do. Because sometimes, and I've said this to people, people work for 3 reasons. Because of money, because of passion, or because of purpose, okay? Money can be bad or good. There are days when even the best jobs suck. I can say that, right? Yeah. Even the best jobs suck. But purpose will always be there. So there are days when I don't like my job, but I understand that what I do is going to help change the world. So that's how I ended up in sustainability.
Love it, love it. Such a great story, right? About why we do what we do. Anouk, if I could ask you, was there perhaps an anecdote that you'd be willing to share that about a time during your career where something happened, whatever it may have been, that really told you, this is what I was meant to do, and this is why I'm still here working within the asset management arena?
Okay, I'll give an anecdote. This was about 16 years ago when I had just had my first child, you know. And if any of you have children, it's a period of where you just want to stay home and be with your baby. But we were working on a project where we were launching the largest Sharia ETF then. And so I was very fortunate that I had the support of my husband. And right after confinement, I was literally working 20-hour days. It was I still remember it was during the fasting month. We would have con calls at 11 o'clock at night because of the time difference. And at the same time, I was going to the bathroom and expressing because, you know, first-time mother, milk and everything. And it hit me at that point in time of, what am I doing? And is it really worth it? But the realization was I wouldn't want to be anywhere else because to me, the whole drive of the ETF had a larger purpose of releasing liquidity into the Malaysian capital market. And to me, that was just a signal that I'm in the right place. This is where I should be. Not that, you know, I didn't want to spend time with my daughter, but really the purpose to give back, the purpose to be able to contribute to society was just too strong.
What a story, right? It wasn't too much for you because, and are you here? Oh, wow. Okay, that's amazing. That's amazing. Shout out to you, young lady. And to close off, Yasmin, if I could ask you to share with us perhaps a similar anecdote, but from your working life that really told you, I love working in this space and I feel this is what I was meant to do.
This is my fault. So I think for me, again, coming back to working for a purpose, right? I think similarly for you, working for what you want to achieve. When I was still doing talent development, and this is why I'm here today, it's on a Saturday instead of going for, you know, shopping. I was very frustrated by how much a lot of our young people were not able to reach their full potential. And this is a story that I have told many times, but will continue to affect me. When I was at Talent Corp, I was asked to attend English in Camp program for graduating students who had very high CGPAs but couldn't get work. Okay? So the whole purpose was to help them speak in English. English is important, yeah, in case you think it's not, it's important, okay? So there was this boy who came in. He couldn't even answer a question on what is your favorite food. He could not answer that question. He had a 3.8 in history from a top university in Malaysia. So I switched. He was from Kelantan, my home state. So I asked him. He said he's the first from his family to be able to get to university. And when he asked people what he needed to do to be able to get a good job, they told him he needed to have a high CGPA and he needs to be able to show work experience. So he did that. He's still not employable because no one told him that English was important. Comms was important. And so he told me as he cried in front of me, he cried. And he said if someone had told him this is what he needs to do, he would have done that, right? So this whole idea of information was not going out, okay? So that broke me. That really, I will never forget this boy. It broke me. But the following week, I got an email from a girl that I had spoken to maybe 2-3 years before that. She studied biotech, okay? And she was so worried she would not be able to get a job. Because at that time, masa tu Malaysia nak buat biotech tapi infra wasn't ready, right? I spoke to her, I talked to her about transferable skills, etc. And she wrote to me to tell me that she was now working with Accenture. And really, really happy. So my purpose, whether it's education, whether it's sustainability, is we must inform. We must give people information. And I think for me, that was when I realized that making money was not as important as making a difference. So regardless of whether it's healthcare, sustainability, healthcare was fun. I helped people get babies. That was so much fun. So whether it's healthcare, education, or not sustainability, what matters the most is what is that footprint we leave in the world.
Yasmin, what a fantastic way to sort of help round off this session. Ladies and gentlemen, we do have a little bit more time left and available for us. If there are any questions from the floor, meaning any one of you who've taken the time out of your Saturday to join us, we would be more than happy to bring over a mic or to have you ask us the question. Yes. Yes, thank you so much. We're bringing over a mic right now. Would you mind briefly introducing yourself and asking your question? And if it's for either Yasmin or Anouk, please let us know. Please proceed.
Thank you. My name is Nazahia. I would like to ask anyone from you, because your sharing was very inspiration, very inspired. So how do you actually handle toxic people in your job? And how to join this industry? Where should to start? Where do I start? Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. What an interesting question. Anouk, Yasmin, would either of you like to take a stab?
I'll start off first and then I'll pass it on to you. If you're interested to join the industry, I'm going to go to the website, Investsmart website. You can also go to the eSpring website to write in. We take in interns. Aside from that, you know, if you want, give me your card and we can have a quick discussion as well. How do you deal with toxic people? I think so it's taken me, I would say, 2 decades to come to the realization that everybody looks at the world with a different lens. I don't think anyone out there means to be toxic. I don't think anyone out there means to purposely be unhappy or nasty to you. I think they just have a different lens. So understanding that everyone has a different lens and being able to put yourself slightly out of the whole issue has been very helpful to me. Because yes, you know, you will meet many people, and I'm not just talking about in the industry. In the course of life, you'll meet a lot of people who really, you're just wondering where did they come from. But try to understand that they have a different lens and a perspective of the world. And so that helps put in place a lot of patience as well.
Thank you. Very interesting answer, Anouk. Definitely, that's one way. Yasmin, any thoughts on that?
My mic. So I'm going to do the toxic one first. I think the reality is, I agree with Anouk that no one consciously wants to be toxic. But the power is actually when we realize that they can only hurt us if we let them hurt us, right? So the strength is really for us to realize if you allow them to be toxic, then they will become toxic. If you are strong enough in yourself, in your conviction, you know what your value is, okay lah, it still will be sakit lah, still sakit. Tapi taklah sampai macam, you will understand how to manage it and how to distance yourself. I think this is where the difference is. You cannot expect other people to behave the way that you want, but you can control how you behave and how you react. And I think this is something, it's not just for working people, it's things that I teach my kids as well, that yes, the world can be really nasty, but you have a choice on how you react. And you can be the bigger person and not react in the same way and become toxic as well. So that's the first one. I think on the second, with regard to how do we get in, sustainability particularly is really open right now. As long as you can show that you have interest, you can do a bit of studying, reading up, understanding what the challenges are, the industry is really, really wide. Like I said, we've hired people. I've hired someone who came from, kerja dia ada catering business. Dia buat kroket. I hired him to do project management for me. Sebab kalau dia boleh plan kroket, buat kroket, dia boleh plan I punya project. Okay. Like I mentioned, my colleague is a movie producer. Right? I used to be in healthcare. So minat tu, the interest becomes the overriding thing. Sustainability is really big right now. So yeah. Anu?
I just wanted to sort of add on. Yeah, definitely right where you have to, it will take you some time to be able to stand back and have that patience. It's not immediate. It's a lot of practice.
Haters gonna hate, okay?
Thank you, Yasmin and Anouk. Are there any more questions, ladies and gentlemen? I'm keeping my eyes peeled, but if you could just raise a hand and we'll come over to you.
Hi.
Same row.
Hi.
Please introduce yourself briefly and direct your question to whoever you would like to ask.
Okay. I'm Hazim. I'm a chartered accountant. Currently, I'm in the industry. What is the main motivation for people to move from other industry to this industry, apart from the income? All right.
The caveat is already there. Good question. Thank you.
Okay, all right.
Shall I start? So I think sustainability is slightly different. I know people who have taken pay cuts to come into sustainability because it's that belief that I have children, my children will have grandchildren, my children will have children, so my grandchildren. I cannot give up on the planet. So macam my boss, my CEO, he gave up 70%. He took a 70% pay cut. Okay, tak logik kan? Tapi 70% pay cut to do what he does now. Because to him, duit tu cukup, tapi now I need to help save the world. Right? So, it's that thing of daripada kita just bangun pagi, masuk office, buat kerja, habis kerja balik, is knowing that at the end of that work day, you've made a difference. So, but of course, the money is still really good.
Okay, hope that helped answer your question. Thank you, Yasmin. Any other questions? Perhaps this side of the floor? Now would be your chance before we close the panel. All good? Yes? There's another young gentleman there. Can we please take over the mic?
Hi, hello. My name is Zofaka. Currently, I am an intern in the capital markets. Okay, my question is, what is the odds of return on sustainability investment than the non-sustainable?
Thank you. Interesting question.
I will start, but we'll pass it on to you, okay? So first of all, I have to clarify that when you look at sustainable investment, it's not measured purely on financial indicators anymore. So if you're just chasing financial indicators, it defeats the whole purpose of sustainability. But yes, there are issues currently where, again, lack of data, lack of understanding, that even as you track non-financial data, sustainable investments are not right hitting the mark yet. Okay? But again, it's a case of kalau tak buat langsung lagilah jauh. Kita buat sikit dulu, see how far we go, and we improve from there. So sustainability is on the rise, but I will say from my perspective, what we've seen, yes, it's not necessarily hitting the financial numbers that people want. Maybe Anu, you want to join?
So I'll take it from the perspective of asset management. So sustainability is a very large ambit. So I'll just take the pillar of ESG, for example. So ESG, in terms of how it's imputed into investments is that it is actually a risk-based approach. So for example, I don't know if you know CP Foods, you know, they produce all these, a lot of frozen stuff, very well known. It's a huge Thai conglomerate.
Alah, kalau pergi 7-Eleven, dia ada freezer yang ada telur goreng. Yang untuk orang yang tak goreng telur tu, yang tu, yes.
So CP Foods is a huge conglomerate in Thailand, and they were actually called out for human rights issues, slavery issues. So things like that within the ESG lens helps provide a view of how to evaluate and value a company. So if that wasn't highlighted, you know, in terms of impact, in terms of practices, it would not be imputed for a fund manager. So I think ESG is very important. You're actually already practicing it. You just don't have a name for it. You do look at things like, you know, policies, procedures, long-term strategies in terms of investments. All of that fall under a ESG lens as well. It's just that you may not have realized that that was something that was used as ESG. Where else now, going forward, that's a policy that we're looking in as well.
Thank you very much. Hope that answers your question. And going once, going twice, going thrice for any last questions from the floor before we close. Ladies and gentlemen. Yes.
I have a question.
Please. Could you quickly introduce yourself and then ask your question?
My name is Dee. My question for Anuk is, have you always wanted to pursue a career in capital market? And for Nick, Yasmin, since you have been in so many industries, are you happy or do you plan to shift again to another industry? And the last question for both of you is, as you know, I think ESG is only like 5 years old or something. So now there's like AI and I don't know, digital, whatever. What is your opinion about the future for, I think, sustainability and ESG? I think that's the question. Thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting questions. Anuk?
So I started off wanting to do law, actually, and fell in love with economics, did a degree, came out, worked as a debt collector in the US, and you know, it didn't work out, they didn't want me, came back and sort of fell into asset management because yeah, I'm a professional along, yeah, and sort of fell into asset management, and I loved it. So it was something that sort of, you know, came up, and you know, I didn't have anything else to do, and it just sort of fell into place. Having said that, you know, I've had opportunities to move out of the industry, but I've been fortunate that I've been able to always do something new within the space that I am. So I think, you know, being in asset management for 25 years sounds very long, but I was in 4 or 5 very different roles. So to me, it's not so much about being pigeonholed into an industry, it's about what you do and how you contribute back.
Yasmin?
Will I move? Okay, so I did not have an interest in economics or finance. I wanted to be Sharifah Aini. That didn't work out because I can't sing. But my parents felt that finance was a good career path. I was an oldest child, very obedient. So I did it, I struggled really hard because my heart wasn't in it. Again, making not nice people very rich was not very good for me. So I'm going to say, with regard to whether I will change careers again, I will admit to being true to my sense of self that I must do something that matters. But the matter may change. As I was sharing with Anu earlier, if I could do career awareness and become a millionaire, I would do it, but I can't, okay? But also recognizing that I have mouths to feed, I have charity projects that I want to support. So where I am currently allows me to do that and still have a purpose of saving the world, so to speak. So I may go, I may not go, but I think what I will always remain true to is an understanding that I will work for something that matters. So that's one. I think the second question on sustain. So ESG is actually not new. A lot of people think that it's new. It's actually not new. It's just that because of the fact that we're literally getting warmer, people have started to pay more attention to it. It's been around for 20, 30 years. It's been around for a while. Yeah, it was not cool then because everyone was chasing money really, right? At that point, we were giving up our long-term planet for short-term gains. When I wanted to go into sustainability, my mother, who by the way is the biggest single-use plastic user that I know, everything is single-use plastic, okay? So she said to me, sustainability ni kan dia tak lama ni mama rasa. Sooner or later people are going to forget about it. But the reality is, as we're seeing right now, we're seeing climate refugees, people who are being displaced because the climate is changing. We're seeing, my boss likes to say this, families who are displaced because their income has been affected by changes in the climate. Farmers are seeing less returns. The world is changing so much that you cannot afford to ignore ESG anymore. You can't. But I think the weightage between E, S, and G will shift. Right now, everyone's looking at climate, because we're literally trying to stay under the 2-degree radar, right? But if, inshallah, we get there, then the S and the G will start. So S and G has always been there. Anouk said that. That's absolutely right. People have been looking at S and G for a long time. Then the focus will rebalance again to S and G. But right now, because the climate, the E is so urgent that everyone is just focused on it right now. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Very interesting answers as well. All right, ladies and gentlemen, on that note, as we've drawn to the end of today's panel on, of course, a career in the capital markets, may I please request for a huge round of applause for our wonderful panelists, Anouk Hanafia and Nick Asman. Thank you very much, ladies. On that note, back to you, Wayem.
All right, thank you. Can we give, of course, our moderator also a round of applause, Ms. Tawina? Thank you. All right, can we have the ladies on stage to take a photo together? Can always stand up and look at our photographer. So ladies and gentlemen, hope you enjoyed the panel discussion. And of course, that was a discussion on the careers in the capital market and how you can make a difference. And of course, thank you to Tamina, Yasmin, as well as Anouk for the amazing sharing. All right, awesome. So ladies and gentlemen, for the next session on stage, we do have, of course, on the topic on how you can be a retirement funding superstar. All right. So ladies and gentlemen, do stay tuned for that. That will happen in about 5 minutes time. And meanwhile, do stick around, stay tuned. All of this is, of course, brought to you by the Investsmart Fest 2023. Thank you. See you soon.
Jangan salah langkahnya jika terpedaya hidup sengsara. Macam-macam skim yang ada mesti faham mana dilabur. Lesen SC pastikan ada, silap labur, duit lebur. Ingin tahu produk sah yang ada, laman web Investsmart jawabannya.
Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
Hey, Chong, how are things with you, man?
Not too good. I made a very bad move.
You see, I told you many times, Rachel isn't the one for you, bro. Think about it, right? She eats fine dining, you eat hawker food, right? She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decisions.
Oh.
You see, I was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he'll give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money, and ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right, I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the one that you fell for, 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into personal bank account. Let me ask you this, that 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank into his personal account, and then he would make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, alright? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Rajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know.
All right, a very good evening to all of you ladies and gentlemen. Now we're going to start our next session very, very soon. So just that you're aware, our next session is actually, if you are joining the lucky draw, part of the QR code will be on stage, on the screen. And of course, the important thing is the next topic that we have is, of course, talking about how you can be a retirement funding superstar. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, for that to happen, I would like to invite Mr. Rajan, licensed financial planner from Manulife Investment Management, Berhad. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give Mr. Rajan a round of applause?
Hi, everyone. Okay, so there is a fan club here for the excellent panel discussion, which I understand. A lot of people can hear my voice, and I'm a little bit disturbed by the fact that you guys are all spread out. So I want to have some fun. And I sent my wife a picture of the thing, and her response was, "Ooh, you're a superstar." And that is not correct. My title was, "You can be a retirement funding superstar." Now, can I ask you, how many of you have as a goal not to retire? Now, don't answer yet, because my question is a two-parter. How many of you have as a goal not retiring because you want to die early? Hands up. I've got one, okay. Die early or just... betul ni. Absolutely right. And thank you so much for what you shared. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I know, I've got the clicker here. Let's see whether this thing works. Hey, so nice. Okay. You can be a retirement funding superstar. I'm going to stand here so I have an idea as to what's going on. Right. Many people, especially if they are under the age of 30, assume that retirement is something people talk about, but it'll never happen. I am 59 and a half years old. What is the official retirement age in Malaysia? Betul. So if I were to actually stick to the official retirement age of Malaysia, I've only got 6 months left to work. And that, for me, would be a big disaster. My personal goal is to actually retire at the age of 75. Now, that may seem excessive, except that my late father ended up closing down his legal practice. He was a lawyer at the age of 85. So if I want to retire at 75, I'm taking it early. Now, right now, I have got only 2 familiar faces. The daughter of an old client of mine, Hui Ming over here, and my friend from the same principal company, Manulife, Arvind. The only 2 faces that I recognize right now. Now, I'm assuming that over time, this place will fill up. But I want us to have as much fun as possible. So, I can't force you, but it really is very difficult for me to stand here and speak to you over there, and you over there, and you over there, and you over there. So can I ask, if you're comfortable doing it, come as far forward as you can and as close to center as you can, if you're comfortable doing it. Thank you, thank you. Very good. And I like the fact that you're highly responsive. What's your name? Excuse me? I am. Very rare. Thank you, Hen. Okay, guys, let's try and have some fun. When we talk about retirement, there are a few options. One is you plan for retirement, but then you die. And so the money goes to somebody else. I write the financial planning column for the New Sunday Times, our New Sunday Times, NST, Malaysian NST. And I have been doing it pretty much every Sunday, almost every Sunday, unless the paper is not published for whatever reason, or they steal my pages because they need it, for more than 8 years. So there are more than 400 of those columns. And I tend to write on financial planning, I tend to write on retirement planning. And for those of you who are more readers than viewers, if you want, I will actually give you the link to the archive. NST at the moment keeps it free, so help yourself. Read as much as you like. I hope you find it helpful. But when we talk about retirement, dying early should not be part of your plan. In one of the columns that I wrote a few months ago, I was checking on global population. I was checking on the number of people over the age of 100. There are about 600,000 people in the whole world right now who are over the age of 100. And the distribution by country. Do you know what totally blew me away? And this is because nobody has ever brought this up. I've never seen it before. But I was looking at the countries with the highest number of centenarians. And not surprisingly, you'd see Japan, you'd see the US, big populations, you'd see China, you'd see India. The country I didn't expect to see was us. That really surprised me because I was looking at the absolute number. And then for those of you who don't know, the population of Malaysia is about 34 million. The population of the US is about 340 million. So we're only 1/10. So I just scanned the numbers and then I realized, you know, on a per capita basis, that makes Malaysia the country with the highest incidence of centenarians. Now, I want you to stop and think about this. Hui Ming, her boyfriend, is coming from somewhere else later, and I are going to go for dinner once everything is done. It's a very high probability we're going to eat satay or nasi lemak or something like that. Now, in the land of roti canai and nasi lemak and satay, how on earth do we have the highest incidence of centenarians? I really don't know. But we do. And part of it, I think, has to do with the public healthcare system and the fact that the private healthcare system does a good job. Now, when we talk about retirement, never mind dying early, there are two proper... You're welcome to stand. Would you like to sit? Okay. There are two ways of actually planning for your retirement. And like I said, well, now I've got Hen as well, so maybe I will do this. Hui Ming, I'll bug you later. Hen and Arwin, can you come up, please? Hen, stand here. Ayam di sini. Arwin here. Over here, over here. Closer, 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 closer. Okay, now, whenever I talk to my retirement funding clients, new clients who are coming in, I basically tell them, what is your preference? How do you actually plan for retirement? How do you want to do this? Now, there are two models. If you're actually going to take notes on your phone or write it down, I'll try and go a little slower. If you need me to repeat, you tell me. The two models are called capital preservation and capital liquidation. Now, just for argument's sake, because if I describe it and I ask you, most of you would say that you actually want a capital preservation model. Problem is, it costs a lot of money. I mean a lot. When I crunch numbers for people who want a capital preservation model for retirement, and remember, Malaysians have a tendency to live quite long, most of my answers when I'm crunching the numbers run from 3 million to 20 million ringgit. And that was before the current weakness in our currency. And when I do the numbers for capital liquidation, because sometimes I would crunch the numbers for really old people, and sometimes they're very young people. So there's a big range, and that typically runs from 500,000 ringgit to 5 million ringgit. So if I put the two models together, my range is 500,000, setengah juta, all the way up to 20 mil, 20 juta. And that's huge. And think about it, how much money do we earn? For those of you who were around just now during the panel discussion, the lady with white hair, with the sustainable lady with white hair, she basically was talking about someone who started work, no master's degree, straight out from university, 8,000 ringgit. Now, I don't know about you, but 8,000, I live in Seramban. 8,000 ringgit is a lot of money. But the majority of people are actually going to have trouble trying to earn enough money to grow it. So, if you're taking down notes, write this down. The whole world, and Malaysia in particular, is facing a retirement funding train wreck. A retirement funding train wreck. Now, my two friends here are very patiently standing here, and I promise to let you go soon. But this is the deal. I want you to imagine that Arwin here decides that his goal is to retire well, and to retire well on a capital preservation basis. Okay, so he's capital preservation, and Hen, just for argument's sake, at the moment, I'm assuming that you are aiming for capital liquidation. So, if I were crunching their numbers, for Arwin, it'll be between 3 and 20 million ringgit. That's what he's aiming for. About 85 to 90% of the people that I crunch numbers for who want capital preservation fall in this category. And about 90% of the people who I crunch numbers for capital liquidation, Hen is my example here, between 3 and 20 million ringgit. Now, I have forced this on you, but I have also described what I mean. I'm going to ask you first, and then I'm going to ask all of you. Now, not because I segmented you, but answer honestly. if you have a choice in terms of your own retirement planning, do you want to shoot for capital preservation or capital liquidation? Hen. Your goal is preservation. Preference, right? Arvin? Preservation. Okay, cool. Now, can I ask you guys the same question? For all of you who are seated and anyone who can hear my voice and is standing, please try and respond. Do not respond twice. Do respond, but don't respond twice. Now, how many of you, if you are aiming for retirement, you're going to do your own planning, all the technical team over here, please try and answer as well. How many of you would aim, if you can, for capital preservation? Hands up. Oh, very few, huh? Okay, hands down. How many would intentionally aim for capital liquidation? Hands up. Okay, good. How many of you, it doesn't matter what I ask you, you will never put up your hands? Okay, everyone please give my unwitting helpers a big hand. Hen and Arvin, have a seat. Thanks. Okay, so when it comes to retirement, we've got the two models. You're going to have to decide what it is that you want. I'm going to move fairly quickly. When we hit retirement, now in my column, if I'm on TV or if I'm on radio or whatever else, I have said this again and again for the last several years. I believe that Malaysia's official retirement age of 60 is too low. And when you look at the international scene right now, most countries have an official retirement age of between 62 and 68. Malaysia is aging at a terrifying rate. It's actually really, really bad. And so I have repeatedly written and spoken about a position that is very unpopular, and I got no problems. I'm very thick-skinned, and I'm very happy to be unpopular. I got no problems with it. And it is this. I believe that if Malaysia does not raise its retirement age from 60 to 65 in the next 10 years, if it doesn't raise it by 5 years in the next 10 years, we're going to face a massive problem in terms of filling required jobs. Now, I told you that my personal aim is, God willing, if I'm still healthy and strong and alive, what is my target retirement age? 75, which is, I must admit, excessive. But you guys need to decide for yourself. You may actually want to go for early retirement, and in this environment, and some of you look very young, that may actually be 50 or 55 or whatever else. For those of you who are young, years from now, when the official retirement in Malaysia is 65 or 68 or 70, early retirement may actually be 62. If you want to aim for early retirement, you actually need advanced planning for most of us. How many of you do not have an EPF account? Hands up, no EPF account. Really? Wow, okay. How many of you do have an EPF account? Okay, thank you. Arvin, you bypass EPF by never being in the workforce, is it? Okay. Under normal circumstances, if I did not know him well, I would be very worried for him. Since I do know him, trust me, he's actually in really good shape. But for most of us, if you are comfortable with the government, comfortable with the future of Malaysia, comfortable with EPF, take advantage of the fact that if you got extra money, you can put now up to 100,000 ringgit per year extra on top of whatever your employer pays in and you end up putting in as an employee. And just think about it. Now later I'm actually going to cover some specifics. Right now, I will just ask you, if you continue down your current path, what is your retirement going to look like? Is it going to be hard? Is it going to be easy? Now here, I'm not being racist. I just ended up looking for pictures of old men, and the poor man basically looks like I will look in due course. And it happens to be a white guy at a bar drinking coffee, I think. So we all want to have an easy retirement. But the reality is this. during the COVID period, 4 rounds of EPF withdrawals were allowed by 2 previous governments. After the 3rd round of withdrawals, this was the situation. I give you broad numbers, okay? If you want to jot down, you're welcome to. Otherwise, just listen. Malaysia has 34 million people. Malaysia has an active workforce of about half, maybe about 16, 17 million people. EPF, which was established, I think, in 1951, has 15 million accounts, 8 million of which are active. After the 3rd round of COVID-permitted, COVID-initiated withdrawals, this was the situation. More than 6 million Malaysians with EPF accounts had less than 10,000 ringgit inside. Of that 6 million, more than 3 million had less than 1,000 ringgit. I'm telling you, it isn't just a case of the world facing a retirement funding train wreck. Malaysia is heading toward a retirement funding train wreck. We need to do something, and for those who have not raided their EPF, you're actually in better shape than the vast majority of people. Tetapi tak cukup. It is not enough. And again, for those of you who are Bumiputra, you also have the option of the PNB funds, you got the ASB funds. There's a big difference between ASB and ASN. ASN fluctuates, ASB gives you a backing for 1 ringgit. EPF, same thing. By legislation, you're not going to lose capital. But you need to figure out what you are going to do on your own to decide whether your retirement is going to be easy or hard. This is a rhetorical question. I know the answer. You all want it to be easy. There are massive questions about our retirement preparedness. So I want to ask you a question, mainly because I also want to take a drink. On a scale of 1 to 10, and I'm actually going to do a count from 1 to 10, and I would want you to put your hands up later. 1 means you are not prepared at all. Either you are too old and there's too little time, and you spent the money, maybe you did the COVID withdrawals and the money all disappeared, or you are really well prepared. If you are badly prepared, then pick a 1 or a 2. If you're very, very well prepared, on target, maybe 8, 9, 10. I want you to pick a number. I'm going to give you 30 seconds to think about your number. Okay, I trust you all have your number. Now, for all of you who picked the number 5, I want you to eliminate the number 5. I won't accept 5. So you go to 4 or you go to 6. Okay? Now let's try this. I'll count from 1 to 10. And I want you to put up your hand once I hit your number. How prepared are you for retirement? 1, 2, 3. Hey, this is a very, very good crowd. 4, 5. Good. People at least paid attention. 6. Nice. 7. Yes, the man with no EPF. 7. Okay. 8. Cool. 9. 10. Okay. Gentlemen over there, congratulations. I think you are the winner of our group. You're at 8. May things get only progressively better. Oh, I got to let you know. At the end of this talk, there's actually going to be, I think, 3 Q&A questions. And remember I was telling you, got to be prepared. Obviously got to manage your money well. I think the gifts are actually money, you know. So I'm actually a very, very gentle speaker. Everything that you need to know to answer the 3 questions, I will tell you. But you must listen. And I'm assuming the same person cannot win twice. Okay. So at least 3 of you will walk away with 50 bucks, is it? Each. 50 bucks each. Okay, of Aeon vouchers. Okay, where was I? Big questions exist about our retirement preparedness. Okay, let me ask you now. Something very specific separates those who are ready for retirement and those who aren't. There's no money for this one, no vouchers. Vouchers only at the end. But anyone who has an idea, please shout out. What is it, do you think, that separates those who are going to retire well from those who are going to retire badly? Any idea? What's your name, please? No, I can't hear you. Oh, so A, B, C, D. Okay, D. Yes.
Investment.
Oh, okay, but the point is, okay, I'm not alone here, and I'm assuming D, it's not just you and me. How many people here have lost money on their investments? If you don't put your hands up, something is wrong. It's been rough. It's okay, Hen, I quietly talk to you outside. We've all lost money on our investments, right? Investments would be very, very wise, but it's not the answer I'm looking at right now. Anyone else? What do you think it is that separates people who are prepared for retirement and those who aren't? Come to you in a second. Go first.
Preparation.
Very nice. Preparation. Yours? Oh, wonderful. Since I'm a licensed financial planner, I'm so happy you said financial planning. But that's not the answer I'm looking for, but it's very close. What is it that separates those of us who are going to be okay from those who aren't? Am I supposed to stand somewhere to get this to work? We don't have time to discuss. I got my 2 characters here. And this is my answer. Say again? That was a very good answer. It ties in with that. But it's actually this. It's a willingness and an eagerness to pay the price of success. You don't wait for some kind of unplanned durian runto situation. You don't wait for the government to come and rescue you. You take personal responsibility. I don't know where I'm pressing. Where do I go? Okay. Accepting personal responsibility. Now, how and what you do about that personal responsibility is entirely up to you. But this is what divides. It's not just in Malaysia. It's not just in the Klang Valley. This is what divides people around the world between the vast majority of people who are not ready and those who are. And I'm telling you, it is scary when you start looking at the numbers. I'll give you some rough numbers, okay? Jot down if you want to. Earth has today roughly 8.05 billion people alive. Remember that number, a little over 8 billion people. Every year, there is a wealth management company based in Paris called Capgemini. Write down the name. Capgemini, I think, is one word. Capgemini publishes a report that is free, and it comes out late June every year. It's called the WWR, the World Wealth Report. In the World Wealth Report, sampling is done around the world to try and figure out how many people on the planet actually have more than $1 million in investable assets. So by Malaysian standards, what time do I have to stop speaking? 6:30. We're good. Is that time correct? Okay. So now I personally believe the WWR numbers are too low. I think they're actually leaving out the black markets of Saudi Arabia, Russia, India, China. I think the numbers are low, but because they use the same methodology year on year, you can see the growth. More than $1 million US, so by Malaysian standards right now, 4.6, 4.7 million ringgit investable. Leave out your house, leave out collectibles, pieces of art, all that. Just leave all those out. Fancy cars, leave out. Just financial assets and also brick and mortar real estate, that you don't live in. So, I think some of you actually look like real estate tycoons and you collect rent. And so in that case, you guys are good. According to the WWR, there are only about 20 or 30 million people worldwide who qualify. And that's why I personally think that number's too low. But if it's 30 million people out of 8 billion, think about it. 10% of 8 billion is 800 million. 1% of 8 billion is 80 million. 30 million is less than half of 1%. Now, do you remember what I was telling you just now when Hen and Arwin helped me? The range of requirements that I calculate for capital liquidation and capital preservation. That range ran from 500,000 ringgit to 20 million ringgit. Very, very roughly, about 100,000 US to 4 million US. 8 billion people, 30 million people, according to the Capgemini, have enough money to be able to do it. And that is why in Malaysia, for many, many years, I've been a licensed financial planner for a really long time. And when we started out, for ages, there were only a few hundred of us serving more than 30 million people. Now the number of licensed financial planners is well over 1,000, which is good. But we can still pick and choose our clients because many people need help. There isn't enough help to go around. But apart from licensed financial planners, you've also got financial intermediaries, stockbrokers, remisiers, unit trust consultants, people who know. And in every category, there will be those who care about what happens to you, and there will be those who are only focused on their pockets. And that isn't even talking about the scammers. I'm pointing there because there's some kind of scam meter there. Nobody cares more about your money than you do. I'm going to give you a piece of advice at the end of my talk. I strongly suggest that you take it. Okay, how do we pay the price of success? How do we take on personal responsibility? Let me give you some suggestions. Number one, always make it a point to exercise delayed gratification. What am I talking about? Quite simple. Take a picture, at least get the definition. Delayed gratification helps us build up cash flow surpluses. Our goal is to build and grow those surpluses faster than inflation destroys the purchasing power of our money. D, just now, what was your first answer? Absolutely right. Now, there is a difference between saving and investing. We save for different reasons, we invest for different reasons. All of us, almost all of us, have lost money while investing, and that's because investing has risk. But we have to position ourselves so that we are able to take that risk. And the way that you do that is to actually educate yourself. And then, there is no guarantee that you will always make money. The moment you venture into investing, there is the possibility, there's even the probability that in the short term, in the medium term, you will lose money. And that is why saving is also important. I'll say more about that later. Now, what is delayed gratification? Delayed gratification is not giving up things that are bad for things that are good. Very often, delayed gratification means giving up things that are good for things that are great. Some of you here maybe earn 2,000 or 3,000 ringgit per month. Some of you are kids, so I think you don't earn any money and you're basically on the allowance that your parents give you. Thank you for the nod. Cute chap in the green t-shirt at the back. And some of you are on 10,000 ringgit a month. Remember, this is capital markets. I guarantee you there are people here who are on 100,000 a month or even more. There is a wide range. Like every country on earth, Malaysia is not perfect. Our weak currency, the revolving door of prime ministers, we've got all kinds of stuff going on. And many Malaysians have a tendency to maybe look to Singapore or look to Australia or New Zealand or the UK or the US or wherever else, greener pastures, stronger currencies. And I guess that's okay. But what you have to remember is every single country has a problem. Every single other country has a problem. How many times have you read in the news where people just go to McDonald's to have a meal in the US and some crackpot starts opening fire on them? How many times have you heard every quarter, how many times have you heard in the last year of people being shot in mass shootings in the US? Singapore can be a pressure cooker. Like I said, Malaysia's not perfect either. But you got to decide where it is that you're going to plant your roots. And if it is here, there is plenty of opportunity. But we need personal responsibility. We cannot rely on the government to take care of us. We cannot rely on the government to take care of us. We have to take care of ourselves. And for this, I'm talking to everybody here. Okay. For delayed gratification, we got to ask ourselves, what do we do with the cash we don't spend? And D, your answer is half of what I'm going to put here. You all know this face, right? Smartest investor in the world. What's his name? Warren Buffett. Okay. Now, Buffett has had a lot to say over a long, long time. Buffett, this is now November, so September, October, November. 3 months ago, Warren Buffett turned 93 years old. In 6 weeks, his longtime partner, business partner, investment partner, Charlie Munger, God willing, will turn 100 years old. Charlie Munger was born on New Year's Day, 1924. So I'm hoping Charlie makes it. These are very simple, basic ideas. Save and invest. If you were here earlier, you listened to the panel talking about what you need to do to have a career in the capital market. Let me ask you an interesting question. Again, it's not one of the 50 ringgit voucher questions, but let's just see whether you know. They talked about the capital market, right? Do you know that the capital market comprises two parts? There are two sub-markets that make up the capital market. Can anyone tell me what they are? Normally when, yes. Absolutely, thank you very much. What's your name?
Alvin Yao.
Excuse
Alvin Yao.
Alvin?
Yao.
Alvin, thank you. That's a very good answer. Spot on. What Alvin said was the equity market and the bond market. So in broader terms, what we have is equity market, which is the ownership market, ownership of businesses, and you've got the fixed income market. And within fixed income, the biggest part would be the bond market, but you can also have preferred securities there. So if you're taking down notes, this is useful. The capital market comprises two parts: ownership, equities, and loanership, what is borrowed. Okay? I'll need to move on. In my opinion, for those of us who are only just about ready to get serious about retirement funding, to transform yourself into a retirement funding superstar. Now, what do I mean by that? The title of my talk, How to Be a Retirement Funding Superstar, is definitely over the top. But why did I pick that? Because most people are going to fail. Most people around the world will fail. Most people in Malaysia will fail. I am hoping most people here, myself included, do not fail. And what's required? Personal responsibility. Something else is required as well. A long, long, long runway. And 30 years or more, I think, is ideal. Let's assume that the authorities don't listen to me, okay? And Malaysia's retirement age stays at 60, which is a bad idea. But let's say that's the case. How many of you here, Mr. Green T-shirt, you can also answer. How many of you here are under the age of 30? Hands up. Younger than 30. Excellent. That means everybody else here is exactly 30, is it? Or 30 and older. Now, if you're older than 30, if the official retirement age is 60, if I am correct in assuming that we need a 30-year runway, what to do? How? Something I told you earlier actually gives you an idea. What is my target retirement age, God willing? 75. Now, I can do that because my wife and I own our own company. Come and have a seat if you'd like. You're welcome to. And also, I have a sole prop that's been running longer than our company. Bottom line is, I look at the mirror. If I want to go on holiday, I talk to the boss says I can. So, as long as you're an employee, it's a little bit difficult. But many of you who are employees actually harbor a dream of being self-employed, owning your own business at some stage. So take your time doing that. There are financial planning principles that can help you prepare yourself so you don't blow up. But when you want to do it, make sure that you do it early enough so that you can fail and get up again, fail and get up again, fail, get up again, not fail, and build. So that's what you want to try and do. So seriously, if you're a little bit older and you still think you need a 30-year runway, figure out a way to be in business for yourself. Okay, saving and investing over that long period. And this is really important. Now, I use this term all the time, but my problem is that EBF sounds like EPF. And so if I'm on radio and I'm telling people this, then I have to keep repeating it. So a couple of other terms for EBF, Emergency Buffer Fund, would be cushion account and reserve account. So when you are putting together your emergency buffer fund or EBF or cushion account or reserve account, the guidelines are different for those who are self-employed and for those who are conventionally employed. I want to address everything, both scenarios for anyone who's interested. So I just want to get a sense. How many of you are not working? Children can put up your hands. Who's not working? You guys are not working.
Students.
You really better be earning money here. It's like, oh, Alvin, retired, is it? Okay, cool. So a few of you are not working. The rest of you are working. For those of you who are working, how many of you are in business for yourself? Very few. Okay. And how many of you are conventionally employed? Hands up. Vast majority of people. Okay. You're conventionally employed. Makan gaji, right? You get your money every month. Some scenarios, you get money twice a month. When it comes to those who are self-employed, those who run their own business, we need to have as our emergency buffer, my advice, between 6 and 12 months, not of our income, 6 to 12 months of our expenses. Now, for those of you who are conventionally employed, you need between 3 and 6 months expenses. So your emergency buffer is lower. Now, I don't know how much you earn, but this is a Klang Valley audience. So for those who are working, I'm going to guess and say maybe the average income here is 7,000 ringgit. I'm just going to guess. Some people who earn 7,000 ringgit spend 7,000 ringgit. Some who earn 7,000 ringgit spend 4, 5, or 6,000. They're in good shape. Some who earn 7,000 spend 8, 9, or 10,000. They are not in good shape. Let's hope that you are, assuming it's 7,000, come sit down, 7,000, and let's say you're spending 5 or 6,000 ringgit. If you are conventionally employed and you're in the 3 to 6 month range, you decide, okay, maybe a 4-month buffer is enough, and you're spending 6,000 per month, even though you're earning 7, you need a 24,000 ringgit buffer. Where do you keep the buffer? Somewhere very, very safe. Do not try and earn a high return on your capital for your buffer. It is not return on capital. It is return of capital. When you have an emergency, the money must be there. And for those of us who are in business, we need to have a bigger buffer. Now for those of you who are conventionally employed, that means you have an employer, you get your gaji once a month or more often. How many of you who are employed dream of becoming a boss, dream of running your own business? Hands up. Okay, cool. Now, Hen, just please tell me you don't plan to become a chicken farmer, because that would just be too cute. Okay, let me keep moving. So if you plan to move from conventional employment to becoming self-employed, running your own business, get the buffer side taken care of first. So on the personal side, go from 3 to 6 months to 6 to 12. Ideally 12, I think. When you first start out, it's very dangerous. On top of that, if you're not in that big a rush to start, double your 12-month buffer for your business. If you do that, I'm telling you, you will be in much better shape than most of us who say, I've had enough, I want to just start on my own. And I'm telling you, from personal experience, the first month you don't have a salary and the business doesn't bring revenue, and it takes a long time for business to start rolling in, it's terrifying. So do yourself a favor. Do your research, do your planning, take care of your savings, work on stuff. Okay. Here. Build a savings and investment portfolio, so SIP, savings and investment portfolio, in the shape of a metaphorical barbell. How many of you either very occasionally or regularly go to a gym? Hands up. So few of us. Okay, my goodness, only 4 people here, and I'm including myself. And by the way, I'm going to the gym because as you age, you lose muscle mass. It's called sarcopenia. And my wife was complaining, where are your leg muscles? And I was having trouble getting out of the car. So I hired a personal trainer. I've gone to the gym. And it's very slow progress. But whether we go to a gym or not, we know what a barbell is, right? Do not make the mistake of confusing a barbell with a dumbbell. These are different. Barbell, long bar. An Olympic barbell with no weights, I think by itself is 20 kilos. I think. By itself, it's heavy. You know? So you got a barbell, and you go to the gym, you obviously better balance your weight so that both sides are exactly right. Now, when you are constructing your SIP, your savings and investment portfolio, you don't, in most cases, you don't need to balance. Because on one side of your barbell, you should be focused on capital gains. It can be savings, most likely investments. On the other side, you should be focused on passive income. Now, let me ask you, who needs passive income more, the old or the young? The older people. Who needs capital gains more? Usually the young. But it also depends on your personality. And even if you don't consider yourself old, having passive income flow in is so cool. For those of you who've been working for more than, say, 3 or 4 years, and I mean, now you can go and check your EPF statement all the time, but you know, once a year, around about February, after EPF declares its dividends, you go check your statement. And after about 3, 4, or 5 years, you're looking and you're thinking, wow, so much. Because the dividend has kicked in and it's compounding. So there are huge advantages. Let me just double check. I need to stop at 6:30 before you ask the questions, right? Is that correct? Okay, good. Still good. So capital gains and passive income. I'm going to give you some suggestions. Hui Ming's boyfriend is only coming later. I obviously have to get off the stage after 3 of you collect your 50 ringgit vouchers. But I'm going to be around. So if anyone wants to talk to me with questions or whatever, I'm happy to answer. I can sit over there or whatever, as long as I don't disrupt whatever's happening after that. Okay, now I'm going to give you some ideas. For capital gains, I'm just going to give you the ideas. Now, because of capital market rules, and I mean, you know, my regulator is the Securities Commission. If Securities Commission tells me to jump, I will say how high. I have to comply. So I cannot give you specific securities advice, but I can share ideas with you. So let me just give you some ideas right now. China. America, in my opinion, is acting like a schoolyard bully by basically saying China, you're not allowed to grow bigger than us. I mean, what kind of garbage is this? China came up with an idea of something called Made in China 2025. The US came out and said, oh, cannot, they're not allowed. What kind of rubbish is this? You want to focus on something, you focus on your own weaknesses and you build things up. Thankfully, Xi Jinping and Biden had a decent meeting recently, but it only takes one clown in DC or in Beijing to open his mouth, send out a policy, and then things are right back where we started again. The world is geopolitically in a real mess. I don't even have to say anything about Israel, Hamas, and Palestine. I don't have to say anything about Ukraine and Russia. It's just awful. I will say this, though. When it comes to crises, one crisis after another, so singular crisis is SIS, plural crisis is SES. I believe the world is now facing crises fatigue. And the reason I say that is this. We had COVID. On March 11, 2020, the WHO declared COVID a global pandemic. On March 16th, Muhyiddin, when he was Prime Minister, made the announcement that night that Malaysia was going to lock its borders, MCO was going to start on March 18th, 2020. Throughout 2020, my business shrank by 70 or 80%. And then 2021, I rebuilt, 2022, rebuilt, 2023, rebuilt, but I'm still below where I was in 2019. Now, that's just me. Some people, bounced immediately, but the number of restaurants that shut down, the number of hotels that shut down, the airlines that suffered? Some have bounced back very quickly, some haven't. So I'm just sharing with you where I'm coming from. COVID was awful. But after COVID ended and the world opened up, within 6 months, if nothing else had gone wrong, I believe the global supply chains would actually have healed themselves. But what happened? In February 2022, Putin decided to stroll into Ukraine and kill innocent babies. Right now, in Palestine, people are screaming about what's going on. More than 11,000 people have died. On the Israeli side, on October 7th, 1,400 people died. Civilians were targeted in that initial attack. More than 1,000 of them were civilians. When Putin attacked Ukraine, the first news flow was babies being killed, pregnant mothers being killed. As far as I'm concerned, Putin is a war criminal. The world wasn't allowed to heal. We had the Ukraine crisis. And when that happened, we lost 20% of wheat supply for the entire planet. That caused inflation to spike. Countries like Sri Lanka and the poorer countries in Africa ended up in real problem. Things got better slowly. But the inflation problems began to spike. And this had been in the offing for 15 years, because 2008, when the US Federal Reserve started printing money, everyone expected inflation. But the only inflation was in the capital market, both sides of the capital market, the equity side and the fixed income side. So the real economy was okay. But it was Putin's actions that hit the food supply that caused things to fly. Then, so what the three crises: COVID, Ukraine, inflation. And to fight inflation, central bankers raised interest rates enormously. And then what happened? October 7th, Hamas crossed the border, attacked Israel. Israel is continuing to retaliate. Have you noticed what has happened in the last round, in the last month or so, to the capital markets? They're actually okay. There's been no massive drop. And I think it's because the world is fed up. There is so much pent-up growth and the opportunity to heal that there seems to be a flaw forming. So if we take the view that, 2023 is a bit rough, but not recession, 2024 may be a little slower, but not recession, and if 2025 bounces, the capital market actually always, it presages the real economy. So you want to be positioned before the economy takes off. And so I'm just going to give you some ideas. I think despite America acting like a bully boy, China is not going to disappear. China will bounce at some stage, but I think it'll be a rough ride. India is the largest country in the world right now by population. In case you didn't know, India overtook China a few months ago. And its economy is only about a quarter, I think, of China's. But it's got more people, many of whom are very hardworking. India will do well. The USA, say what you like, whether you are anti-US or not, American companies control the world. And when the global economy grows, by the way, I don't know how many of you are boycotting McDonald's and Starbucks, but I guarantee you their business is going to be okay. And America will bounce. Commodities. Human civilization is built on the utilization of commodities. And I think we're still in the early years of a massive commodity bull run. Oh, and fresh water. Global freshwater reserves are fairly limited. If you can get positioned into water, it would be very good. So these are just ideas. I'm just giving you ideas. If you want to build an SIP, savings and investment portfolio, on the capital gain side, consider this. Talk to your unit trust people, talk to your bankers, talk to somebody, and then see what you can do. On the passive income side, we want passive income. We want interest. If you are very much into Islamic banking, then you want to get your profit rate. But whatever it is, it's still interest flowing in. You want to get dividends from EPF. Poor Arwin is the only person here who gets no EPF dividends. But how many of you are invested in the stock market and you receive dividends sometimes? Hands up. Okay, listen to me. It is now easier than ever to get involved in the stock market. Bursa just reduced the fractional size. So even people with very little money can buy fractions of a share. That is how you get plugged in. Tell your friends, tell your family. So dividend income, EPF and stocks, cash distributions. Many people here have unit trust investments. Arwin and I are in the same business, same company. Some of you also would represent maybe different companies on the unit trust side. Now, most of the times when you get your unit trust distributions, they're reinvested. But you can actually go into funds that will allow you to receive cash distributions. And I actually manage a growing portfolio for some of my clients who are already retired, and I have created a private pension for them using the cash distributions. And then, of course, there's rental. 6:29, I got to stop. Okay, what is the core philosophy that I need to leave you with? You must be committed to lifelong learning. Personal responsibility is what you require. It doesn't matter whether you agree with me or not. I am right. You can disagree all you like. I am absolutely right in this regard. Now, what I shared with you earlier, China, India, maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. There's a huge risk. But about this, I'm 100% correct. We have to commit to lifelong learning. Many people don't. You guys have come out on a Saturday evening to be here. You should pat yourself on the back. You've done very well. Okay, what will you do with what you've learned today? Let me maybe get your cameras out so I can just give you some resources if you want. You're welcome to help yourself to my resources. Many of them, not all, but many of them are free. There's this website, learnrajandevadasan.com. Just go visit, help yourself to whatever you want. There will be like links to radio interviews and my column. I told you that there are 400 that you can read, other things as well. A month from now, I don't think I've done this all this year, but I'm running a webinar, Retirement Funding, What If You Don't Die Young? And so if anyone wants to learn more, you can go there. There's a write-up about it. And if you're there, please tell me that you were here. Okay, take a picture. Retirement Funding, What If You Don't Die Young? Okay, and this is the link to my 400 plus columns on financial planning and retirement planning. Now, I'm saying thank you. I'm going to have questions. I will leave that there. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's been a delight speaking to you. Now pay attention to the Q&A, and I wish the three of you all the best. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Rajan. Thank you so much for your sharing. Thank you. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we will be quickly running into the quiz session. Mr. Rajan, can you please do also help me pick out who is the fastest hand that raises so that they can answer the question? Yeah? Okay, so we have a total of 3 questions and 3 50 ringgit Aeon vouchers to give away. So the questions are, of course, based on the sharing session by Mr. Rajan. All right, so let's have the first question.
Are you asking or does it go up?
It goes up.
Oh, it goes
I'm
up.
still waiting for it.
I'm very excited.
I think the first one is a relatively easy question if you have been listening. Okay, what piece of gym equipment provides a great metaphor for portfolio
The
construction?
first hand I saw was D.
Hi, D. Okay.
But I'm going to really need help now because you guys are so spread out, but for now it's D.
All right. What is your answer? Barbells. Barbell,
Yes,
correct? All right.
betul.
Congratulations.
Well done, well done. 2 more questions.
Okay, so the second question that
Wait, stop.
Okay, hold on.
Let me, I actually teach children on a regular basis, and I've been doing this now for 38 years, since I was 21. And I always have review questions at the end. And so I had to make sure the children's arms are working. So when I say 3, just put your hands up. I want to see who among you are fast. 1, 2, 2.5, 3. Terrible. Down. Let's try it again. 1, 2, 3. My 11-year-old kids are faster than you guys. Okay, at least some people have warmed up. Let's try the second question now.
All right, let's go to the second question. What is the greatest risk faced by retirees worldwide? A, B, C, D? Wait, unfortunately, Mr. Rajan wasn't looking.
Yeah, I wasn't looking. You guys, please choose.
Yes.
Who do you think?
Okay, let's put down our hands first. Okay, let's do this, 1, 2, 3. Am I choosing?
Yeah, you're choosing.
Okay, I'm choosing.
I'm watching
The
you.
pressure's on me. Okay, just put down one more time. All right, 1, 2, 3. I think you're the fastest.
Pre-Ming, right?
Definitely, yeah.
Hey, and I'm having dinner with her. Very good. She can buy me dinner. No, maybe not. Vouchers.
So longevity risk C, is that
Yes,
correct?
longevity
All
risk is
right,
correct.
congratulations. And now the
Okay,
final question
last
that we
one.
have, the last one. What economic asset reduces risk? A, B, C, D, the most for retirees. Yes, sir, you're the fastest. Sorry?
Passive income.
Passive income, is that correct?
Yes, that is
All right,
correct.
awesome. Thank you, congratulations, guys. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, can we give Mr. Rajan one final round of applause for his amazing sharing on how you can be a retirement superstar?
Okay, well, thank you very much. Give yourselves a big hand. Please give our MC a big hand and the SIDC. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, that is not the end of the day. Following up, we have another session as well, which will be sharing, of course, on stage about panduan kewangan berhema. Yeah? And of course, ladies and gentlemen, we also will have a pop quiz later after the sharing session. And so we will be right back. Thank you. All right, so if anybody has any questions for Mr. Rajan, he'll be around here. Most likely, if you want a picture with him also, if you want his signature also can. Yeah, so he'll be around. So if you would like to ask him any questions regarding retirement, regarding financial planning, feel free to do so. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, next up we have happening is at 6:40, which is in about 5 minutes time. So we'll be right back. And of course, we'll wrap up the day with a lucky draw session. And you get a chance to walk away with an iPhone 14. All right, thank you.
Pesanan ini dibawakan oleh Suruhanjaya Security Malaysia.
She does marathons, you do Netflix marathons. She lives in a bungalow, you live in poverty. Not the one for you, bro.
It's not about her, bro. I made a very bad move in my investment decision. You see, I was was approached by this investment guru, and he said that if I give him 50K, he will give me a 100% return in 2 months. So I gave him the money, and ever since then, he's disappeared.
Wow, that seems really bad. Looks like falling for Rachel doesn't seem that bad anymore.
Yeah, bro, it's the third scam I've fallen for in the last 2 years. Since you are a financially savvy person, right, I want to ask you, what types of scams are there?
Yeah, dude, Chong, there are many types of scams out there actually in general. The one that you fell for was an investment scams. So let me share with you a few different types of investment scams. The first one is illegal platforms that actually promote products such as shares, CFDs, and Forex. The second one is cryptocurrency scam. So this is where an illegal platform actually sells cryptocurrency. Now, as you know, cryptocurrency is very new to the market, and this is where scammers will take this opportunity to actually trick newbies. And the third most common one is clone firm scams. This is where scammers will mimic an actual company in terms of address, in terms of the name, and for all you know, the user's money and personal data are all gone.
Wow, I really didn't know all of that. So how do I identify investment scams upfront? I really want to avoid making the same mistake for the 4th time.
Okay, Chong, I'm going to make it very simple for you. Just 3 indicators of an investment scam, okay? The first one, guaranteed high returns with low risk in a short period of time. This is a no-brainer, Chong. Like the one that you fell for, 50,000 and then 100% returns in 2 months. Come on, man, that is too good to be true, right? In the world of investment, there is always risk. My mother invested in me to be an engineer. Today, I'm a stand-up comedian. There is always risk, Chong. Now, the second indicator is request of deposits into personal bank account. Let me ask you this, that 50,000, did you bank into his personal bank account?
Yeah, he asked me to bank it into his personal account, and then he will make an account in the investment company and transfer the money.
You see, Chong, that is a no-brainer. Never bank into a personal bank account, alright? Now, rule number 3, the third indicator is always check with SC if that investment firm is registered or licensed. Just head on to their website, sc.com.my.
Oh, I didn't know there was a website to check.
Of course there is. I mean, would you allow a non-doctor to perform an operation on you?
Of course not.
So it's the same as investments. Always check for their registration and license.
Thanks a lot, Kajan. This has been very helpful.
No worries, Chong. Just so you know, if you need any help, I'm here for you.
Actually, I do need help. Can I borrow money from you?
Always about money. Of course, you can borrow money, bro, but 100% interest rate and you must return within 2 months.
You're joking, right?
Become a better investor today. Follow Investsmart on social media.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of you. It is now 6:40 p.m. We will be starting our next session here on the stage. And of course, for those who are just joining us, welcome to the Investsmart Fest 2023. So ladies and gentlemen, for the next topic, for the next session we have is about Panduan Kewangan Berhema. And of course, it is by Encik Fadil from Public Mutual Berhad, Institutional Sales and a Financial planning. Ladies and gentlemen, can we give him a huge round of applause to invite him on the stage?
Okay, Assalamualaikum and a very good evening. Still evening. Okay, so nama saya Fadil. So saya daripada Public Mature dan akan share dengan kamu semua pasal panduan berkhemah. Okay, so ingat hari ini kalau ikut topik saya ni kira topik yang semua orang dah mahir dan faham. Okay, so kalau benda ni rasanya dah biasa kita dengar. Anggaplah dia sebagai refresher. Okey Jadi ingat, hari ni apa yang saya share hari ni, kalau anda semua rasa tak berapa ataupun Encik Fadil ni cakap lain ataupun tak sesuai dengan saya punya pendapat, tak apa, tak salah, ini cuma cadangan. Kalau rasa elok, ikut. Kalau rasa tak perlulah. Baik Okey, so saya akan share kamu. Inilah topik-topik hari ini. Apa yang saya akan share kejap lagi. Apa itu kewangan. Lepas tu macam mana asas pelaburan. Dan janganlah jadi mangsa kepada penipuan. Okey, so kita pergi satu-satu dahulu. Okey, mula-mula sekali anda semua kena ingatlah. Apa pentingnya kewangan ni? Okey, yang paling penting ialah di mana kita kena tahu duit kita ni spend dekat mana. Okey. So saya faham anda semua tadi macam-macam talk saya dengar tadi, dan ada yang share dengan anda semua, ada yang bisnes, ada yang buat bisnes, ada yang makan gaji. Okey, tak kisah anda ni makan gaji ke, anda ni buat bisnes ke, mesti ada income. Okey Income, ingat, income ni bukannya saja daripada kita punya gaji atau kita punya maksudnya bisnes. Ada juga orang daripada income from investment. Tak kisahlah dividend income, distribution income ataupun rental income. Okey, so income yang kita ambil itu semua kita kumpul dan kita kena pastikan kita tahu ke mana duit kita keluar tu. Okey so yang paling penting lah. Yang paling penting kat sini kita kena tahu di mana kalau income kita, misal kata income kita 10,000. Okey, jadi perbelanjaan kita tu kalau boleh janganlah sampai 10,000. Kalau boleh perbelanjaan kita tu 6,000 ke kalau boleh maksimum biasanya orang cakap 7,000. Maksudnya 70% daripada income kita tu. Tapi kalau kita semua faham dekat sini, income tu 10,000. Kadang-kadang kita tengok trend perbelanjaan tu 11,000. Betul tak? Betul. Okey, persoalan dia dekat mana datangnya lagi 1,000? Income tu 10. Perbelanjaan 11. Kat mana datang lagi 1,000? Pandai. Okey, lagi 1,000 tu biasanya datang daripada kredit card. Jadi benda ni lah yang kita kena faham, di mana kebanyakan orang kadang-kadang jadi bankrupt disebabkan kredit card. Okey So kena ingat, yang pertama sekali bila income kita masuk, kita kena pastikan belanja kita tu kita kena tahu ke mana kita belanja. Ataupun bahasa paling senang dalam financial planning ni kita selalu cakap buat budgeting. So tak perlulah nak jadi accountant ke auditor ke, tak perlu. Buat simple budgeting di mana kita letak income kita berapa dan juga kita tulis spending kita ke mana. So spending kita bayar kereta, bayar duit rumah, bayar duit estro, bayar duit apa sajalah. Tapi pastikan kita kena faham duit ke mana kita spend tu. Jelas Okey. Apa sebab kita belanja berlebihan ni? Sebab kita belanja berlebihan ni sebenarnya ialah bila kita tak rasa keperitan tu. Bila kita tak rasa keperitan tu, kat situlah. So, macam mana tak rasa keperitan tu? Itulah yang pertama, pay wave. Belanja je apa-apa, keluar kredit card, wave. Belanja je apa-apa, keluar kredit card, wave. Tak rasa. Kalau kita keluar duit daripada poket kita tu, rasa, nampak. Cucuk ATM 1,000, belanja 500. So, banyaknya efek. Tapi kalau pay wave, tak rasa. Itu dia. Okey. Dan yang kedua, kita tak guna wang pendahuluan. Yang ni lah yang paling famous sekarang ni. Bila kita cerita pasal buy now, pay later. Pernah dengar? Buy now, pay later. Inilah yang paling seronok. Lagi satu, bila kita dapat barang tu, apa yang kita inginkan, kita ambil dulu. Bayar tu kemudian. So inilah disebabkan antara benda-benda yang kita sanggup berbelanja kemudian. Dan lagi satu, saya sedia maklum, orang kat sini semua biasanya ada apps warna oranye tu kan. Saya tak nak sebut lah, apps warna oranye tu. Kadang-kadang apps warna oranye tu, bila kita berbelanja, bila kita buat perbelanjaan tu, kita letak dekat kad dulu. Add to cart. Kalau tak letak add to cart, tak boleh tidur malam. Add to cart dulu. Lepas tu konon-kononnya tunggu gaji baru bayar. Sebenarnya tak payah tunggu gaji pun tak apa. Sebab ada satu function dekat situ, kononnya boleh bayar. Boleh ambil barang dulu, bayar kemudian. So, hati-hati. Tolonglah jangan terperangkap dengan benda-benda ni. So, pastikan bila add to cart tu, fikir 2-3 kali dulu. Kalau dah betul-betul benda tu perlu, baru beli. So, biasanya bila kita sembang ni, kita selalu cakap, benda ni kalau hidup ni ada benda keperluan dan kehendak. So, kalau boleh, kita cuba laksanakan keperluan. Kehendak tu kalau kita ada duit lebih, barulah kita berbelanja. Okey, so jadinya apa yang kita boleh buat? Kita kena kurangkan kad kredit. Yang ni baguslah. Zaman kita dulu, masa kita muda-muda dulu, zaman kita muda-muda dulu, kita boleh ada sampai 10 kredit kad. 10, 11. Setiap kali pergi shopping mall tu orang tahan. Amel lah register kredit kad. Kita pun register. Support lah dapat free gift. Register. Tapi Alhamdulillah sekarang Bank Negara telah limitkan. Hanya boleh seorang tu lebih kurang dalam 2 ataupun 3. Terpulang. Tapi itu bagus bagi saya. Sebab kalau kita terlalu ada banyak, mungkin semuanya kita akan langgar sampai ceiling. Bila langgar sampai ceiling tu, bila nak bayar tu membebankan. So kalau tanya saya, eloklah kita kurangkan kad kredit tu. Kalau ada banyak-banyak, tutup je semua. Tinggalkan satu, okey. Sebab orang cakap satu ni kadang-kadang untuk kita punya emergency, kalau ada emergency dan sebagainya. Tapi ada orang selalu cakap dengan saya, Cik Fadil, kad kredit ni bukan sekata emergency ke apa, saya suka collect point. Collect point ni kena hati-hati. Sebab apa? Bila collect point ni, kadang-kadang dia boleh jadi jerat. Bila kita collect point, okey bagus, kita boleh redeem. Tetapi kadang-kadang kita terlalu kejarkan point tu, kita pun spend banyak. Banyak kita spend banyaklah point dia. So, kena hati-hati dekat situ. Okey, yang kedua, ni lagi best lah. Kalau boleh, kita pakailah kad debit. Betul lah? Bagi saya senang je. Zaman sekarang ni, kalau kita ada kad kredit dengan kad debit, saya rasa orang lebih respect kita bila ada kad debit. Betul? Cuba kita pergi belanja, pergi fine dining. Kita bayar kad kredit. Orang tengok biasa je, betul tak? Tapi kalau kita keluar kad debit, orang tengok kita boleh macam steady lah brother ni. So kalau tanya saya, kad kredit tak payah, kad debit dah kita kena banjakkan. Boleh Okey, apa sebab ni? Apa sebab-sebab yang kita ni selalu berbelanja? Inilah dia. Zaman kita dulu pergi shopping mall tutup pukul 10. Sekarang punya shopping mall 24 jam. Tak payah cerita shopping mall, uptown pun sampai malam. Dan macam saya cakap tadi, apps warna kuning tu dia 24 jam beroperasi. Okay. Dan yang paling best macam tadi saya bagi tahu, susah. Ada setengah orang dia tak boleh tidur kalau tak add to cart. Okey, tu yang pertama. Inilah benda-benda yang nak menggalakkan tadi shopping tu, terlalu banyak shopping. Lepas tu nombor 2, pilihan yang baik. Kadang-kadang bila kita buat shopping ni, kita ada yang tadi apps warna oranye. Kita ada apps warna biru, betul So kita buat comparison, betul tak? Okey So yang kuning ke yang biru murah? Okey. Depend. Okey, depend. Tapi kena ingat tau, kadang-kadang bila kita buat comparison ni, kadang-kadang fizikal kedai lagi murah, betul tak? Okey. So kalau tanya saya cadangkan di mana kita buatlah comparison sekali dengan kedai fizikal. Macam saya hari tu, saya beli JC. Saya beli JC. Bila saya beli JC, saya tengok dekat apps harga dia sama maintain. Tapi bila saya pergi ke kedai fizikal, dia diskaun 10%. So JC ni untuk dapat diskaun bukan senang, susah. Jadi tanpa saya berlengah lagi, saya pun belilah sebab ada diskaun kan. Dan JC ni saya beli pun dalam 5 tahun sekali. So bolehlah tu. So kalau ingat, tak perlu compare sahaja dengan apps, kalau boleh compare lah sekali dengan kedai fizikal. Okey. Dan yang paling penting ni lah. Pernah dengar tak 11-11? Akan datang ni nanti jadi 12-12. Pernah dengar? Dia biasanya kena 11-11, 12-12, 1-1. Inilah orang paling tunggu, betul? Dan biasanya time-time tu lah kononnya dia nak bagi diskaun. Okey ya. Tapi kena ingat, kadang-kadang macam selalu saya pesan benda ni, kadang-kadang dia perangkap juga. Tapi kita kena faham di mana ada barang tu kita bila kita add to cart, kamu perasan tak? Kamu dah memang monitor dah barang tu, harga tu sekian. Tapi bila kamu add to cart, bila kamu tengok tarikh tu tadi, harga tu macam tak menurun. Betul? Harga tu menurun, tapi bila dia charge, maksudnya delivery tu sama. So kadang-kadang kena hati-hatilah. Kalau beli tu jangan gairah tengok tarikh-tarikh tu. Okey? So maksudnya monitor barang tu dengan lebih dalam lah maksud saya. Bila tengok lebih dalam, kalau kata dia betul-betul diskaun, barulah kita beli. Okey dan yang paling penting ni lah dia. Beli barang ni delivery free. Betul kadang-kadang kita kena ingat delivery tu memang free, tapi harga barang tu dah dimarkup daripada barang tu. So kena hati-hati dengan benda tu. Kena alert sikit. Okey, ni lagi satu. Keep up the Jonas. Ni selalu orang cakap. Bila jiran ada, kita kena ada. Zaman saya ni bila di kampung dulu, bila hari raya, jiran tukar langsir, kita pun nak langsir baru. Jiran ada perabot, kita pun nak ada perabot baru. Kita tak nak kalah. Last jiran beli kereta baru, kita mengalah. Mahal sangat kereta dia. So kita pun mengalah kat situ. Bagi saya benda ni dah tak perlulah kita nak compare-compare. Ni zaman saya. Zaman adik-adik ni sekarang media sosial. Ini lebih mencabar, betul kita tengok dekat Instagram, kita tengok dekat Facebook, semua orang nak bergaya, nak ada kasut AJ1. Nak kena ada jam puluh-puluh ribu, kita pun kena ada, tak nak kalah. Dekat situ akhirnya kita terjerat. So kalau boleh janganlah sebab kita kena faham kat sini rezeki orang tu masing-masing. Rezeki orang berbeza-beza. Kalau dia mampu, biarkan dia beli. Kita yang rasa tak mampu ni tak perlulah. Macam kita tengok trend-trend terkini orang selalu cakap besi buruk. Besi buruk tapi sebenarnya kereta dia mahal tapi dia mengaku besi buruk. Macam saya lah, saya tak sanggup nak bercakap pasal besi buruk sebab kereta itulah yang bawa kita ke mana-mana. Betul tak? Kereta itulah yang bawa kita cari makan. Kenapa nak panggil dia besi buruk? Okey. Dan ingat, benda-benda ni kadang-kadang kita seronok je beli. Dia macam budak-budak dapat permainan baru lah. Betul tak? Dia bila kita dapat permainan tu kita rasa seronok. Tapi bila lama-kelamaan kita mungkin dah rasa bosan. So kalau boleh ingat, beli barang keperluan dan pilih untuk barang yang kehendak tu tadi. Sama macam kereta. Ya? Okey, sini apa yang sebab kita ni suka belanja berlebih-lebih? Inilah dia. Bila kita nak rasa kepuasan tu. Bila kita rasa nak kepuasan. Nak beli TV 70 inci, kita pun nak 70 inci. Mesin basuh baru, nak beli mesin basuh baru. Laptop baru. Dan yang paling penting, kita tengok sekarang ni orang suka handphone baru. Model 14 keluar, kita pun beratur keluar. Model 15 keluar, kita pun nak beratur keluar. Tak nak mengalah, kita pun beratur. Ambil list dan juga terus kita beli. Dan kena ingat, benda-benda ni lah. Sebab apa? Sebab kita nak cope, kita nak lawan dengan orang, kita pun terpaksa beli. Dan ingat macam saya cakap tadi, tengok betul-betul adakah kita perlu atau tidak beli barang tu. Okey, so apa yang kita kena buat? Kita kena fahamlah, kita kena jadi pengguna yang bijak. Okey, kita kena faham apa tu sewa beli. Okey. Apa tu pelan ansuran mudah dan macam mana penggunaan kad kredit tu. Okey ya, kita akan tengok. Okey, macam sewa beli ni, kita tengok dua kereta ni paling contohlah. Okey. Biasanya orang akan tanya saya, Cik Fadil, kalau kita beli kereta ni, biasanya kita kena ambil berapa tahun? Dalam kita ni, kalau kita tanya, kereta yang baik sebenarnya kita ambil lebih kurang installment ialah 5 tahun. Kalau dalam financial planning, kita biasanya ambil dalam 5 tahun. Tetapi orang biasanya akan ambil 7 tahun. Okey. Dan yang paling bestnya ialah di mana dia kata, kita ambil 9 tahun lah. Sebab bila kita ambil 9 tahun, ansuran tu akan jadi murah. Sebenarnya kena ingat kalau kemampuan kita kereta 5 tahun tu atau 7 tahun tu, itu je lah sebenarnya kemampuan untuk kita beli kereta. Tetapi kita sebab nak juga beli kereta mahal tu, so kita ambil 9 tahun sebab ansuran dia mudah. Saya tak cakap salah. Cuma saya nak bagi tahu di sini ialah bila kita ambil lama jangka masa panjang tu sebenarnya dia punya interest tu akan makin tinggi. So sebab itulah kalau tanya saya lebih gemar ambil tenure yang lebih pendek. Contoh ni paling senang. Kereta sebelah tu, dua-dua warna merah, nampak sama. Tapi tak serupa. Satu kereta national dan lagi satu kereta import. Yang kita kena faham dekat sini ialah memang betul. Kebanyakan kereta import, dia punya interest tu rendah. Sebab apa? Sebab dia punya credit house sendiri. So anda semua sedia maklumlah, kereta-kereta jenama luar ni biasanya dia ada credit house sendiri. So bila ada credit house sendiri, dia punya interest tu akan jadi rendah. So kalau kita bandingkan interest, memang dia nampak tempting kalau kita tengok kereta-kereta luar ni. Contoh kat sini lah. Kereta luar 2.5 saja. Kereta lokal 3.5. Okay. Jadi bila kita compare interest tu memang akan nampak kereta luar tu interest dia lebih rendah. Tetapi trik dia kat sini kalau kita tengok dengan harga kereta national sana tu yang 46,000 dekat sini 200,000 dengan tahun yang sama 5 tahun ke 5 tahun ansuran kereta national tu hanyalah 761 compare dengan kereta import tu tadi ialah 3,500. Jadi jumlah faedah yang dibayar dekat sini kereta nasional hanyalah 7,000 dan juga kereta import hanyalah kereta import itulah 23,000. So kalau tengok sebenarnya kita bayar untuk kereta lokal hanyalah 53,000 compare dengan harga asal dia 46,000. Kalau kita compare dengan harga kereta import tu kita tengok harga dia 209 saja, tapi sekali dengan interest dia jadi 233,000. Dekat sini ingat bukan saya nak galakkan kamu janganlah beli kereta import, beli kereta lokal, bukan. Cumanya saya nak highlight ini adakah dia keperluan ataupun tidak. Sebab sesungguhnya semua kena faham di mana kereta ni hanya membawa kita daripada point A ke point B. Mungkin untuk kita pergi ke tempat kerja, membawa kita ke mana sajalah. So kadang-kadang setengah orang dia tak ada keperluan pun untuk pakai kereta import, memadai kereta lokal untuk dia. Yang kedua, yang ni paling saya seram sekarang ni. Beli barang ansuran mudah. Kadang-kadang kita tengok rakyat-rakyat kita ni bila dia pindah ke rumah baru, pindah rumah, dapat rumah baru, mesti nak kena barang baru, betul? So bila nak kena barang baru, nak ambil jalan mudah, ambil pelan ansuran mudah ni. So kena faham kadang-kadang bila kita tengok ansuran mudah ni, secara terang-terangan dia tunjuk 1%. Memang 1%. Tapi kena ingat, bila kita tengok kat banner bawah tu, 1% tu sebenarnya ialah 1% sebulan. Faham So kalau darab dengan 12, memang nampak macam 12 bulan. Tetapi kalau compounding tu, dia akan jadi 13 ke 14%. Jadi kalau tanya saya, berhati-hatilah. Kalau tanya saya, memadai sebenarnya kalau kita pakai je barang-barang second hand. Rumah yang lama tu kita bawa je ke rumah baru, betul? Tak perlulah kita nak berbelanja beli pelan ansuran mudah ni. Sebab banyak kes kita orang dekat luar sana kena jadi bankrupt sebab benda ni. Dahlah barang tu disita, status pun jadi bankrupt. Okey so kalau tanya saya tak perlulah beli satu persatu. Kumpul duit, dah ada duit baru beli. Jangan ambil pelan-pelan mudah ni. Okey. Dan yang paling seronok ialah bila kita bercerita pasal kad kredit ni. Okey. So kita pun sedia maklumlah di mana kad kredit ni memang dia bawa kepada 18% sebulan. Dia punya 18 tahun, 18% setahun. Jadi bila benda tu tercompound, dia mungkin akan sampai ke 19.7% setahun. Jadi graf gambar ajar dekat sini nak menunjukkanlah contoh dengan amount yang kamu hutang contohnya 3,000, kalau kamu bayar minimum, dekat belakang statement tu selalu dia tunjuk bayaran minimum kan. So kalau kamu bayar RM150 sebulan, tempoh pembayaran tu sebenarnya akan jadi 55 bulan dan total kamu punya interest yang akan dikenakan sebenarnya ialah RM1,055. Jadi sebenarnya keseluruhan yang kamu bayar itu ialah RM4,055. So ingat ini kalau kamu berbelanja. Kalau kamu berbelanja maksudnya kamu bayar tanpa berbelanja. Tapi yang kita faham biasanya bila kita dah swipe, kita dah berbelanja, kita bayar komitmen tu, saya tak rasa kamu tak berbelanja langsung. Betul tak? Jadinya ini graf kalau dia nak tunjuk hanya bila kita buat pembayaran tanpa kita berbelanja. So apa yang kita kena ambil kat sini ialah di mana kalau kita put effort, kita tambah lagi 100 daripada minimum yang kita bayar tu. Sepatutnya kita bayar 150, tapi kita put effort tambah lagi 100. Dengan tambahan 100 tu sebenarnya dengan 250 yang kamu bayar tu, sebenarnya tempoh pembayaran balik daripada 55 bulan dia dah jadi 14 bulan. Interest pun rendah 333 dan akhirnya jumlah pembayaran hanyalah 3,333. So yang saya nak cadangkan kat sini ialah kalau boleh harga amount minimum yang kamu kena bayar tu bayar lebih. Dan kalau tanya saya lah sebenarnya berapa yang kita swipe tu sebenarnya bayar penuh. Sebab saya rasa anda semua pun sedia maklum di mana kalau kamu bayar penuh, kebiasaannya bayar on time, kamu tidak akan di-charge interest. Betul tak? So tak perlulah kita bayar interest. Spend berapa, bayar berapa. Spend berapa, bayar berapa. Benda ni akan jadi kebiasaan kalau kamu praktikkan. Okey, so benda-benda ni lah kebanyakan orang jadi salah ialah di mana tempoh pembayaran ambil yang panjang macam saya cakap tadi. Macam hire purchase, pemilikan harta tu geran di tangan apabila kamu dah habis bayar. Dan akhir sekali ialah aset yang dibayar melalui jual beli adalah akan menjadi susun nilai. Ini kita semua sedia maklumlah di mana macam kereta, motor kebanyakannya susun nilai. Tapi ada orang selalu tanya saya, Cik Fadil, ada tak kenderaan yang akan naikkan nilai? Mungkin ada, tapi kamu kena tengok dalam sikit lah. Saya tak nak komen bab tu, tapi kebanyakan aset macam kereta dan motor dia depreciate dan akan susun nilai. Okey, jadi apa yang kita kena buat? Nombor 2, kita kena ada dana kecemasan ni. So dana kecemasan ni untuk apa? Dana kecemasan ni ialah untuk jaringan. Ada sebarang kecemasan berlaku. Sebab kita tak tahu apa akan jadi pada masa akan datang. Biasanya orang akan cakap, kecemasan ni contoh perubatan. Lepas tu macam kita hari itulah, pandemik, COVID, ramai orang hilang pekerjaan. So bila tak ada dana kecemasan, macam mana kita nak recover sementara dapat kerja baru ataupun buka bisnes tu. Dan yang akhir orang cakap pembiayaan kereta. Kereta ni pun kadang-kadang jadi masalah juga. Kadang-kadang kereta rosak ni kita ingat benda tu sikit. Sekali kita hantar dekat bengkel, harga dia beribu-ribu. So kalau kita tak ada dana kecemasan, benda ni akan jadi agak kritikal lah. So kalau boleh, pastikan kita ada dana kecemasan. Okay. Dan akhir sekali, banjir. Banjir ni dulu kalau kita tengok belah-belah pantai timur je, betul Tapi kawan-kawan saya yang duduk di Kelang, Shah Alam pun selalu sangat kena banjir. Saya tak nak spesifik lah tempat kat mana-mana, tapi kena banjir. Dan banjir ni pun jadi masalah tau. Sebab bila banjir, bukan sahaja perabot rosak. Kadang-kadang barangan elektrik tu pun sendiri rosak. Jadi kalau kita tak ada dana kecemasan, macam mana kita nak gantikan perabot dan barang elektrik yang rosak tu? Okay? So bukan saja kita kena bersihkan rumah, kita kena tukar juga barang-barang kita. So pastikan kita kena ada dana kecemasan. Okey, so bila kita tak ada kecemasan, dana kecemasan ni, apa akan jadi? Kita tak ada buffer. Maksudnya kita tak ada duit backup. So kalau boleh, dana kecemasan ni perlu ada sebab kita perlu untuk duit backup tu tadi. Okey, beruntung kalau kita ada famah, father and mother. Boleh kita ambil pinjam duit daripada dia. Ataupun lebih kritikal dia ialah bila kita terpaksa jual barang yang keperluan. So itu yang paling kritikal. Warren Buffett selalu bagi tahu, kalau kita terlalu beli banyak barang kehendak, kita takut nanti pada satu hari nanti kita terpaksa jual barang keperluan. Okey, so kalau tak ada tadi fama, tak ada lagi barang keperluan nak jual dan akhirnya terpaksalah kita guna kad kredit dan juga pinjam dengan kadar faedah tinggi. Contohnya personal loan. So kalau boleh janganlah ambil personal loan. Dan kalau boleh janganlah terjebak dengan syarikat kewangan ni. Syarikat kewangan peribadi lagi bahaya. Nanti takut rumah jadi warna biru, warna merah. Kalau boleh janganlah ambil. Sebab interest dia terlalu tinggi dekat situ. So kalau boleh jangan. Berwarna-warni di rumah. Okey, kalau boleh ingat nombor 3, simpan dan labur. Bila kita cakap pasal simpan, orang selalu bagi tahu saya, Cik Fadil, simpan ni pulangan dia terlalu rendah. Kalau simpan rasanya rendah, buatlah pelaburan. Dekat sini banyak booth, pergi je lah booth mana-mana, tanya mereka apa itu pelaburan. Dekat situ kita akan explain dengan lebih dalam macam mana pelaburan ni boleh lebih daripada simpanan. Dan pelaburan potensi untuk dapat pulangan tu lebih tinggi daripada simpanan biasa. Ingat benda tu. Okey, dan yang paling penting, bila kita hanya simpan, susah kita nak melawan inflasi. Sebab inflasi ni kadang-kadang kita nampak dia semakin lama semakin tinggi. Susah inflasi ni nak menurun. So harga barang naik. Mata wang pun kadang-kadang tak berapa kuat, menurun dan sebagainya. So kadang-kadang barang yang sama kita nak beli tu disebabkan dengan inflasi, dia jadi barang tu naik. Bukan kadang-kadang barang tu harga dia naik, kadang-kadang nilai mata wang tu sendiri. Benda simple. 10 tahun lepas kalau kita ada RM100, kita pergi shopping mall, saya rasa macam-macam kita boleh beli barang. Betul tak? Sekarang ni kalau dengan RM100, saya rasa susu anak pun tak cukup. So itulah benda dia. So kalau boleh kita labur untuk kita lawan dengan inflasi tu. Okey, so apa yang kita kena buat? Nombor 1, kita kena faham simpanan tu kalau boleh simpan dengan jangka masa panjang. Sebab dengan simpan jangka masa panjang kita dapat melawan inflasi. Okey, so jadinya apa asas pelaburan? Senang. Bila kita cerita pasal diversification, kepelbagaian, simpan, pelaburan tu maksudnya pelbagaikan. Kalau boleh kita simpanlah kepada beberapa pelaburan. Dan yang paling penting ingat, bila simpan pelaburan ni, pastikan kita pilih pelaburan yang betul. Sebab di luar sana tu ada pelaburan, sebenarnya dia bukan pelaburan. Dia berselindung di bawah nama pelaburan. So berhati-hatilah, sebenarnya dia ialah scam. So kalau kita terjerat dengan scam, akhirnya kita takut semua duit kita akan habiskan. Terpaksa kita nak bayar hutang dan sebagainya. Okey, yang kedua, biarkan wang anda bekerja untuk anda. Ini kita selalu, mana-mana pun kita pergi, kita tahu. Dan Albert Einstein selalu mengatakan, compound effect ni sebenarnya adalah satu lagi benda ajaib yang berlaku di dunia. Okey, so kita simpan dengan jangka masang, dia akan tercompound. Okey ya. Sebelum saya akhirilah saya punya talk hari ni, so saya nak highlight benda ni sikit. Sebab benda ni lah yang paling saya takuti sampai ke hari ni. Benda ni tak pernah putus. Apa dia? Inilah dia, ialah scam. Okey ha? So scam-scam sebelum ni kita pernah dengar Macau scam, scam gores dan menang. Tapi trend terkini scam pertama dia ialah scam percintaan. Scam percintaan ni dulu orang selalu cakap dia target orang yang dah retire. Orang yang dah pencen, duit EPF masuk. Lepas tu dia kehilangan pasangan. Mulalah cari cinta baru. Segala duit EPF tu semua leboh. Tapi jangan ketawa-ketawa. Benda ni sekarang bukan kena dekat orang-orang yang pencen. Orang-orang muda pun kadang-kadang terjerat. Sebab sekarang ni kadang-kadang nak cari pasangan bukannya senang. Betul So kita pun masuklah website-website yang kita rasa nak cari jodoh. Lalas kita masuk je situ, bayar wang pendahuluan, letak gambar cantik-cantik, last duit semua leboh. Duit leboh, jodoh pun tak dapat. Itu paling sedih lah tu. Okey, dan yang paling saya takuti, inilah dia yang nombor 2. Scam berselindung atas nama pelaburan. Okay, so bukalah website SC. Bukalah website Bank Negara Malaysia, dekat sana ada watch list. Pastikan anda kenal pasti company-company atau syarikat-syarikat tu. Sebab kebanyakannya sekarang ni mereka mempergunakan influencer, artis-artis dan orang-orang berpengaruh untuk promosikan scam-scam mereka. So kita pun tengok orang ni artis, orang ni influencer, kita pun masuk. Sebenarnya dia orang tu influencer, artis. Dia orang bukan faham sangat pasal pelaburan. Betul kita pun terikut ikut-ikut, akhirnya kena scam. So hati-hatilah. So benda yang nak highlight ni senang. Apa benda yang kata pulangan dia tinggi tu biasanya kena hati-hati. Hari ni simpan, malam ni simpan, besok pagi bangun pagi 20% return. Wah, dengar sedap. Overnight, tidur, bangun-bangun dah 20%. Paling best bawa Lamborghini. Ada jet pribadi. Jet tak terbang pun, ke depan ke belakang, ke depan ke belakang. Last orang tu scam. Konon-konon, itu contoh saja. Okay? Dan lagi satu itulah pulangan yang tak realistik. Okey So ingat, yang poin yang penting kat sini ialah kita kena elakkan diri kita daripada dengar dengan pulangan-pulangan yang terlalu lumayan ni. Kalau rasa tak faham, engage dengan orang-orang dekat sini, tanya mereka ini scam ke apa dan sebagainya. Okay? Dan lagi satu, kalau boleh, kita kena ada sikap ragu-ragu. Sikap ragu-ragu ni pun penting, curiosity. Di mana kita tanya, betul ke tak betul? Okey ke tak okey? Dan engage lagi sekali dengan orang-orang dekat sini untuk tanya pasal pelaburan ni betul atau tidak. Sebab benda ni memang penting. Elok kita ada rasa macam tu. Jangan terikut orang. Tengok orang tu kaya bawa Lamborghini pasal pelaburan ni. Padahal dia tak tahu. Sebab kadang-kadang benda ni dia ialah macam skim MLM. Okay, So, kalau ada soalan, bolehlah tanya. Saya berada di booth sebelah sana. Ataupun boleh tanya saya sebentar lagi. Dan cumanya saya nak highlight dekat sini ialah di mana tolong nombor 1 law dia tadi, kalau boleh kita tahu kita belanja ikut kemampuan kita. Income berapa, jangan belanja lebih. Yang kedua, pastikan kita ada dana kecemasan. Faham apa tu hire purchase, apa tu pelan ansuran mudah dan macam mana penggunaan kad kredit. Dan akhir sekali, tolong jangan terperangkap dengan scam. Terlalu banyak di media sosial. Sebab bila kamu browse sekali, website akan ikut algoritma. Lagi banyak kamu browse, lagi banyaklah dia nak promosi benda tu. Okey, jadinya saya harap anda semua faham. Saya harap kita dapat jumpa lagi di masa akan datang. Terima kasih. Jumpa lagi. Assalamualaikum. Selamat malam semua.
Alright, thank you Mr. Fadil. Kita ada beberapa soalan quiz. Kita nak bagi voucher RM50 seorang. Totalnya ada 3 soalan lah. Okey, antara berikut yang manakah merupakan amalan kewangan yang baik? A, B, C, D. Hai, yes. D. Semua di atas. Jawapannya betul. Congratulations. RM50 Aeon voucher. Okey, soalan kedua. Apakah cara untuk menguruskan wang anda dengan baik? A, B, C, D. Yes, Miss. D. D juga. All of the above. Semua di atas. Betul. Congratulations. Okey. Soalan yang terakhir. Voucher yang terakhir. Let's see what is the next question. Apakah tanda-tanda penipuan pelaburan permainan wang? Oh, sorry. Sudah banyak tangan sudah. Ha? Okay. Hands down. Okay. Encik, can you choose one for me? Red ribbon. Hi. Okay, what is your answer? D. All right, congratulations. This is for you. Okay, thank you. Can we give our speaker another round of applause for that amazing sharing? Thank you so much. So ladies and gentlemen, next up we have the moment we've all been waiting for, but we're going to have a little bit of a short 5-minute break while we set things up. It is the lucky draw session, okay? I hope you've all joined the lucky draw already. I hope you're all in the running because we are giving away, of course, 5 prizes. And the grand prize we have is the Apple iPhone 14, okay? So ladies and gentlemen, make sure to join us. We'll be starting in 5 minutes. And of course, all of this is brought to you by Investsmart Fest 2023. All right, ladies and gentlemen, very good evening to all of you. Now that I'm on the stage, you know what's going to happen. It is the lucky draw session, okay? So, has everybody here joined already? Yes? I don't feel your energy, guys. Have you guys joined? All right, I love this guy. I love you, Han. You are going, I hope you win now, huh? Good luck to you, okay? All the best. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, for that to happen, I would like to invite Mr. Jawahar from SC. Can we give you a round of applause? He is going to be the one pressing the lucky draw, yeah? Picking the lucky winner, please. All right, and the first prize we have is the Tefal Expression Induction Cooker, okay? So we have on the screen, we're going to see this one. Once Mr. Jawahar press it, there will be a name. So to verify the name, you have to show me your profile, yeah? Okay? And Mr. Jawahar, please, the first winner goes to Nikita Ang Albert. It's quite a long name, yeah? Nikita, hi, are you here? Nikita, can you just raise your hand real quick if you're here? Where? Oh, hi, Nikita. Can we give you a round of applause? All right, the winner. Can I just verify your name? Are you one of the exhibitors? Yes, okay. Which booth are you at, huh? Bursa Malaysia, some airtime for you. So can go visit her later, huh? You can... All All right, to avoid this from happening, please get it ready, guys. If you are the lucky winner, if you want to be a lucky winner, you have to prepare first. All right, very fine. Congratulations. Give even another round of applause. Congratulations, Nikita. All right, next winner, we have the prize of a Toshiba 21-liter microwave oven. Okay, we have our model here. Come spin one round, show them. Okay. All right. Let's go, Mr. Jawaha. And the next lucky winner is Muhammad Yunus. Encik Muhammad Yunus. Hi. A lot of applause from Investsmart, is it? All right. Congratulations. Okay, kena buka application website tadi nak verify sikit. All right. Congratulations. Yes. The winner of the microwave oven. Come, let's take a picture. Okay, congratulations. Yes, a lot of supporters there from RHB. Nice. All right, next one we have, come show, we have the Samsung Power Stick. Let's go, and the winner is Kong Siu Ping. Okay, I heard a lot of noises, but I don't see the winner. Yeah, oh, hi miss. Also one of our exhibitors, congratulations. Just want to quickly verify. Yes, that is correct. Can we give a round of applause, the winner of the Samsung Power Stick. Thank you. And of course, next up, a prize I think all of you would want. Personally, I want this also. It is the Samsung Galaxy Watch 6, the latest Samsung Galaxy Watch. Okay, and Mr. Jawaha, please. Lucky winner is Muhammad Fakrul. Muhammad Fakrul Hisham. Ada sini. Okay, congratulations. Hai, sekarang pakai watch apa? Casio. Okay, sekarang boleh upgrade smartwatch. Alright, congratulations. Come, let's take a picture. And of course, ladies and gentlemen, the prize that we have all been waiting for. What is the prize? What? What's the prize? Sorry? It is the iPhone 14. Can I hear some cheers? All right, and the lucky winner is the iPhone 14 goes to Muhammad Haziq. All right, congratulations, ladies and gentlemen. Let's give you a round of applause. He was seated here from the very beginning, yeah? Congratulations. Just want to verify. Correct, that is correct, Muhammad Haziq. Congratulations. All right, so it is a letter. You can claim the iPhone from us later, yeah? All right, congratulations. Thank you to Mr. Jawaha as well for picking out the lucky winners. Thank you all for joining. And of course, tomorrow we have two more lucky draw sessions with even bigger prizes, okay? So RHB Book, I want to see someone from RHB Book win tomorrow. Okay. All right, so ladies and gentlemen, we also do have a lot of activities left. Our exhibitors are here today, so make sure and go and visit them. All of this is brought to you by the Investsmart Fest 2023, and I'll see you soon. Thank you.